Welcome everyone, once again back here with VHSL. So excited to be bringing this wonderful event to you guys. My name is Avery Giesemann, and joining me on the desk tonight is Kyle Dexter. Kyle, what an exciting day we have bright and early here at the Shenandoah Valley to bring you the best high schools in all of Virginia together in one place to compete in a myriad of titles.
Avery, it is so exciting to finally have this event come to fruition once again. You know, I believe we also hosted VHSL last year, and I'm sure that was a blast already, but just constantly seeing every time the amount of improvements we make and just the amount of competition just evolving as it continues.
The competition space has been evolving rapidly, Kyle, and we have so many teams competing with us here in person. One of the obstacles we've came into in years past is not every team's been able to make it, but this year, I mean, we've had so many teams be able to come out here, play out top 8 of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, top 4 of League of Legends, and top 8 of Rocket League. So we have so much fun, so much excitement, so much competition for you guys here tonight. The best high schools in Virginia competing for a spot here tonight, and it's all coming to fruition in person. And we have every single game being streamed for you guys from the Shenandoah Esports Arena, and in collaboration with a couple other schools for a few matches. And we can look at the schedule for where we're going to Rocket League or League of Legends matches over there as well. But if you want to catch any Super Smash Bros. Action, in which Kyle and I will be casting the most of, that will be right here and on one other Shenandoah channel. So make sure you hop back and forth in case we have to go to some breaks. You never are going to want to miss any action.
Right, Avery, and I do believe for our first matchup here, we have the #1 seed Osborne versus I believe the last seed of the available schools here, Forest Park. And this should be a good one. I do believe, looking at from what we know from the players of each school, Osborne has their Pichu as their #1 player, a Steve as a #2 player, and a Little Mac as their #3. So varying types of characters in terms of like where they might fall in the tier list and just the way they play in general.
Yeah, some very exciting stuff. And let's talk a little bit about that Forest Park run. Some amazing stuff from that school. I mean, the 25 seed is going to come in as the underdogs against the #1 Osborne here. Osborne coming off of an undefeated regular season, looking to swoop this bracket nice and quick. Forest Park is going to have to step up to the plate if they want to secure that spot in the semifinal. Coming into this game with characters like Ken, characters like Pyramithra, and characters like King K. Rool, they also have a very big diversity there. And they have to go against a team like Osborne, who also has the secondary potential with the Pichu player playing things like Palutena as well quite often in the regular season. So there's going to be a lot of variety here, and there's going to be a lot of mental game, a lot of strategy that goes into this specific match.
Right, and I do believe for this format, Avery, do you want to explain it a little bit for us?
Yeah, let's go into the format, Kyle. I mean, it's a bit of a different format if you're used to collegiate esports or even pro esports in the Super Smash Bros. Side. If you're familiar with collegiate tennis, it's actually quite similar to that. So basically, Kyle, we're gonna, online, we're gonna blind pick our first player to go into the match.
Right.
You're going to pick like your best player, my best player, whoever it is that we trust to go out there first on the battlefield. We're going to blind select that. They're going to play each other in a best of 3. So the first member to win 2 games wins that best of 3. That will be 1 point for your team towards the best of 5. So if I select a different player, you select a different player, and I win again after winning the first match, that would be like 2-0, for example, in the best of 5 series. Now, if we get into an interesting scenario where you win the 3rd game and we get to that 2-1, now in that 4th game, we really get into some advanced strategy, because you can send in any one of your 3 players for a second time to play another best of 3, and they won't necessarily get the same matchup that they played previously. In fact, they're quite likely to not get the same matchup that they played previously. But let's say it goes 2-2 at that point. We cannot play that player a 3rd time. We have to bring in someone for the first time playing twice, and then they will play another best of 3, and that will solidify the series, Kyle. So if I bring in my best player on game number 4 and I don't close out the set, it goes 2-2, I now have to play with my second best, my third best player into potentially your best that you saved for game 5. It's a lot of mental game, Kyle. There's a lot to think about for these coaches.
Right, that is a very interesting format, Avery. I believe, like, especially with how, like, those latter halves of the game goes when you have to secure those game 4s or game 5s, it's a whole nother layer of strategy that we're not used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, we're used to those crew battles, right, Kyle, where all your players are playing. But in this kind of format, you could get away with all your players only having to play but once. So that is a very different game to be played. You can earn up to 2 points for your team as a singular player. You cannot earn 3. You cannot win the whole series as just a singular player. So you have to trust in your teammates to do some of the job. And speaking of the job, both the #1 players from these schools are coming out first. This is what we expected. Osborne versus Forest Park. Osborne going to be on the Pichu here. Forest Park going to be on the Ken. A very volatile matchup, Kyle. Why don't you bring us through this?
For sure, Avery. Before I'm messing up the jab block. Anyway, Avery, looking at the stats here, these are both these players from #1 players, so they're letting their best players go through first, kind of maybe expecting to send in the best they have right off the bat, getting that shield poke with the up tilt. Forest Park's Ken taking the first stock, and oh my goodness, that was such a weird looking down smash angle, but Osborne instantly leading it up. But with a matchup like Pichu versus Ken, like you said, Avery, very volatile. Ken just having so much kill power, and Pichu having the potential to just die at extremely early percents, but Pichu also has that good kill power, and with how predictable, or I guess exploitable recoveries that the Shotos have, Pichu can really take advantage of that as well.
You said exactly what I was thinking, Kyle. I mean, these edge guards from Pichu are how he's going to secure those early stocks, and we already get one off the bat from Osborne. Although a great start from Forest Park, Pichu at around 70% here. That is indeed Shoryu range, so you got to be extremely careful. You don't want to get caught slipping here, because that is the volatility of this matchup. That Pichu, although can do some crazy damage, although can do some insane edge guards, is the lightest character in the entire game. That means he is the easiest to send flying. So you're going to have to be careful of that, as Ken does have some strong kill power in his arsenal. But once he gets the opponent too high, then it starts becoming a little bit tricky. So Forest Park going to have to find a way to close this stock soon.
Yeah, it seems like Osborne's Pichu here is trying to force the Ken off stage, and oh no, messing up the Thunder off stage, but that's okay, you know. Something that we need to take into account here, Avery, that for competition here, broadcasting here at Shenandoah, we're so used to seeing these crew battles, but since this is a tennis format and stocks don't really matter as much, you can have a little bit more room for error as to how many mistakes you can make, as long as you still close it out at the end. And a little bit of a scrappy scenario at the end there, but Osborne's Pichu will take the game 1.
Yeah, great stuff there. It's Osborne on the Pichu making that happen, and that's such a scary spot as Pichu. I mean, you reach that 60% threshold, you are for sure in for some Shoryus getting ripped soon, Kyle. And you're absolutely right. Although the Pichu from Osborne there does end on 1 stock, you get to reset back to 3 stocks here for this game #2. So that is very exciting for Osborne. Definitely happy to see that game get closed out, because now they're up 1-0 in the best of 3, but they have not yet secured a point in the best of 5 series. So although Forest Park will have to win 2 games in a row in order to get that point on the board, Osborne now only has to win 1 more game to get that point on the board. So we're gonna for sure see these same 2 players battle it out again. They are allowed to swap characters, but with the way that match went, I feel like both players really implemented great counterplay here. We saw those edge guards come out for Pichu. We saw those down smashes come out to secure those early kills. And I actually really loved the recovery mix-ups I saw from this Ken player from Forest Park as well. Only getting edge guarded once and avoiding the main low edge guards off the beginning. I feel like if we continue to see that and this Ken can live a little bit longer on the stage, we could see this Pichu start to explode.
Right, and that's something that Ken can do really well. It's just has that amazing advantage thing. Just exerts so much fear into his opponent. You see all the top Ken players, they just do like these like untrue like up tilts, and they know it's not true. They can't like chain that into like a shuriken. So instead, they would just wait for their opponent to do like a panic air dodge and then do like a down tilt into like an actual true shuriken, which will take that stock very early, which is like a Ken's main kill move. And especially with how light Pichu is, if he catches the Pichu slipping, that Pichu will just explode.
Yeah, and you can see the trickiness of these edge guards on the Pichu side as well, going for that Thunder on that second stock and not being able to hit himself with the actual Thunderbolt in order to be able to recover. Small mistakes like that can lead to big stocks, and you want to go for those edge guards, right? You want to get those early kills as Pichu. It's also important to be able to kill this Ken player at low percents, because as the percents rise in this game, you get this mechanic called Rage, where your attacks do even more knockback than they do when you're at low percent, and you definitely don't want Ken to be able to play with a tool like that as Pichu. So that's why we see Osborne going for these really big early edge guards, and as Osborne gets more and more comfortable in the match, they'll be able to continue to land those as long as Forest Park isn't able to find the mix-up. As we already see, Kyle, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Osborne wanting to go for those really flashy early stocks. That's exactly what you need in this matchup.
Right, and I love that mix-up from the Pichu, catching Forest Park, slipping a little bit, but the F-tilt into the down air, catching that aggressive landing with the forward smash. Amazing gameplay from Osborne right now. Forest Park team's a little lost on how to deal with this Pichu right now.
Yeah, this is disastrous for Forest Park, because even though you have a little bit of rage, you fall into yet another Pichu forward smash, and that is a brutal attack that will send you flying off your screen. And yeah, that is just brutal for Forest Park, because now they have to play with only one stock to the 3 of Pichu. And although Pichu is light, you cannot be aggressive off this ledge. Those get-up attacks are going to be Forest Park's downfall in this first set. Osborne gonna go up 1-0 in the best of 5.
Wow, just amazing, I guess, adjustments from Osborne's Pichu. I really love those F-tilts into those down airs, because or work twice. I've never really seen top Pichu players really go for stuff like that at those percents.
It's a reaction game, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
you play this aggressive recovery of Ken. He wants to swing back on Pichu. Pichu's a light character. Maybe I can get a sneaky kill. But Pichu beats out that move. All of a sudden, you're off stage. You don't really want to air dodge, but Pichu's gunning for you, and he's going to take those early stocks if you're not careful.
Right, and normally if you're in that situation, the usual player would like to normally try to jump as like a panic option to get out of that situation, which is like perfect for Pichu, as he can just catch that with that down there, and especially with a character like Ken, he's essentially dead off stage if he doesn't have his jump.
Yeah, that rage certainly not coming into factor that game. I mean, when you play that fast, when you kill Ken that early, he seems like quite a bad character. And, the rat is going to come and take it home for Osborne here. Up 1-0 now. They're going to have the choice whether to send in their Steve player or their Little Mac player. Their Little Mac player getting a few more games in this season than the Steve, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the Little Mac come out in this instance. And then Forest Park coming in with either the Pyra Mythra or the King K. Rool. The Pyra Mythra getting some more games on. So statistics-wise, if we're going, 1-1, 2-2, we should potentially see Aegis versus Little Mac here in the game number 2. But, in my head, Kyle, I might be thinking I'd rather send in something like King K. Rool into Aegis for that same reason that we saw the potent edge guards coming out there from Pichu onto Ken. King K. Rool can do similar things to the Pyra Mythra, and then you would have to match up the other two characters into each other, like Steve into Aegis, for example, or Steve into King K. Rool. Yeah, for example. It's like a different dichotomy.
Right, but I feel like it's hard to say what you would want on the side of Osborne here. Like, do you want to send in your Steve against maybe like this K. Rool, which not a good matchup for K. Rool in the slightest, or do you try to go for a slightly more favorable, well, not slightly, a much more favorable matchup for Pyra and Mythra to send in versus that Steve, because Mythra can still just kind of run over a lot of characters in this game, and Pyra still has that massive range to deal with Steve's block camping, can hit him through some of his blocks, and just make Steve feel more pressured and to not get his game plan going. Yeah,
you can play Aegis Steve and then Little Mac into K. Rool, which is also pretty scary. Definitely. The K. Rool is a very interesting factor here. You either have to play him into Steve, one of his, I would say probably his hardest matchup in the whole game, and then, or you could play him into Little Mac, which is probably favorable for King K. Rool. It's very, very different matchups on the table here for Forest Park. So we could see game number 2 here being very pivotal.
Right, and we will just have to see what kind of players we'll see, because with how different the strategy is here, we will only learn how things play out the more we watch. And we've only watched the first players, but I do like the idea from both Osborne as well as Forest Park to send in their best players first to try to just force out that either their #1 spot or just to get a good lead going and get that #1 spot guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, these teams do have like some data on each other also. I mean, they've been able to follow them online throughout the season. One thing of note also, in the spring finals, Osborne did fall to Freedom High School in the quarterfinals. So their competition that took them out in the spring is not here in the fall season. So that's a really exciting prospect for Osborne, coming in here with a fire in them that they can really win this, because the team that's been their bane really for the past few seasons is no longer in competition. So really they're looking to take it all tonight as the #1 seed without that, difficult opponent for them tonight.
That is a good point, Avery. Once like you're pretty much your bracket team is essentially pretty much out of the picture, it must feel really good to get into this tournament without them being there. And I wonder if there are any teams in this pool that we have here today that can compete potentially with Osborne.
Yeah, they have not yet dropped a series, Kyle. I mean, there's the reason that they're the #1 seed, because they've been able to sweep through this regular season and through the prior bracket phases up to this point without dropping a series, and we can see why. I mean, we see some great Pichu gameplay coming out from Osborne. I mean, that's very tricky to play against. You don't, get those recovery mix-ups down. You are certainly going to die at 30. That's what Pichu plays for. Although in 2018 he had the forward tilt that killed you at 100, he doesn't have that anymore. He has to play a much more flashy, a much more glass cannon style, even more so than he did at the beginning of the game. And it's just very exciting to watch. If you watch Collegiate Smash, you'll see Stony Brook University coming out with the Pichu, very strong player in Ventus in that scene. But it's not something you see very often at pro level play, so it's really exciting to see that at the high school and collegiate space in such an exciting way.
Right, and it is interesting to talk about just Pichu as a character, because normally you'll see a lot of Pichu players after the nerfs just swap to Pikachu, because Pikachu is kind of just the better rat, a lot more consistent, and just has pretty much like almost everything that like Pichu doesn't have in the character. Like Pichu has like slightly bigger hitboxes, heavier, even though Pichu's still really light. But
not the lightest character in the whole game.
Right,
yeah.
Exactly. And for some reason, Pikachu sometimes feels hard hit than Pichu, and Pichu is literally smaller than Pikachu. But yeah, and we'll just have to see what Osborne and Forest Park have to send in next, because right now we're at this stage in the tournament where we don't really know a whole lot. We know the stats, but we haven't really seen much from like the gameplay aspect from the players themselves.
Yeah, and I think the biggest character to talk about that aspect is indeed Steve, Kyle. I mean, is this Steve player going to be the type of Steve that's really willing to block camp their opponent, really willing to set up these walls and zone out with arguably the best character in the entire game, because he can create this terrain that the stage is not really accustomed for? He can set up these walls that force you to approach above the platform. Or is it more of a Steve player that plays this kind of syrup style, this aggressive, scrappy Steve that plays very pickaxe heavy in your face, try to go for big block edge guards rather than big block zoning capabilities? I feel like that could be a really big deal versus characters like King K. Rool, who either force him to approach or you force him to play these scraps. But like if you play scraps, then you have to deal with more of his armor mechanics. It might be a bit weird for Steve, who isn't used to playing against that, if you can't, force the K. Rool off stage, get into the anvil loop, and then, have your fun.
Right, and yeah, that's just very weird, because I can honestly see Steve going either way with it, because Steve says amazing frame rate, amazing combo potential. He has those NIL combos. He has a couple of 0-to-death routes. He has so much going on for him, but he still has possibly the best zone in the game through blocks. And and it still varies depending on which stage he goes, because let's say he goes to Pokemon Stadium 2, he'll be getting a lot of stone, which is a much stronger resource than, let's say, wood if you weren't to go on any of the Animal Crossing stages. And there's just so much to this character, and the tools that he needs to use to get those materials that's why you generally do not want to go Final Destination versus Steve, because Steve is programmed to be using a shovel on Final Destination, and he doesn't use a shovel in any of his moves, so you don't have to worry about, let's say you're on like Town and City, you don't have to worry about your axe breaking, so you can't like do your up tilt combos without having to mine for materials as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's brutal, Kyle, when Steve gets to use the shovel to mine instead of the pickaxe or the axe. And while we wait for the players, let's talk a little bit about what they're doing right now, Kyle. So what they're doing is they're selecting that next player to go into the next match with. Again, it's a very big decision. Do we send in, our Aegis player? Do we send in our Little Mac player? Do we send in, K-Rool versus Steve? Or it's, Steve and Aegis and then K-Rool. Yeah, and Steve. So we got 4 characters left on each side. We got a lot of low tier. We got some very top level characters, and they're choosing which one is going to go in. And then once they go in, they have to, ban stages. And that's exactly what we're talking about with that meta with Kyle. Is like, if you don't ban Final Destination, for example, at the beginning of the game, Steve could potentially start there, get to use his shovel on that stage, and that could be a big disadvantage for you. So you got to make sure you're being careful when you're banning these stages, and that comes down to, how much experience do you have in this game, right? I mean, these players oftentimes aren't going to be competing in tournaments regularly, and thus, playing online with these teams or playing, in person right now, maybe the first time that they're seeing a particular character, if they don't play a bunch of online themselves, even though these players are fairly experienced, like outside of tournaments, like they have to play a lot in order to get on their high school teams. But it might be the first time that you have to ban stages versus this character. Because if you're just playing online versus random people, you don't go through this stage banning process. But when you go to tournaments or you play in high school or collegiate competition, you do have to ban stages, and you have to think about those things like, have I played against Steve enough to know to ban Final Destination so that he cannot use his shovel? Or is my character so good on Final Destination that I don't even care that he uses his shovel?
Right, and I feel like for what character you want to go here, it definitely depends on. Okay, well, I guess it won't matter because we're not seeing the Steve just yet. We're Osborne sending their Little Mac player versus Forest Park's K-Rool.
Yeah, we're going to get a decision here from both teams. We're going to send in the low tier, so it's going to be the Steve versus the Aegis that you talked about earlier, Kyle, for that 3rd spot. And I think that's really interesting because that's going to be a very strong matchup for Forest Park, that Aegis into that Steve, as opposed to having to play the Little Mac or the K-Rool.
Right, and I do wonder if Little Mac can get those 2 frames with like that the down smash rather, because K-Rool uppy very prone to sharking, but Little Mac having those super on those smash attacks and not quite getting the edge guard, but okay, not getting the KO punch, but Forest Park still in a little bit of danger here as that F-tilt barely doesn't kill. Osborne using this tricky ground mix-up movement to take that kill. The pivot cancel F-tilt, great job from Osborne, and also amazing recovery from Osborne using the down air. Weirdly enough, for Little Mac, if you use down air, it will like immediately after jumping. I believe he gets a little bit of like upwards momentum after an up B. It's pretty weird how this character works, but top Little Mac players will always go for that as an attempt to try to get a little bit more height, as this character kind of needs it.
It is quite odd. Little Mac famously for the worst recovery in the entire game. He can utilize some different tools like that down air or like the counter if he believes that his opponent will attack him at a particular time. He can swing back while gaining some horizontal momentum. But yeah, other than that, I mean, they're really going for this matchup for the fact that King K-Rool can edgeguard Little Mac quite hard, especially with tools like this back throw to send him at an awful angle, and with tools like this nair to armor through things like his up B and his side B, which King K-Rool can do unlike many, many other characters. But let's call it how it is, Kyle. If you don't get hit by KO punch, K-Rool is probably looking pretty strong here, as Osborne's going to look to try to take this stock without it. And they are going to be able to. Osborne on this Little Mac, the KO punch is so huge because that move can kill King K-Rool at about approximately 25-30%. And that's so big because King K-Rool is an infamously heavy character that can hold these stocks. And although you don't take those stocks into the next match, they can be very important for getting that extra credit, that extra damage. So those early stocks are what Little Mac is really going to go for with this KO punch. As you can see by the little arrows above Little Mac's head, the more that he gets hit, the more that gauge fills up. Little Mac can't charge it. He has to get hit in order to charge it. And once he gets it full, he gets that KO punch, but as you can see, he loses it upon losing the stock. So really big deal to edgeguard this Little Mac right before he gets that KO punch, because then he'll gain a move in his arsenal that kills you insanely early.
Right, it's also unblockable too, so it could also be shield-heavy players who normally would want to shield versus character a lot, as it has those very scary hitboxes, and maybe try to just hope he lands something unsafe so you can just grab him, throw him off stage, and you can repeat the cycle of edge guarding him, and he dies, and hopefully you try to get that cycle going. But Osborne mixing up a little bit with the recoveries with the, like I mentioned, with that down air off stage to gain a little bit of upwards momentum. And like you said, he also has the counter to mix up his recovery. Also, we haven't seen it yet. That option's still on the table, but I do like the ideas that the Little Mac is setting out. He has those like tricky movement mix-ups with the pivot cancel F tilts, and you think that, oh, he's just gonna do it again, so I'm just gonna maybe get up attack, get him off of me, but that's when he just stopped and just ripped a forward smash, baiting out the get up attack, and you can just see the tricky mix-ups that the Little Mac has. Yeah, and this is why Osborne is coming in as the #1 seed. This is why they're looking so strong, because they can make plays like that. They can make plays like recovering with Little Mac against King K. Rool. I mean, that's one of the biggest things I tried to harp on before this match, the fact that if they send in King K. Rool here, which is Forest Park's on paper #3 player versus Osborne's on paper #2 player, you're gonna, go in expecting to be a bit of a downhill battle. But with those big edge guards from K. Rool, I think it makes a lot of sense. So you can go for those big edge guards, you can go for those early kills onto Little Mac, but if you're not able to get those KO punches in, and Osborne is still taking game #1 here with things like F-tilt, things like F-smash, in order to get those early stocks anyways, even though you're not landing those KO punches, K. Rool is in for a world of hurt if Little Mac can find these KO punches. So Forest Park is going to have to make some adjustments here in the neutral, because the edge guards are just not there yet, and that is tough in this matchup. Right, and you saw Forest Park try to mix up with a little bit of ledge trapping as well. Be like, okay, maybe if I can't, if this Little Mac is doing really well, just moving around my edge guard attempts, I'm gonna try to ledge trap. And you saw he tried shooting the blunderbuss into the little suction thing, but just in time, the Little Mac jumping from the corner, then side being, because it would beat out the cannonball from the blunderbuss, has very low priority, extending the hitbox and then hitting the K. Rool, which is extremely smart from Osborne. Yeah, a lot of great plays here from the Little Mac. Now with the King K. Rool player from Forest Park has to decide, what stage are we going to go to? What stage do I want to bring this Little Mac to? Little Mac has oddly fast ground game. I mean, some of the best in the game, honestly, with his really fast tilts, as we saw in that game, his armored smash attacks. He can patrol the ground quite well, so it's pretty dangerous to bring him to stages like FD, stages like Town and City, especially because we see a lot of those kills off of the side with Little Mac with those really strong horizontal attacks. So, maybe you think, all right, let's take him to a stage like Battlefield, stage like small battlefields. Well, oddly enough, Little Mac opens up a lot of weird platform resets on those stages, and a lot of Little Macs are quite comfortable on those stages because he can get weird strings off of down air resets, off of up tilt and up air, and that can secure some early stocks on those stages as well. Counterpicking Little Mac may not be as easy as some players think. Right. You would think, like you said, just trying to just play for platforms with Little Mac is the best way, but maybe, even though that might be true, it might not work as well as you may expect, because Little Mac, like you said, has those really weird platform extensions that you wouldn't normally expect him to have. You can do some really crazy jab lock shenanigans with on top of a platform. You can do like nair, or nair down air down tilt into an up B or something, or a reverse hit of up tilt into up air. This character has some very dedicated players, that's for sure. There's a lot of tricks up Little Mac's sleeve, and you certainly need to have them because this character is very exploitable. There's a reason why we don't see him much at top level play. But K. Rool does have some tools like this crown, like this blunderbuss, that can control the ground and force Little Mac to jump, and that's a spot you want Little Mac to be. You want him to be forced in the air because his aerials are only really good for those platform resets. He will not get any, big combos off his aerials or anything like that. So that's an exciting place for Little Mac to be for Forest Park as they look to control this ground game. That's going to be a big key to their victory, and that's what Forest Park is looking really strong in right now. Right, and Osborne getting that down tilt into his forward smashes, trying to, wow, that armor through that entire F tilt, wow. Okay, still having the KO punch. The timer hasn't started yet to get run out of the KO punch, but there it is. But both players still at potentially KO %. Wow, great crown into the back throw. Perfect timing, so the crown doesn't get in the way of the throw attempt from Forest Park, and the back throw still being enough to kill.
Yeah, that was some beautiful awareness there from Forest Park. You can see going for these back throws here at the low percent's not Cable's most damaging throw, but it forces Little Mac off the stage. And I love to see that because that shows that Forest Park is still confident in their edge guards. Despite not being able to land a big one just yet, they're still confident that that is the correct play in order to beat this Little Mac. And I couldn't agree more. They're able to find those edge guards while they're trying to patrol the ledge itself with things like Crown, and then go to cover the low. I mean, that's great. We're getting rid of these KO punches. It's nice and quick. Forest Park is looking strong. Another back throw coming out here. Little Mac might just be too far. He's going to be force high that time, faking out the low edge guard. That's what you want to see if you're on the side of Forest Park.
And there you go. Forest Park showing some signs of life with that amazing mix-up with the edge guard attempt. Osborne attempted to go a little high, like as a Forest Park trying to, in that game one, was going with a lot of like low-hanging edge guards and getting hit with a tricky string here from Osborne. Osborne still trying to fight his way back to secure that second point for their team. But as you can see, it's snowballing a little bit here, Avery, but he does have that KO punch. We land it. There. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, does try to shield the KO punch, which we've gone over, Kyle. You cannot do, but realizing that you cannot shield the KO punch and going for an immediate spot dodge. But Osborne reading that as well. Forest Park on their last stock here if they cannot find this Little Mac here at 90%. And another big up tilt string is going to mean big damage for Osborne Park. Only 50%. Forest Park doesn't have to freak out just yet. One hit can send this Little Mac flying, and it might just be too far to recover from. As we've seen Forest Park nail down these edge guards a little bit cleaner here as they try to control this ground, but hit the Little Mac a little bit too much, and you might just give him KO punch. But Osborne Park looking to not need it as they set up for a big ledge trap here.
Ooh, what's the player out? Forest Park out here. Just keep swinging. And there you go. Not cool. Oh my goodness, how close. Oh my god, these counters are swinging. They are both swinging. They both want this game to end right now, Avery. And oh no! Oh my gosh, they came to put the crowd. That was terrible misinput. I see misinput when I see one. That was supposed to be a regular grab. Oh no.
Yeah, definitely wanting the regular grab there that would have secured the game for Forest Park and gotten a game number 3 here. If Osborne manages to take this game, they will take the whole set.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my. Mixing up the shield is Osborne. They don't want to hit this shield wrong because then Forest Park can nair out a shield and just secure the kill. The platform is not going to be safe for Osborne to go to. What a mix of scrambles that game was at the end there. So many like unsafe moves into I don't know for sure how to punish this and I don't want to be wrong.
Yeah, that was such a heart stopper with that last hit there. Both players, you could tell, were so incredibly nervous. They both wanted that game to end for different reasons. Osborne just wanted to secure that second point for their team, so further solidifying their lead. But if you're on the side of Forest Park, you want to get a little bit momentum back for your team, and momentum they got, even though they were kind of forcing a lot of those kills a little bit too much around the end there, and that's kind of why the Little Mac was clawing his way back, but eventually still found the way to clutch up.
Yeah, just made one mistake there at the end, and that's going to be enough. I mean, not even like the ideal scenario to find a kill either. Actually, like high level catching the landing there from King K. Rool onto the small battlefield platform. That's going to secure a stock 10 out of 10 times. So great stuff to Forest Park to make the necessary adjustments. Now the question becomes, can they do it again? Able to go to a stage like small battlefield a little bit shorter, able to get those edge guards onto Little Mac, some excellent recovery traps that Forest Park put Osborne in order to secure those stocks. But the neutral, I mean, we are able to see a KO punch land for the first time. Very exciting for Osborne. They're able to secure a nice stock there, but it was at like 90%. That comes at 30. Forest Park is in big trouble. But Osborne has been able to do a great job of just navigating the neutral without it. Forest Park has been able to do a great job of navigating these KO punches, like pretty much getting rid of them as soon as they come out. You can't do it immediately, but as soon as you're able to, Forest Park is finding the avoidance of these KO punches by just knocking it out of Little Mac or killing him before he gets it. And that is huge for that squad. It is now 1-1, and plays like that are going to determine if it's going to be a 2-0 up for Osborne or if it's going to be 1-1 in this series.
Right, well, let's have to see what kind of adjustments get made for next game. I don't know what kind of stage we'll be seeing, because we did run into two similar stages that are pretty, have a lot of similarities to each other. We had PS2, I believe, for game 1, and then we went immediately to Small Battlefield for game 2. So I think we might want to stick with the theme of just the 2 platforms and go to one of those 2 stages. I am unfamiliar with how the stage, what the stage list is. We don't know if there's any sort of a DSR at all on for the stage list. So we will have to see on whether or not that is allowed to go back to that Pokemon Stadium 2, as it is the last stage of the Olmec 1.
Yeah, I imagine not. I mean, I imagine that, like, at least MDSR is on. So, like, we're not going to be able to go back to PS2 because we did just win on that stage for Osborne. So, you might want to go to something similar, like, I don't know, a town and city. For example, if you still want that space, Little Mac's going to prefer, to be able to control this ground game on a stage like that, on a stage like FD. But, it's scary. You want those platforms to be able to get your combos on. We saw 2 big up-tilt combos from Little Mac on Small Battlefield. You get some extensions onto the platforms with things like that. Battlefield's not looking too bad, and that's exactly what this Little Mac could be going for. Let's see what we load up into. It is going to be a run back to Small Battlefield. So Osborne not happy with how that game number 2 ended out, and how could you be after how last hit that was? Osborne bringing it right back to the game that lost them game number 2, but they're looking to make some big adjustments.
Right, and it could pretty much be anyone's game at this point. Osborne still having a little bit of gas left in the tank to maybe secure the second point. And armoring through that crown, so smart, knowing that the K-Rool would just throw out the crown as a way to just bail out any sort of like hit stun, as that crown armor just keeps swinging from the Little Mac.
You can swing a lot off the ledge as King K-Rool. He has belly armor, which can allow you to hit through attacks. And that's a big part of King K-Rool's game plan, is he hits through attacks. But the fun part about playing against Little Mac, or perhaps the unfun part for Forest Park, is the fact that Little Mac having super armor on those smash attacks, meaning that although K-Rool has good armor on his attacks, they actually will lose out a decent amount of the time. And when you try to swing off the ledge like King K-Rool just went for, that's exactly what we're going to see here, is that super armor come into play on those smash attacks. You try to swing versus Little Mac in this spot, and you're playing a dangerous, dangerous game, but Little Mac's playing a dangerous game by hitting your shield unsafely when you have King K-Rool back air. Not going to be quite enough, even with the down air there to boot from Osborne. Forest Park has to make big plays like that, and they have to understand what of their moves will lose to these Little Mac smash attacks, and I'm going to say it's most of them.
Ooh, there you go. He tries to get a little bit of the Wonderblast suction. Cheese here, trying to get a little bit of a stage spike. Osborne not falling for it, sticking to those platforms. Kind of just like what we just saw. Pushing for a little bit of whiffs. Oh my goodness.
Oh, big ledge trap, but Little Mac is going to get around it. Osborne with the excellent movement there, a little bit off on that recovery, and Forest Park would have taken the lead here in this game number 2 because they would have gotten hit by the blunderbuss suction there. But a big reversal here. Forest Park not going to get any extra credit on themselves. They're going to have to go into a fresh stock here on game number 3 here. I mean, big pressure here off the ledge. Forest Park just not able to find a way to navigate this Little Mac ledge trap. Osborne has been so patient on this ledge trap, just waiting for Forest Park to swing. And if they do swing, just punishing them accordingly, but messing up slightly. They get back thrown, they get forward thrown. The big edge guard here is going to trade with the side B. Forest Park is going to take it, and that is the downfall of Little Mac. Kyle, that is exactly what you don't want to happen. I mean, just one 50-50, really. A coin toss. Am I going to go high? Am I going to go low? That's Little Mac's only options there. I mean, he doesn't have these big mix-ups. And when K-Rool goes for these big-time plays, like we saw in game number 2, where he fakes low and then actually edge guards high, that's going to earn Forest Park 2 games in a row.
Right, and no matter how well you might be playing as Little Mac, like we saw in Osborne win neutral many more times, getting a lot more like kill opportunities with those whiff punishes, with those smash attacks, just armoring through a lot of the K-Rool's like mash attempts. Sometimes it's the same song and dance. The Little Mac just unfortunately got cut out from that point with that Nair trading. No, well, not even trading, just flat out beating it because
beating with the belly armor.
Yeah, because that's another thing that makes K-Rool so good at these types of scenarios with the moves that involves like using his belly. Let's say like his Nair and his down smash, he's exposing his belly more, which makes you a lot more likely to hit his belly armor if you are swinging that scenario. And that's exactly how Forest Park took that point there, because the Lomac had to swing with that side B to make it back into the corner. He used that belly armor, the exposed belly armor, to beat it out.
Yeah, it's absolutely brutal. If you put that belly in the way of an attack from Little Mac, it's just going to beat it, right? Unless it's like one of those armored smash attacks that we talk about, which you cannot use off stage while you're recovering. So Little Mac only has 2 moves that gain him any distance. He has side B, which gains him horizontal distance, and he has up B, which gains him vertical distance. So basically what Osborne had to do there is they had to decide, all right, am I going to use my side B to recover horizontally, or am I going to use my up B to recover vertically? King K. Rool from Forest Park goes low, fakes that he's going to edge guard the up B. So Osborne, naturally reacting to that scenario, goes for the side B, but it was a fake from Forest Park, actually covering the horizontal distance just in time, putting out the belly to stuff out the side B. And although the belly takes a lot of damage from the side B, although, you know, the cracks in the armor do come, at the end of the day, that armor is enough to just straight up beat out the side B, which is what K-Rool does in this matchup, by the way. Sure, he loses neutral. He gets hit by 4 up tilts in a row. He gets hit by, you know, armored smash attacks through his armor. He can, you know, get brutal ledge traps if he avoids the blunderbuss, and he can do some, like, incredible things. He cannot recover easily in this matchup by any means, and that's due to 2 main factors: that big back throw that sends you straight horizontal, and that big armored Nair. And we saw Forest Park use that beautifully. That is the entire reason that they sent their on-paper 3 player into Osborne's on-paper number 2 player, is because of those factors of the matchup. And it barely worked, right? I mean, Osborne looking great here in this match. You know, the neutral was looking very nice. The ledge trapping was looking absolutely incredible, locking this King K. Rool down at the ledge, making sure they are uncomfortable. At the end of the day, it's going to be the uncomfortability of the offstage. It's going to be Little Mac's downfall. That's just the poor part of the character. That's why it's difficult to play him at this level.
Right, and I want to just confirm something with you, Avery, about the rule set. So I believe we already saw both teams, number 1 and their number 3 players, and we're going to have to wait until after Game 3 to see those players again, correct?
Yes, so Osborne has now played, you know, on paper, due to the statistics we have, they're 1 and they're 2. But Forest Park has played on paper, they're 1 and they're 3. That the King K. Rool we just saw there, I believe, was Forest Park's number 3 player. So that, you know, they went that bad matchup into there. Again, it's a blind draw each time. We're not forced to play our 1, then our 2, then our 3. So, you know, we should see another 2-3 matchup here from Osborne and Forest Park. So we are actually guaranteed to see Steve versus Aegis here, or if they go one of their secondaries, we have to see those players that have not yet played in this series, in this game number 3. Someone's going to go up 2-1 here, and then everyone's going to have all their players back into the pool that they can choose from to go into that game number 4. So we're going to get into that mental game here. Let's say Forest Park wins this set, for example. It's now 2-2. We would likely see, you know, Pichu versus Ken again potentially, but right. I mean, that Ken, you know, wasn't able to recover versus the Pichu. So, like, do we have another answer? We'll have to see.
Right. That's what I wanted to bring up, because I'm starting to realize the more I learn about this rule set, Avery, is that let's say Osborne were like, just like a hypothetical, like if Osborne were to win this game, or to Steve were to take this point up 2-1, they have so much comfortability. They could just easily, send in their Pichu, knowing how well it went for them when they also played the Ken, who is Forest Park's number 1 player. And with how well for Pichu that went, I don't see any other reason for Osborne to not send in their Pichu. This is a very comfortable pick. Pichu could also just run over a K-Rool as well. So I'm not really sure what you would do in that situation if that were to come up.
Winning that game was huge for Forest Park. You know, losing that game means that Osborne now has 2 points, but only one of them are from this really strong Pichu player. So that means, if their Pichu wins again, they win the series.
Right.
But Osborne is not in that scenario. They're in a 1-1 scenario with Forest Park. That means even, saying that this Pichu is way better than the Little Mac, whatever, is just not true. But let's say that was. Then the Pichu can only earn 2 points for their team, and someone else is going to have to win. So you don't necessarily have to figure out how to beat the Pichu. You only need 3 points on the board to win the best of 5. So a lot of counter pick ability to be played for here in this game number 3. It is dead even, and it's going to be a meta matchup here. This is one you're going to see very often at top level play. It's going to be Aegis or Pyramithra, interchangeable there, versus Steve.
Right, and these characters, such amazing behemoths of characters. A lot of people consider these two to be at least top 3 characters, and caught by the minecart, Mithra has pretty much everything you ever want in a character in Pyramithra, except for that recovery. That's the one thing they lack in their moveset. Mithra is so good at just running it down, just making sure he's just constantly in their faces like we see here, and then you swap to Pyre once the target is at kill percent. Lacks that frame data and that speed. Mithra more makes up for it. Pirate and Mithra kind of complement each other in the way that they cover their own weaknesses rather than the recovery.
Yeah, I mean, that recovery, it's bad. It's not quite Little Mac bad, but it is considered one of the worst recoveries in the game, but the neutral more than makes up for it. There's a reason that this character is at the top of the tier list and Little Mac is not, and that's because of what that sword does in this neutral, in this advantage, and it's just absolutely brutal. Just outranging Steve to a T, outspeeding Steve to a T, but what Steve has that Aegis doesn't is the blocks and some big combos as well. Some strength even on this forward smash, and we see those blocks coming out off stage as well. That is a brutal spot for Aegis. Those recoveries can only go straight horizontal or straight vertical, and those blocks cut off one of the two, and that up smash is going to cut off the air game. Aegis has not yet been able to find a dealing with this up smash, as Osborne is going for it consistently off of these combo routes, and that's going to be a brutal finisher that takes Aegis off the top.
Right, I do like the ideas that the Steve is saying out here, as throughout the latter half of Aegis' second stock, the Steve did not have a sword after forward smash with the stone. It broke after a bit of use, but he was able to find that minecart into that up smash, and there you go. For a third time, another up smash will take it, and Steve just playing really well at trying to keep this Aegis out and just stuffing their approaches, which is something that usually is not very easy to deal with versus a character like Mithra.
Yeah, it's quite difficult, Kyle. I couldn't agree more. We're seeing a style here from Steve, right? We wanted to see whether this Steve would be willing to go for those blocks or wanting to play more of this scrappy style. You can't really scrap with Aegis. Like you said, I mean, she has great range, great speed in order to get around these Steve hitboxes. So what we see instead from the Steve player, from Osborne, is going for a lot of these block zoning tools to keep this Aegis away. But once the Aegis gets close, we're going for more of a trap style of play where we set up these TNTs. Like, all right, what is Aegis going to go for when I set up this TNT with the redstone? If I hit the pressure plate when she's near the TNT, she's going to explode, and I'm not. So what we saw there at the end was an absolute brutal trap. Steve stands at the pressure plate. Aegis finally avoids the TNT after getting hit by it. It's like, you don't want to get hit by that again, you're going to die. But if you try to punish Steve for hitting the pressure plate, he's going to hit you with that up smash, covers above him. So although Aegis does have the speed to navigate these kind of scenarios, if you've never seen them before, you're in for a world of hurt.
Right, I do like the ideas for the zoning that Steve has. They kind of have this rock, paper, scissors kind of idea here. So they would place the blocks first. We start with the blocks, and it just matters whatever option the Aegis is going to try to go for. If they try to jump over it, they would use an up smash, or they try to approach from the ground. But we saw in this game time and time again that we're just catching them with either the minecart or the TNT, and that's how the Steve was able to get those kills, guessing right on that rock, paper, scissors situation, catching them with the minecart, the powered minecart, either just the clean hit or the command grab version, because when Steve jumps out of the minecart, it becomes, instead of a hitbox, it becomes a command grab.
Yeah, and that's a brutal tool to have. have in Steve's arsenal, that burst is lethal. And we can already see the burst from Steve coming out, missing the 98% that Steve got on the board already. Those combos do come out in spades for Steve, and he doesn't lack in kill power either. Already fishing for the up tilt into the up smash. Brutal confirmed that Steve does have above him. It's difficult to approach this character from above, but if anyone can do it, it is Aegis. You're gonna have to find the tools here to navigate around Steve's arsenal, and edge guarding is a big part of this. Pyra utilizing that fair in order to beat out the minecart horizontal recovery and can snipe that Elytra, that up B as well. So that's going to be another tool that Aegis is going to look to stuff out here. But that forward air, such a brutal angle, not going to make it back from there. Forest Park. Osborne is going to take the lead here and mining a diamond as well. Steve from Osborne looking very strong here, as that diamond is Steve's strongest tool, and he can craft it at any time to make all of his attacks more powerful.
Right, and I will say for a stage like Hollow Bastion, there are these weird little block properties with mining aspects of it. See the little corners of the stage, like the little pink parts, and the center part was like the goldish area. Steve has 2 different mining pools in there, which is something that not a lot of people seem to know about, but it's, I mean, how could you? It's such a niche thing to know, and, you know, on the stage, on both sides of the stage, Steve still mines with that pickaxe, so it's hard to tell. But with how mining is in this game, it's not RNG like some people may say. It's been a set order, and getting that diamond on some occasions can be pretty hard for Steve, as that's to keep track of 2 different mining patterns.
Yeah, and we're for sure finding out right now, Kyle, why Osborne Park is the #1 seed in this tournament, and I think that this Steve is one of those reasons. I mean, when you have to deal with this kind of squad, we're seeing a Steve here that knows a lot of tricks up their sleeve, and if you don't fight against this pretty often, Kyle, you're going to get lost quickly, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Forest Park here. Although playing a very strong character in Aegis, is not used to the traps that Steve offers, and Osborne is just playing it so beautifully. Forest Park able to find a stock on the board, but Osborne has yet another diamond, and that's what getting those mining minutes on the board mean for Steve, is that he gets these diamonds. Some excellent strings here from Forest Park navigating around this Steve, but a second diamond on the board for Steve, meaning you're gonna have to deal with 2 diamonds in a row here. Trying to go for a nice tricky trap there off the block with the up smash. This Osborne Steve loves up smash, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not? It's such a big move, has such a big scoop hitbox, and despite what, oh my goodness, great catch with the down air, but again, Steve has another diamond at his disposal, keeping track of the mining orders from the game, overextending a little bit with that up there. Forest Park feeling themselves a little too much, as they were trying to make it back from that 1, 2, 3 stock deficit, and they were doing a great job at making it from that. It's just unfortunately took another one step too far forward.
Yeah, I'm going to say it, Kyle. That's quite sad to see, because really Forest Park was making a nice comeback there. They're onto the last diamond of Steve, and that was a much easier diamond to deal with because the resources otherwise were so low. We saw only 1 iron on the side of Steve. We saw like almost no dirt. So there was very little blocks to be had there. You really could play with the speed of Mithra. I think we played with fire a little bit too much, trying to extend there on the Steve juggle. You know, you want to keep Steve in the air, but one thing the Steves loves to do is they love to swing with anvil in the air while you try to juggle them. And the reason for that is what you just saw. Even though the sword clanked with the anvil, the Mithra sword clanked with the anvil, still hitting Mithra with the anvil. It doesn't have any armor on it, but the spacing on it is very difficult. You have to be completely away from the anvil and hit only Steve. So it's a difficult game to play. It would have worked if he spaced it slightly better, but I mean, playing a dangerous game there at only 27% from the Steve, you want to keep that advantage. You want to keep Osborne on the defensive there, but that neutral was what was really winning you that game at the initial part of it. And, you know, now that you don't have that lead on the board, you're going to have to play a bit of a reversal here. If you match the Ken into Pichu again and your Ken wins, you're going to have to find an answer for that Steve. And I don't think the answer is King K. Rool.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the situation I was talking about, Avery. In this particular set right here, just the #1, #2 players from Osborne, that's Steve and that Pichu, just seem to have won their games relatively handily. So it's really hard to tell what kind of characters you want to see here. I feel like I feel like going Steve again would be another wise option, because I feel like the best options for Forest Park would either be that Ken or that Pyra Mithra, as I imagine when Aegis and Pichu might not be as bad, gets edge guarded, but maybe get some cheeky kills with Pyra, it's exploiting Pichu at like 60, but again, Steve...
Ken can do the same thing, yeah.
Right, but if you want to play Steve, Steve's just really good at playing that zoning game, and Steve can really zone out Ken.
Yeah, that's not a fun matchup either, but at least Steve is light, and Ken does have that kill power to break down Steve if he can get in close, but that block game is surely going to come out in spades in that matchup, and from what I've seen with the edge guarding from the Steve as well, that's going to be difficult for Ken to deal with. Not a lot of great recoveries on the side of Forest Park, so they're going to have to navigate these Pichu edge guards as well as the Steve edge guards, and then you get through all that and you have to deal with Little Mac ledge trapping. I mean, brutal stuff. I mean, when we're seeing Osborne, number 2 player on paper here being the Little Mac, you got to play that. You got to slot that Steve into the 3 spot. Man, that's a tough team to take down. And I don't know who's going to step up to the plate here at VHSL to do it. Will it be the number 25 seed, Forest Park? We'll have to see.
Yeah, and I do believe we see a little bit of a different scenario on what we expected. We do see the Pichu, but we're seeing a new character we haven't seen at all today yet, and that character is Terry.
Oh, I love this pick from Forest Park. Going away from the Ken here, maybe expecting them to go Steve and wanting to counterpick with the Terry here, but I think it's perfectly fine at Pichu as well. This character having many more recovery mix-ups in their arsenal. The focus from Ken not really going to be relevant versus a character like Pichu with so many multi-hits. But any character neutral getting into Pichu forward smash is going to be in for disaster. Only has the jump here since that jump sniped him. And, Osborne seems to be experienced in this matchup as well. Forest Park might be in for a world of hurt.
I think it might be fair to assume that this Terry is also played by the 10 player from Forest Park, and I've seen that quick attack with the dash attack. Another difference between Pichu and Pikachu is that Pichu's quick attack does not have a hitbox, so Pikachu using up B as a way to, gain more space with those quick and mix-ups with those quick attacks. Pichu can't really do that. Unfortunately for Pichu, he can only use it as a means to recover. It's a great move, distance-wise for recovery. You can't really use it in a way to just kind of get those shield pokes off like Pichu could.
Yeah, and we're witnessing the strength of Terry in real time right now. You can see the damage just absolutely build on this Pichu, and they're absolutely in 100% here. We see go for the first time, and we're going to see the Buster Wolf ripped right away. Forest Park here now having access to a couple more moves in their arsenal than they had previously by getting above 100% due to having that go above Terry. And that's going to be a big deal, hanging on the ledge for just too long. Osborne Park aware of the interaction there with forward smash and Terry's ledge hang. That's going to be experience coming into play right there. And you can see Forest Park having the right idea here with this Terry. Just get that damage on quickly, rip some go moves, and Pichu will surely explode.
Right, I love the idea from the Terry there. When he was about the 90% threshold, once Terry reaches 100%, he gets that go meter. But once Pichu was throwing out those P-jolts, oh my goodness, I was for sure expecting a thunder there. But the Terry was just running into those P-jolts to basically just confirm that go meter as the Pichu was just throwing out a little too many projectiles.
Yeah, you can see a very scary scenario here for Pichu. This is going for the forward smash. Not a fast enough punish to go the wrong way. Pichu facing the wrong direction. Flops from both sides. Playing last hit is so difficult in this game, but Terry gonna find the jab, power, dunk. That's certainly a safe one to throw out there in a last hit scenario. I mean, these players are so scared in these last hits, and how could you not be? Pichu on one side, Terry on the other. I'm a little more scared if I'm the Pichu because, you just die to any sort of hit. We can see going for that thunder in the middle and just barely being able to shield that forward smash. But, a simpler punish would also, explode Pichu off the side because he's just so light. In order to get kills as Pichu, you have to go for these big edge guards with things like thunder, with things like back air. And, you know, Terry having the moves to swing back on Pichu, that's really the big deal that we're seeing here in this game number 1. Forest Park here having a favorable matchup here on the Terry just because you can swing back on Pichu. It's up to Pichu to land these edge guards. The neutral is not a good time. You try to throw out those Thunder Jolts, and Terry will just armor through it with his Buster Wolf, a brutal move that just goes through moves of the opponent and does massive damage, but only available to Terry if he's above 100%. And one of Pichu's strengths, as we alluded to earlier, Kyle, is how early Pichu can take stocks. So letting Terry get to that go meter is a big factor in this matchup.
Right, and I do love the pick swapping to Terry in this matchup here, as like you said earlier, Terry has a little bit more opportunities to mix up his recovery with the crack shoe or the power dunk and the EX rising tackle, where his legs are intangible, so he's not as susceptible to getting two-framed, even though Terry's still not having a great recovery. But Terry's multi-hit's a lot more consistent than Ken's, unfortunately. I never really see anyone fall out of rising tackle or power dunk unless it's some amazing like STI, but we have a lot of experience fighting Terry, don't we, Avery?
Indeed.
But, a little known fact, if the Terry player, if you're gonna get jab power dunked, if the Terry player were to delay the jab into the second jab into the power dunk, it is impossible to SDI out of it.
So yeah, that's a fun fact for you guys at home. A little bit high level, but is certainly a fact that you can secure those kills very early on a character like Pichu with a move like jab. And this is not an unexpected pick from the Pichu coming out here from Osborne. Having 8 games played on the season with this Palutena, I think this makes a lot of sense. Going to command the neutral, going to command the juggle a lot more with this character. Palutena is known for her invincibility on her attacks that use the shield. So watch out for when Palutena uses that shield attack to stuff out these Terry moves, because it is invincible. Terry has some very strong moves. He cannot get through invincibility. It's like Mario when you get the star. You don't want to mess with it. And you don't want to mess with Palutena down air off stage either. You can see the experience Osborne has on this Palutena. It's probably for matchups like this, Kyle.
Right, and I just love just these players showcasing that they can play more than one character here, trying to be flexible as much as they can for their team. And you see for the side of Palutena, it seems to be working out pretty well for Osborne, especially with the stage pick here in Kyle's Pokemon Stadium, as this little bit of space here gives Palutena a bit more room to move around in to kind of just avoid just the immediate threat that Terry has.
There sure is a lot of space to be played with here, Kyle, and that's going to advantage Palutena over Terry here, and a big ledge trap there from Osborne, understanding the options available to Forest Park here and just shutting them down. That was an incredible ledge trap there from Osborne, quite high level there on the Palutena here. When you're seeing this out of a secondary Palutena, Kyle, you're certainly quite scared. I mean, you know, you may have a decent amount of experience in Terry versus Pichu if that's a matchup you like to counterpick, but you may not in Terry versus Palutena if that's your secondary. And this is a battle of the secondaries right now, Kyle. And this Palutena stays out. You know, we may see the Ken come out from Osborne Park if they cannot figure it out here with the Terry. And then, you know, that's not a great matchup either, Kyle. So Osborne, maybe with the flexibility here, going to get it done. But both these schools showing off great flexibility in their first picks.
Right, and I imagine in this format, as far as like character picks go, I feel like if you win the last game, you might be locked into the character you last played to win that game. So for the foreseeable future in this set here, we might be seeing the Palutena instead of the Pichu. So if you are Terry, you can still have free reign to swap to that Ken if you are more comfortable in that matchup.
Yeah, and I foresee that that's going to be the pick here, but I don't think Ken has much more fun in the Palutena than Terry does. I mean, just shutting them down for similar reasons. I mean, both of these characters have incredible up-close combat. I mean, that's what these traditional fighters are known for. They play up close, they get early kills. In the case of Terry, you know, he has the go meter that kind of goes along with that same kind of play style. A character like Palutena, she uses that shield to zone you away. She has some projectiles to keep you away, and she has insane juggle tools. And these fighting game characters are not good in the air. You try to land with a character like Ken, a character like Terry, that Palutena up air is the size of the sun. It covers so much space, and you try to focus through it, it's a multi-hit. You try to drift away from it, you might get back aired instead with the shield. I mean, there's so many factors at play here to landing with these, you know, slow, low drift characters versus a character like Palutena who's quite fast. can get around the stage even more efficiently with moves like Warp. I mean, so many tools here at Palutena's disposal. There's a reason why she's such a great character. She is an all-rounder. She can really do it all. But these characters that Forest Park is playing, these fighting game characters, they're very, high and low characters. You can have a game like that where you finish quite weak, and then the next game can be quite strong. Like it's really a big difference here from Terry getting some momentum, Ken getting some momentum versus getting juggled and edge guarded the whole game. One game to the next can look very, very different. But let's keep in mind, if Osborne takes this game number 3, they will secure the series.
Right, and I do wonder if knowing that the Ken swapped to the Terry makes me wonder a little bit if he has a little bit more going on in his back pocket. Maybe
Let's dig deeper.
Dig deeper. Might see the Ryu, or maybe the best case scenario, and maybe potentially this matchup, the Kazuya. We'll have to see like what we might come across, because the more likely than not, you do see a lot of Terry players also having a Kazuya being a lot more execution heavy, having to really like hone down those combos into like the crouch jabs, into the electric, but it will be a Violet instead of anything we were expecting, Avery.
I mean, what a pick this is. Great flexibility here from Forest Park. Whether it works out or not, I love seeing 3 different characters used in a best of 3. That shows me that you understand the game of Smash Bros. And you're willing to put it all on the line on potentially your 3rd best character when you're on game point here of quarterfinals of the Virginia High School League. I mean, I love that from Forest Park. I love that confidence. Let's see if it comes to fruition here. We're already seeing some great stuff from this Violet. The advantages that Violet gives you is going to be in that range and that power. So much range on this character can keep Palutena away. She can't use that invincible shield if you're a sword's length away. So that's exactly what Forest Park is going to go for here. But these neutral get-ups are getting absolutely stuffed by Osborne. So many lingering moves at the neutral get-up range on this Palutena character. She can cover that get-up option so well. Her ledge trap, some of the best in the entire game. Violet playing that position quite well as well, though. So it's going to be who can get this advantage, and it's going to be Osborne first, and it's difficult to land on a flat stage like FD. There's no platforms to retreat to. Where do you go?
Only way you go, Avery, is the corner, and as we see here, trying to fight back on the center stage, but not quite getting that tech chase with the dash attack. Okay, a little bit zoning with the explosive point and the auto reticle, getting a little stuffed out with these jumps. And what's the play here? You can't really, it's a lot harder to catch Violet's tether through other tethers, but we go. Maybe.
Yeah, just too low. I mean, you can see the tools here from Palutena, using them all in spades. I mean, when you have this kind of lead here, you can earn yourself some chip damage with your projectiles, as a Violet does here from Forest Park to earn themselves a kill. I mean, if you can land those big bow hits, those are quite strong. And going for a big edge guard here, you need to make plays like that. Ooh. If you want to come back into this game, doesn't go for another one, lets Palutena work back to the stage. Might have wanted to see another bold play there from Violet in order to claw back into this game, because you get hit by another nair combo here, and you're in big danger. Palutena having very consistent options to kill. She just has to make a correct guess on these big invincible hitboxes. I mean, yeah, zoning as well with this lead is a difficult game to get in on. Palutena is just controlling the neutral right now.
Right. Violet's definitely a harder pick too, as well, because Violet's just so much slower than Palu. Palu is such a fast character, both on the ground and in the air. Violet's one of the slowest characters in the game, but when they do compensate for that range, sometimes the character is just too fast.
Yeah, I mean, Violet, a character that loves to play the mid-range, but I mean, Palutena's just not bad at the far range or the mid-range, so it's a very difficult game to play, especially when you're playing against Osborne, who has such a strong ledge trap. I mean, Violet does not have a lot of options off his ledge. You could go for some flanking trick mix-ups with things like side B, things like just like different up B mix-ups, but I mean, this Palutena is just so aware of the different cards on the table that Forest Park could bring, and it's just shut down by the invincibility of Palutena, by the range of Palutena. Look at the patience here from Osborne Park, understanding that Forest Park is desperate for this kill, is desperate to get back into this game, to get to a last stock scenario. That's the kind of patience you need if you want to win the quarterfinals of VHSL, which Osborne just did.
Right, and I love that shield discipline from the Palutena, just holding shield knowing the position they're in, Violet not really having any kill throws at all, just recognizing, hey, I'm just gonna sit here and shield. I'm just gonna wait for whatever you do. If you grab me, that's fine. I can just do it again. You're not really gonna get too much off out there in stage control, but I'm just so confident that you're just gonna swing here. And just like that, Violet ripping that up smash right in front of the pilot who's shielding it, just showing great shield discipline, getting that back throw to take the kill.
Yeah, and that shield discipline worked for a few factors. The reason we saw that ballot up smash is because many players in that scenario will like to jump. So you don't want to, you know, get your jump caught by that. That's why Ballot went for that up smash, because it would catch jump out of shield. But that's what Kyle's talking about, that shield discipline. Stay in the shield, see the up smash, and wow, that's an easy punish for Palutena there. Great stuff from Osborne, saw a lot of diversity from both schools. Great stuff from Forest Park. To an amazing run this year here at VHSL. I hope we see them again in the future, because I think there's a lot of really exciting prospects on that high school. Coming in as the 25 seed, having to face the 1, that's a tough draw. So I'm hoping to see them get a higher seed next year, get to make a bigger run, because I think they have a lot of potential on that squad here. But don't go anywhere. There's a lot of exciting Smash coming up very soon. If you thought that was hype, you're in for a treat, because we are playing Smash Bros, Rocket League, and League of Legends all day here on the Shenandoah live stream. So you're not going to want to go anywhere. Kyle and I will be right back. utilize that break well to go grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink, so we can get back right into the action. I'm Avery Giesemann. Joining me back on the desk is Kyle Dexter, bringing you more Super Smash Bros. Action. Don't be afraid to go check out the Rocket League or the League of Legends action while you wait for the Smash to get started. But you're going to want to stick around on another tab because Frank W. Cox versus Frank W. Cox. You heard me right. Two teams from the same school making it to the quarterfinal of the VHSL finals here at Shenandoah University in Winchester, Virginia. I mean, it's going to be the gold team versus the green team. Kyle, I mean, have you ever been in a scenario where you have to play your own teammates in a tournament match?
In a tournament match in a format like this where it's like very team-oriented, can't say I have, Avery. It's such a unique scenario here, but I think it goes to show just how varied in not varied in skill. Like, I guess average in skill levels are in the Frank Cox high school. Just both the A and B teams being strong enough to make it into these quarterfinals.
Yeah, I like to call it a deep roster when you have a lot of players who can play at that similar level, a lot of players who can bring skills to the table that other players cover their weaknesses for, and that will allow you to build two strong teams that can reach the quarterfinal. We've seen it in the past, and we see it here again in the fall 2024 season, and we're going to have to see whether the green team or the gold team is going to be able to take it home. The gold team is the higher seed, but only by one. So these teams are seated right next to each other. That's why they're seated to play here in the quarterfinals. You know, these teams would be guaranteed to play each other by the semis. You know, due to reseeding, we don't want the same school to play each other in the grands. But the way the seeds fell, these teams were able to play each other in the quarterfinals. So quite a difficult draw for these teams. They would have much rather seen each other in semis than quarters. But seeing each other in the quarterfinals here will mean that one of the teams will guarantee themselves a spot in the semifinals. And I believe the winner of this set will go on to face Osborne High School. I'm not 100% of that, but if they do face them off versus Osborne in the semifinal, we'll get to get a bit of a sneak preview of both of those squads going into that match and the potential matchups that could occur.
Right, and with a deep roster like Osborne, like you said, not Osborne, excuse me.
Well, both of them have deep rosters.
Well, yeah, of course. But especially Frank Cox having both of their teams in at this event here. Like you said, Frank Cox is such a deep roster. Really, it will give us an idea of what's to come for next, because no matter what happens, we're expecting to see some Frank Cox make it further down in the tournament.
Yeah, they're certain to. I mean, if one of these teams just decided to hang up the sticks and be like, I'm not playing, Frank Cox would still advance.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it works. So yeah, we're in for a bit of a treat here. We may see some unique plays come into factor here. When you play a team so often, you may find yourself in a scenario where you understand their habits so well that you're like, man, how did they know that they were going to jump in that spot? But really, because they play each other so often, they just know that that is a habit that this player can exploit, like that they can always jump in this spot and I'll cover it with this back air or whatever. So you may see some tricks up players' sleeves. They may try to play a little bit differently than they normally play versus their teammates. I mean, you got to throw them off guard somehow, right? Now's the time to bring out that secondary that you've been practicing underneath the rug to really throw your teammate off guard, and they're not going to be ready for it.
Right, and speaking of teammates, let's talk about the rosters here. And I believe the A team's the gold team,
yes.
Right? Gold team. The gold team has, I believe their #1 player is the Robin.
Yeah, it's listed as the Isabel and then Robin Byleth. But we've played the team before, and we've seen the team in previous matches. And I think it normally goes Robin, then Isabel, then Byleth.
Right, so we can assume that the Robin is their #1 player, and their Isabel is a #2 player, and their Byleth as their #3. And you said the B team is...
Yeah, so the green team is going to be that Dr. Mario, Dark Pit, and King K. Rool. I believe in that order.
Yeah. Varying characters.
Indeed.
A lot of varying characters as far as where they lie on the tier list, as far as a lot of the middle area goes.
Yeah, I mean, great point there, Kyle. Let's talk a little bit of what's going on the Smash Bros. Side on our other streams. Don't miss our other streams. hop back and forth between the different Shenandoah YouTube channels and also the Shenandoah on Twitch. I mean, you're not going to want to miss number 10, Woodside, taking down number 2, Manassas Park on the Smash Bros. Sides. That's a massive upset. The big Luigi player coming into this this quarterfinal from Manassas Park, having a 100% win rate coming into the quarterfinals. That team is now out of the tournament. I mean, what a heartbreaker from them, and great stuff to the number 10 seed Woodside. But I mean, I was personally hoping we'd get to see the Luigi, who has not yet dropped a set.
That makes me wonder, though, do you think Luigi dropped a set, or do you think they still went undefeated? But it is a team effort. You can't win on your own.
No.
So maybe they still won maybe those 2 games at the maximum that one player could play, right? Because you can't play 3, right? You can only play 2. So maybe they took 2 games, but Woodside, I believe, Woodside took the other 3 games in that series to take it.
Yeah, I mean, great stuff from them. Whether they were able to shut down a Luigi that has not yet lost before, or they were able to just, nullify the other players on the team, regardless, taking down the number 2 seed is a feat that, the number 10 should be very proud of. And I mean, if you're Osborne, you're pretty happy about that as well. You love to see teams making upsets, but you got to be a little bit hesitant because those kind of teams are going to have a lot of momentum on their side as well. I believe they won't see the number 1 seed Osborne until the final due to how seeding works. The number 2 and the number seed and number 1 and the number 2 seed are not, seeded to play each other until the last portion of the bracket. And it's built like that so that the best teams aren't forced to fight each other until, the peak of the tournament, in which you're, theoretically going to have the most hype match. But if you are the number 10, you beat the number 2 seed, you now steal their seed. So that means that you are now on the favorable side of the bracket that doesn't have to play the best team in the room, on paper, until that grand final. So that is very, very exciting for Woodside, and I'd like to see if they have the potential to take it all the way.
Right, and if you're on the side of Woodside, it definitely feels good to take out the number 2 seed as the number 10 seed. Another underdog story here, like we saw last set with
Last set was Osborne and Forest Park.
Forest Park, correct.
Yeah.
Sorry, excuse me. Forest Park showing signs of life with that K-Rool player.
For sure.
Bringing it back versus Osborne's Little Mac player to take a game in that series. And just like we heard off stream, Woodside taking over the number 2 seed as the number 10 seed. So no matter what happens on the side of Woodside, you definitely have to be feeling good about that particular win you got, but doesn't mean you can stop there, right? I
mean, you have to play all day, Kyle, in order to take the trophy home, and that's what the players are playing for here. I mean, right? 4th place, going home with nothing. 3rd place, I think you get a medal for 3rd place, but that's like the 1st place you get a prize. So still like fighting for everything here. You want to reach that semifinal. We're about to get into another quarterfinal match from Frank Cox. Both their teams going at it here. One of them is going to go home with a medal. One of them's not. So, I mean, that's a very scary thing to fight for. You want to take it home. You want to get that trophy, but you always just want to make it to the next step. It's one step at a time. That's how you keep your bracket stamina, as you take one step at a time. It's one series at a time. You have to win your first best of 3 before you start thinking about your next best of 3, and so on. So let's get into the action here. No more waiting. Frank Cox Gold versus Frank Cox Green. On the gold side, we got the Byleth coming out first, going for a bit of a trick play here with the number 3 player from the gold side, facing off against the green side's Dr. Mario. I believe this is the number 1 from the green side. Kyle, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that is what we're seeing right now. So a bold play here from the gold team. Again, these squads have played each other quite often, so it's very possible that, they're playing a very deep mix-up game here. There may be matchups that are very favorable for one side versus the other. There may not be. This may be so much experience on the side that, it doesn't really matter who matches up into who. But when I see edge guards like that, I see a Dr. Mario that's experienced in the Byleth matchup, and that's what you're going to need to take down your teammate.
Right, I believe you are correct, Avery. Look at the stats here. I know these two are the number 3 players from Cox Gold and Cox Green, and a bit of a controller malfunction here. I think these things tend to happen. Happens to the best of us, You can't have the perfect controller all the time, but these two probably great friends. They're technically on the same team, at least the same school, good friends with each other, just gonna let it play it out like true friends they are. And I love that sort of like very ethical competition, just very kind of morally upstanding, so I would say.
Yeah, there's a bit of a rules debate over what happens when your wireless controller disconnects from your Switch, but nonetheless, not to the player's fault whatsoever. So just getting right back into it here on PS2. Quite an even game, I might add. The Violet did a great job of outranging this Dr. Mario, but Dr. Mario using the tools that he has in order to get in, going for a big ledge shot here with the up smash. Good thing that Violet has some range to contest that, or else he'd be in big trouble. Speaking of big trouble, going for an up B there, a bit of an ambitious option. He's going to get outranged by the Violet forward smash. Up smash going to try to swing back. Violet just a little bit too heavy to lose the stock just then. But a great out of shield option that Dr. Mario does have in the arsenal. One of the reasons the character is playable is that up B out of shield, because it's very fast and it kills.
Right, Avery, oh my goodness, trying to catch a jump to kill with, get the KO with the down air. Not quite getting it though, getting the hit, but not taking the KO, but catching that landing with the grab. I do love this kind of like grappler play style Dr. Mario is trying to go for here, but you see trying to screen a lot, but catching that jump with the back air. Dr. Mario not a great recovery, digging deep for that side B as Cox Gold will be taking that first game in that first point of the series.
Yeah, and you may have thought that was a dangerous edge guard that Byleth really bet it all by going for that side B, but you couldn't be more off because Byleth has one of the longest tether recoveries in the entire game. He can go all the way out there to edge guard Dr. Mario, like you said, Kyle, one of the worst recoveries in the entire game. The only horizontal distance he can muster is drift and a little bit from his cyclone. So, you know, just really no options there from Dr. Mario. When you have Byleth who can go so far out, and you have Dr. Mario who can, you know, not drift as well, you know, as other characters, it's a recipe for disaster. That's what Byleth does in this matchup. He keeps Dr. Mario at range, not just on the stage, but off it as well.
Right, and that's another thing to look out for. If you're trying to get the KO on Byleth through like edge guarding, you have to be very careful. Dr. Mario not be a great example because he's not really going to be going for many edge guards because, you know, like you said, not a good recovery by any means.
He did try with the Cyclone on the tether.
Yeah.
He did get around it.
I believe that's like the most that Dr. Mario can go for, right? Because he's not going to go very far with his up B. He doesn't have the highest jump height. So Dr. Mario, that's the most that he can go for as far as a edge guard goes, kind of just catching that up like, on the way up with the tether with that Cyclone. But you have to be careful with that as well, because if the Byleth could also choose to up you instead of the ledge, sending you straight down to the blast zone to take the KO.
Yeah, that's a difficult game to play. Byleth's tether, if the opponent is above 50%, he will just spike the opponent with the up B that he would just naturally use to recover. So it's really not a difficult thing for Byleth to do, and it doesn't mess up his recovery whatsoever. Like, it just gives him additional height, actually, which is incredible tool for Byleth to have in the arsenal there. So although you can catch the up B with the Cyclone, if you can catch Byleth on the way up, with the tether, if you catch him before he uses the tether, you're going to lose your stock if you're above 50% and be in a terrible spot if you're not, because again, Byleth can utilize that range to continue the edge guard.
Right, and we are staying the same characters, and I do agree with this decision here. And we are going to go back to Battlefield, like we have seen a few times earlier this broadcast, and trying to Dr. Mario, not quite like Mario where he can get many KOs through like up air ladders, but either just trying to play some good neutral, strong hits, as you know, Dr. Mario doesn't really have many coming to begin with. Very smart getting the up B through the neutral air.
Yeah, some great stuff here in the neutral from both squads here. Very even here at the beginning of this spot, just trying to see who can get that first intro. Getting some great kills here off the edge. Gotta be careful there if you're Frank Cox Gold, don't want to get caught slipping. But it's, you know, you're not going to be able to find a kill or KO on those kills there. You're going to get into the up B there. Beautiful stuff from Frank Cox Green there. Those are the confirms that you need if you want to take these stocks early. Dr. Mario can indeed take them early.
Yeah, if Dr. Mario's good at one thing, you can definitely take those KOs very early. compared to some other characters, and he has a really good projectile to go with it into those confirms or those KOs, like the Pill. The Pill is such a great projectile. Such a even better, greater. It's a great projectile than Mario's Fireball. And Fireball is still a great projectile. Good zoning tool, but also get some like almost free grabs if it grabs the shield as Mario is working in with the Fireball. But for Dr. Mario, is used as a sort of like a way to combo or get some follow-ups with like you saw there, Pill and an up B to take the KO.
Yeah, we see some great tricks from both sides as well. I mean, we already saw Dr. Mario sliding off the platform with the Cyclone, but then Byleth going for a tricky tethered mix-up there on the recovery as to not re-grab the ledge. If you grab the ledge twice before landing on the ground, you will not have invincibility for the second time. So great stuff from the Byleth there to recognize that scenario and to stall a little bit before going back to the ledge, because Frank Cox Green was aware enough to go for the downer there on the re-grab, and Frank Cox Gold aware enough here to not get up into the Dr. Mario F smash. You can tell these guys are used to each other's ledge traps and are working around them beautifully. That's why we're seeing a lot of these high percent battles here, a lot of these great last hits, a lot of this great zoning from Byleth, because if you can't get those early KOs like we can with the Dr. Mario up smash, another disconnect there, but just going to get right back into it as soon as they can. But yeah, these great connections from both sides, able to play out a lot of this great neutral.
Right, and I do believe there are some technical difficulties with the controllers, but I do believe the compares are set to go play it once again. And go.
Yeah, we'll get right back into it.
Sorry about ladies and gentlemen. Going back into it. Well, setting up for that up B with the up air, and not quite getting that ledge trap with the neutral air, but Dr. Mario trying to fight back with. Wait, hold on. There could be a little bit potential here. Not going to go for the edge guard potential as. Maybe Dr. Mario not as confident in trying to catch Violet with the previous attempts in the past from game 1, but it is Violet favored, I believe. And there you go. Frank Cox Gold will be taking game 1 of this series.
Yeah, that was great stuff from Frank Cox Gold, able to do the landing there into the forward air there. I mean, true combo if Byleth is able to slip off the ledge just like that, and that was beautiful from them. Are able to win this first series 2-0 and putting Frank Cox Gold up 1-0 in the series. So great stuff to them. I'm excited to see what the adaptations are here for Frank Cox Gold.
Right, and from what characters we haven't seen yet, we haven't seen the Robin and the Isabelle from Frank Cox Gold. And as far as the green team goes, we haven't seen the Dark Pit and the K-Rool yet.
Yep.
And, it's another K-Rool here. From looking at the stats here, we seem to notice a common pattern in some teams. I think we see, I believe, 3 K-Rools in all the teams. So K-Rool, very popular character in the high school leagues, apparently.
Yes,
but
he is.
Yes, apparently characters like Dr. Mario and Little Mac are as well. But but it's still very cool because despite 3 K-Rools, there's still so much variety here. Because when are you going to see you don't likely see on the same team like a Steve and a Pichu, or like a Dr. Mario and a Dark Pit, or an Isabelle and Robin.
Yeah, that's a weird one. This Frank Cox Gold squad is very unique with Isabelle, Robin, Violet. That's very unique.
There's a lot of differing character compositions here, and I think that brings up a lot of different opportunities for different team compositions or orders, but as well as the good viewership, as well as there's so much more to view than your usual characters, because we see a lot of high level Smash. We see a lot of characters like Steve, Game & Watch, Kazuya,
Rob is up there a lot.
Sonic. We're seeing some characters that usually don't get a lot of spotlight compared to those top tier characters like I mentioned.
Yeah, we get to see a lot of different tricks up the sleeves of both of these teams. I mean, we already saw, going for the Byleth pick off rip as Frank Cox Gold. I mean, that's not something that they're used to. I mean, they're used to starting more like an Isabelle, more like a Robin, in order to match that strong start of the opponent. But understanding that their Byleth has the range to contest this Dr. Mario player, I mean, if Dr. Mario can get close, sure, you have some really early confirms, things like Pill up B, things like Cyclone, things like up smash. We try to get a lot of charged up smashes with the ledge traps. I mean, those are very powerful attacks, but you have to be pretty close in order to get them. And although Pill sets you up quite well to get close, You have to be in the right spot. So it's difficult to get in on Byleth because Byleth can just outrange you the whole game. We saw the edge guarding potential of Byleth, especially that first stock, or that last stock of game 1. With the side B off the stage, I mean, absolutely brutal to recover from as Dr. Mario. That range is going to be your biggest bane. It's difficult a game to play, especially with the lack of edge guarding and the difficulty of edge guarding that we mentioned with Byleth Tether. I mean, it's a difficult match to play, and I think that's exactly why Frank Cox Gold went with his Byleth off the start. Like, sure, Robin and Isabel have this range as well, but there's just nothing quite like the Byleth sword as far as like power keeping this guy away.
Right, because Dr. Mario is such a slow character, much slower than Mario, and you know, like we said before, a much worse recovery than Mario. But as a trade-off, he's so much stronger than Mario. Just has a lot of extra knockout power with those like that. Has a way better out of shield option in terms of killing. Mario's up B out of shield is a lot more so for just keeping the opponent off of him. If you're just pressing too many buttons on Mario, Mario's just popping that up B to get him off of you. But Mario is a lot more consistent, and Dr. Mario is not nearly as consistent as Mario, but has a lot of like higher highs with that early KO potential. I think it's just a matter of what you value more in a character, or what you like find more fun to you.
Yeah, regardless, you're going to struggle with that range of Byleth. I mean, that's where he thrives. Byleth is in that range, and he has similar power to a character like Mario. Maybe not similar to Dr. Mario. I mean, he's still only on the smash attacks, maybe. I mean, Dr. Mario has quite a bit of KO power, but Byleth obviously making up for that in the range, as we saw. Gonna go into game number 2 here. We got Isabel, we got Dark Pit, so we should be seeing a battle of the twos here traditionally for these squads here. This should be a pretty familiar matchup to them if they ever do scrimmages in a team format, but I mean, obviously all these players play each other quite often, so I don't think that's as relevant to this particular matchup of the same schools, different teams playing each other. But a lot to talk about in this Isabel versus Dark Pit matchup. Although Dark Pit does have the reflectors on the shields, it may not be super useful, as you can only really reflect those little pellets off the forward air and the back air, and it may not be a potent tool, but it can be used by Dark Pit quite often to land, and we can see some really powerful attacks coming out from the Dark Pit here. Wants to land the Electroshock, that big hammer, onto Isabel, and already getting his arrow pocketed. But yeah, this Isabel is very aware of the options of Dark Pit.
It's much more interesting Isabel's playstyle that we usually like to see. Isabel very like zoning based with the slingshot, while also setting up the wood rocket, but this Isabel in particular on Frank Cox Gold, so you like to play a lot of kind of like a grappler in a sense with that fishing rod, and you see right here catching that catching the arrow with the pocket. Nox plays in the correct spacing to outspace that gap attack, but I do like the idea from Frank Cox Gold. But yeah, trying to find the way out of the corner, not quite getting that second slingshot out, unfortunately for Frank Cox Gold. Frank Cox Green takes that first stock, and
there's a unique interaction you didn't know about, Kyle. I mean, the Lloyd Rocket getting sent downwards. That's one you don't see very often, but you can reflect it. Not sure it gets you much though.
Yeah, and what we saw right there, Avery, the Dark Pit did not get that much leverage off it, but we did get to see a funny interaction there. And no,
we caught the fish.
Caught the fish, they caught the bait. That's so unfortunate. You have to wait on that because Isabel doesn't really have too much she has a lot more analog to it than some might expect. So, or you could, if you're not confident in trying to get that whiff punish off, Isabel were to reel back the fishing rod, you just shoot an arrow from another platform and trying to cheese another KO with that Electroshock. Isabel not falling for, rolling away. Great roll, but as you see here, Isabel trying to play a little bit more of a zoning game, not trying to go for those fishing rods, but like we saw there, because Electroshock is also a reflector, reflecting the Lloyd Rocket, Isabel just standing there menacingly as they take that Electroshock and explode as Dark Pit's Electroshock KOs on the side as opposed to normal Pits KOing off the top.
Yeah, that Electroshock move is so powerful, Kyle. I mean, it's really the only move in Dark Pit's kit that can take stocks as early as it does. Oftentimes we'll see Dark Pits go for these like light hits into smash attack confirms, but you know, that Electroshock can just like do it outright. I mean, with the big horizontal knockback that move has, and you know, not a move that has strong horizontal knockback is that neutral air, but still when standing right at the ledge and not ready for it, that will take the stock off the side there from Isabel. We've seen a very clear game plan from this Isabel player on the Frank Cox Gold side, and that is to, you know, zone away this dark pit with things like slingshot. And then if he tries to arrow, just pocket it. I mean, that's a unique trait that Isabel has that other characters do not. So Dark Pit cannot contest the zone of Isabel. They cannot play projectile v projectile. They have to get in at some point. But then whenever Dark Pit tries to approach, Isabel is going fishing. I mean, the fishing rod is out in spades. It goes through your shields if she reels it back, and it's just a really weird tool to play against. This school should be fairly familiar with it, but at the end of the day, it's pretty difficult to play around its space with a average speed character like Dark Pit. Surely use of the third jump could help you get around it, but again, I mean, we have to find a way to deal with the fishing rod because it's just such a tricky move that if you get caught in the wrong spot, you know, you can get sent off the top with upwards angled fishing rods. A lot of weird properties to the move.
Right, but something I want to bring up about that matchup in particular, I do like the stage pick coming out from the Isabel with that battlefield pick. Some zoners might not like to play a battlefield as well because sometimes mess with their projectile game, or I guess like it's a little weird, but I think as time passes, a lot of players that play these types of zoner characters, they realize that they can just ignore the top platform. Just don't go on that platform. You just ignore it. It'll actually do you more good than harm, because a lot of ways that people like to get into zoners is get into jumping into them, and that second platform there will kind of like mess that up a little bit with a little bit of like you know, get in the way of between the two platforms on the sides. But so that's why a lot of zoner players in this particular stage playing that center stage like the Isabel was there for a good time to keep that momentum up, just keeping the Dark Pit away from them all the time. And it seemed work really well just by playing that center stage game, because the platforms make it weird to approach that way.
Yeah, I mean, that's the zoner playstyle, right? Zoners create a zone that is hard to enter, and that's exactly what Isabel is setting up here on the battlefield. I mean, getting a nice entry here is a Dark Pit from Frank Cox Green. I mean, look at this pressure on Isabel off stage. This is what you want to see. Dark Pit utilizing that extra jump to create extra pressure off the stage. Isabel's recovery, not having a hitbox on it, goes great distance, but easily exploitable by many of Dark Pit's hitboxes. So that's going to be a great tool for Dark Pit on the Frank Cox Green side to utilize to take down this Isabel player, because on stage here, that zone is certainly being created with that slingshot, with that fishing rod, and you are going to be able to get around the Lloyd Rocket with things like down B with the shields from Dark Pit, and it'll allow you to get close a little easier. But yeah, the ledge trap is just too strong from this Isabel. Going to take it with that forward smash.
Right, and I do like that idea of catching the aggressive landing as Cox Green and Dark Pit doing a lot of aggressive landings to try to break that zone with a great tag from Isabel, but not going to quite get the up smash out of the scramble situation. Isabel, a short character, but usually on some taller characters it would hit on the backside of Dark Pit's up smash to take the KO, but Isabel too short to get hit by it.
Yeah, look at this devious trap set up by Frank Cox Gold here on this right side. Got the Lloyd Rocket on the bottom of the stage there. You know, you don't want to cross it because then it will explode. But if you go from above, the Isabel is there to take care of business. But taking care of business is this Dark Pit with the forward throw there. Gonna take it off the side. Dark Pit does have a KO throw with that forward throw, and it's a nice KO throw to have because a lot of Dark Pit's moves, as I alluded to earlier, don't take things very early. You have to build up percent. So if they find themselves at about 140%, that KO throw with the forward throw is going to be a huge tool in your arsenal to beat shields.
Right, and Isabel player just trying to find their way back onto the corner, getting that stage control back with the side B, trying to whip punish the electric shock, but unfortunately because Slingshot is a projectile, catching the rolling with the forward side. A great KO from Cox Green.
I mean, what incredible ledge traps from both sides, Kyle. I mean, look how well they're holding each other down on these ledges, and the double fishing rod is going to come out from Frank Cox Gold. That's exactly what you want to see if you're a fan of the Gold team here, because they are just swinging with these rods. I mean, that takes it off the top. You try to you barely don't die to the first one, but then the second one scoops you up and will do it. So like that off the top fishing rod, a very strong option in Isabel's kit. Going to be one of the main ways she finds her KOs, and just finding this damage with the up air strings here. Both of these players finding themselves in the mid percents here. Who's going to take the early lead? Neither of these characters have something super potent that KOs earlier at these percents, except for Electroshock from Dark Pit. So gonna use it on the opposite side of the stage here, so not gonna do it here. But you gotta be careful if you're at the ledge as Isabel, because that is the most potent tool that Dark Pit has in order to secure this. But now that you enter the high percents, up smash becomes potent as well. And Isabel not having anything outside of smash attacks to take it at this point. So you play a much more dangerous game, and the down smash is certainly gonna do it. Those smash attacks from Dark Pit, they will take it at those low 100%, and you find yourselves too close to the Dark Pit, you'll find yourself out in the blast zone. So although the battlefield pick, being favorable for Isabel in game number 1, game number 2, Dark Pit finding a lot of success on the battlefield pick, able to find those approaches, able to find those smash attacks up close, able to find a couple key electroshocks, and mostly just not getting tripped up by the zone of Isabel this game. Like, I gotta point out one more thing, Kyle, the edge guarding of Dark Pit this game really came out for the first time, and that's something that I really hope to see in the future, because that's going to be a really big catalyst for Frank Cox Green here to take this series.
Right, if you play a character like Isabel and Villager, who have the same up B, but they are amazing recoveries as far as distance goes, but as far as like how safe they are, not very. They don't have any hitboxes at all. Very like, their drift is very slow, like in terms of like acceleration, because like if you were to drift left, you kind of have to commit to going left for a while before you can go drift again. So even with a character who's very mobile in the air as one of the pits, because of their multiple jumps in the air, has the opportunities to take those KOs on that Isabel up B, especially with a move like back air or down air. Like, they have those opportunities to take those stocks.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge play for Dark Pit, utilizing that extra jump to stall off stage for even longer to get to the correct position to edge guard the Isabel. That's going to be a big deal. But the neutral navigating it very, very well with the extra jump. So good to see from Frank Cox Green's side on this Dark Pit, navigating the zone of Isabel better than they did game number 1. And going into game number 3 here, we're going to load into FD. So Final Destination here, no platforms on this stage, as different from Battlefield as it gets. So Isabel will no longer have the platforms to set up a zone with, but instead is going to focus on controlling the ground game and trying to slingshot every jump that Dark Pit does. And it's going to be up to Dark Pit to navigate the space.
Right, and I do like the ideas of the electric shocks to deal with the projectiles Isabel is sending out, because every Isabel player would try to zone out with those forward airs / back airs with the slingshots. It's a very non-committal move, but with a very committal move like electric shock, reflecting it, while also maybe trying to get a sneaky little hit in there, even they might not kill from the center. So running up and up smashing, uncharacteristic from this Isabel, as they try to play pretty safe with non-kill options, as that back air will kill at about, take the KO at about, I believe, like 95%. But this stock was flying, Avery.
Yeah, that was incredible electric shock from Dark Pit there, and it is a 1-1 series now for the Frank Cox squads. I mean, in this best of 3, it is 1-0 still for the gold side as far as the best of 5. That's what you see at the top of your screen, but it is 1-1 in the best of 3. So a lot to play for here. You want this series to be even, so that you don't have to have your one put all the pressure on them. You want to be able to diversify throughout your team. You want to be able to play the counter pick war, and you'll get that privilege by taking this game number 3. Surviving to a nice percent here is Dark Pit at 154. A maximum amount of rage, goes for an early KO with the forward smash there. Not quite gonna land, and navigating the fishing rod quite well, I might add, Kyle. But the multi-hits of Dark Pit, a little inconsistent at times, especially when you have this maximum amount of rage. Isabel gonna take care of business though on that side, even on FD, that upwards angled fishing rod, he's going to take it. I mean, Dark Pit navigating the space so well though. I mean, I love to see this adaptation from Frank Cox Green, and a great seam shot to keep them on the stage instead of off of it. Isabel doesn't want to play that game, but earning a lot of extra credit here is Frank Cox Gold.
Alright, and using the electric shock to destroy the Lloyd Rocket, maybe expecting Frank Cox Gold, Isabel to roll away or stay in the corner somewhere, but rolling away and just destroying that one Lloyd particular. Maybe in that scenario, it might be worth it to just leave the Void Rocket there, as you're not going to be getting there. Excuse me, you're not going to be trying to get in that zone anyway, because Isabel is so much farther away from the stage. She's on the complete other side of the stage, so it's better to ignore that rather than let her set up another one by destroying one, because she'll have to get rid of it eventually.
Indeed, Kyle, and landed into the forward smash there. Frank Cox Gold aware of the advantage of FD, and that is the fact that it is a difficult stage to land on. Isabel can patrol the one, platform that FD does have, which is the stage itself, and not gonna find the landing there. But Dark Pit on the Frank Cox green side has been doing a great job at finding these navigations through jumps, but just not that one time in particular, and is going to lose the game for it. So great job to Frank Cox Gold for going up 2-0 in this series now. I mean, Frank Cox Green able to put a game on the board, but at the end of the day, that game is not going to mean anything because the best of 3 has been won by Frank Cox Gold. So they are up 2-0 in the series, only one more to go, and they still have their Robin player ready to sit down on the sticks, and that will be against Frank Cox Green's K-Rool player. And, playing Robin versus King K. Rool, maybe not the worst thing in the world for King K. Rool. You can't ask for too much, but I mean, when you're, looking on paper at Frank Cox Gold #1 versus Frank Cox Green #3, it's difficult in that vein for sure. There's a lot to be played for here. You're playing for your life, so we're going to have to see what happens.
Right, I do like the idea of mixing it up with Frank Cox Gold's strategy of not sending your best player first, rather last, to try to sneak in as many points as you can, like we saw with that Byleth against that Dr. Mario in the first game of the series, taking those necessary KOs to secure that first game, setting a great lead as Frank Cox's green #1 player already out.
Yeah, I mean, you have the matchups to do so, as we talked extensively about before. So yeah, I mean, if you're Frank Cox Green here, you have to decide what the correct play here is. What character is my best chance versus this Robin. If I play a character with a reflector, maybe that could be an option to reflect the spells back at Robin, but Robin controls space so well with his sword. I mean, having similar strengths to other sword characters, where you can keep the opponent at bay with the sword length, and have safe aerials, and one of the best lead traps in the entire game in Robin's kit with that arc fire can just put the fire at the ledge. And I mean, what a brutal move that is, because that can cover a lot of different get up options. It forces you kind of into Robin's game. Beating Robin is about avoiding that scenario altogether, because that is devious.
Right, and those arc fires, especially for a character like K-Rool, you don't really have any movement to sort of traverse yourself around it, and with how terrifying 11 aerials are, I'm curious how the K-Rool kind of navigate this sort of death trap that Robin has set up with those arc fires and noise. But we're not going to be seeing K-Rool, instead we're going to be seeing Banjo and Kazooie.
Yeah, going Banjo here is very interesting. Getting their controllers set up here again. Got some pro controllers on the scene. You know how it is. But yeah, this is an interesting pick from Frank Cox Green, and we've seen this Banjo in the past. It's definitely a very real pick from them. And they're going to try to play this zoning war with Robin. And, you don't have to deal with the aerials of Robin that cover so much space if you never approach him to begin with. And, that may be what this Banjo goes with. They may go for a more aggressive style, but the idea of the matchup is that they're, going to try to stay away as much as possible. But Robin's not bad at that game either, so it's a difficult one to play, and we're seeing why already. Trying to get close as the Banjo is going to get stuffed out by these Robin aerials quite often. They have a lot of priority. They have a lot of range. And this Robin, has a similar strengths to Banjo, but also a decent amount more movement.
Right. But yeah, you're right on the movement part there. Despite Banjo having the better stats as far as heavier and faster on the ground, having more jumps, Banjo has some of the worst jump height in the game with those extra jumps with the the Kazooie jump. But Robin has those mix-ups with the command grab with Nosferatu, as well as the reverses with the Nico Bees, which is pretty nice for Robin, as they tend to mix up their recoveries, as well as any potential mix-ups, as this character kind of needs it with their very limited movement, as they have the second slowest run speed in the game, second to Incineroar being the slowest character in the game. But being such a resource-based character, if you're constantly trying to lose scenarios like that, it's unfortunate with the bumper air dodge to lose that stock. You're going to run out of resource very quickly, like you saw on that first stock there, but chaining those Arc Thunders together into the 11 aerials rack up a ton of damage.
Yeah, and both of these characters actually utilizing resource navigation in this set here. We have Robin with all these spells and the sword who have a limited time on them. I mean, you have to refresh them. You can see Robin not having access to the 11 sword right now, and Banjo going out deep for the edge guard. That's a nice play there from Frank Green. I want to see more of that. I mean, Robin with a decently exploitable recovery with no hitbox. So yeah, great stuff, Frank Green. Yeah, a lot of resource navigation on Robin. That's just part of the character. All your spells are limited until they refresh. Even your recovery is limited for a time. So, and then Banjo with, of course, the infamous Wonder Wing ability that you only get 5 of per stock. That's when Banjo turns all yellow and dashes towards the opponent. Just like that, you can see the feathers above him. Only 4 more of those in use for this stock, and you don't get another 5 until your next stock, which Banjo does not have another one of right now. So one of Banjo's best KO options, a full invincible dashing move that does great work at the ledge at catching recoveries. Only has access to 4 of them and has to take 2 stocks.
Right, unfortunately for a character like Banjo, where his resource is tied to his stocks, it's not very good if he's on his last stock, especially if he has a bit of a deficit like Peacock's Green Banjo was here. You only have a few Wonder Wings to work with, and that's like when you're getting ways of killing, as either get those KOs with a read or like a confirm off of a grenade egg. But yeah, just amazing like zoning from the Robin, chain those Arc Thunders together, as well as the Arc Fire combos into like the other, like you saw in that first stock, amazing Arc Fire up, Arc Fire, 11 sword up there, just amazing knowledge of the character, but also being a little too like overspending with those Robin resources like the tomes as well as the 11 swords. At least with Robin, whose resources aren't tied to his stocks, they're tied to time. With every use, the bar gets down, then he loses the resource, but after a certain amount of time, he gets those resources back, which can be, like Robin players usually at that point try to play a little more conservative with their resources. If they're running out of that 11 sword like charge, they have to go get it back. They like to play a lot more defensive, try to play more grab, try to get those throws and setting up that ledge trap will also get them that time to set up that 11 sword as well.
Yeah, that's a great point, Kyle. I mean, that time-based versus stock-based resource management that these characters have to navigate. But I gotta give Frank Green some credit here with the Banjo on the back air edge guards on this Robin recovery. Understanding that Robin, wants to go to the ledge, wants to hug PS2. Banjo not afraid to go down there and back air him for it, and able to find a stock with it at 90%. That's really big. Banjo not a character that's very famous for going off stage, a character that's more infamous for his ledge trap. So great stuff to see there from the Banjo player, Frank Green, because that's something that you can specifically exploit versus Robin. So great to see that knowledge. But going for a triple Arc Fire combo here is Frank Gold. The damage piling on, but Frank Green staying in the match here on FD. Going to be a classic zone war here on this stage, and going to be see who can navigate this ledge trap a little bit better, because that is going to be the name of the game here as the edge guard comes out from Frank Gold. But great navigation there from Frank Green, understanding that Robin can only swing 1 aerial there and is going to avoid it beautifully.
Right, as we were saying earlier, the Robin player kind of burning the resources already. In the past like 10 seconds, the Robin player kind of already lost their 11 sword. They have it back now. They also lost their Thunder Tome, and I believe their Arc Fire Tome just ran out as well. So yeah, they don't have any resources left to use currently, so just playing a little bit more conservative, try to set some more Thunders or Arc Thunders with the while the other tones are getting recharged.
Yeah, we can see the aggression coming out from Frank Gold off of this ledge, but doesn't have the 11 sword, so not going to take the KO there. That's one of those resource management deals we're talking about there. If Frank Gold has access to 11 sword there, then that was a stock off the Banjo, but it's going to have it this time with the back air there. Frank Green still going to lose the first stock, and this Frank Gold Robin player so aggressive off the ledge. You got to be careful. You don't want to swing back against these 11 aerials unless you're at a very good spacing for it. And Banjo not exactly going to have the tools to do so. And getting off this ledge yourself with the Wonder Wing, oh, this is big trouble, Kyle.
Right. There certainly is some trouble. I do like the idea of wasting the rest of that Thunder Tome to use more of the tomes. Once you use one of Rob's resources, either the 11 sword or any of the tomes, it gets turned into like a little projectile. And you saw it a little bit on that second stock there, where Rob would use it as a way to zone the Banjo out, just throwing the tomes at the Banjo to keep him away as the rest of the resources charge up again.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, Frank Cox Gold up 2-0 in the series and 1-0 in this particular best of 3. So one more game from this Robin off the Banjo will mean that Frank Cox Gold will take the series entirely. That's what they're going for right now as Frank Cox Green plays to make it stop as the Banjo lives this off the top here. Another sign of life here. The Robin 11 arrows will certainly do it at this percent, but losing the electricity tone there on Robin here does still have 11, so we're going to force Banjo off the stage here, but at max rage. And another Wonder Wing. This is not over just yet. A lot of options for Frank Cox Green here to claw their way back into this, but it's not going to be with that stock. The Robin Nair, exactly what you need in that spot, and that's going to stop the bleeding. Frank Cox Gold in a much better spot now.
Right, and this is Frank Cox Green's last chance of having any good form of making it farther in this tournament. Frank Cox Gold showing so much dominance within their wide range of players. Like we mentioned before, Avery, they have such a deep roster, but putting these two together, you can see just how close it may be, despite what the set count may dictate what we know so far. But no, it's going almost last stock every time. And if I remember correctly, for both series from before, they were almost 2-1 favorites.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some great stuff from especially the Dark Pit player versus the Isabel player, but catching the DI there, I mean, beautiful stuff there from Frank Cox Gold, understanding that Banjo was in an awkward position and going to catch him with another 11 up air after the first one, taking it off the top of FD. Beautiful stuff there to Frank Cox Gold. They will advance with a clean 3-0 over Frank Cox Green into the semi-final. We'll have to see who they match up against. I believe it will be Osborne. We'll get confirmation on that later in the stream, so make sure you stick around to watch this squad go at it again versus a different school and not their own. We may get to see some more adaptations out of them, some less comfortability. Will they have to figure out some of these weird matchups? I bet they will, Kyle, because there's just so much on the table here. There's so much to navigate. What of these players is going to make the adaptations necessary to win the whole thing? Man, it's exciting to witness.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that goes farther out in the tournament, but I do want to talk about a little bit of, I guess, the stock counts and the set count in general. Despite it being a 3-0 in the series, you may, on an outsider's perspective, you may think it was like a full sweep. You know, not very hard for Cox Gold, but despite what the set count says, it was pretty close, all things considered. All games, if I remember correctly, almost all of them went to last stock, and just showing just great competition between the players.
This is quite true, Kyle, and that is going to be all the Smash Bros action from us right now. But do not forget, we have other streams up as well. 2 other titles at the VHSL finals here. We have Rocket League, we have League of Legends, so go check out the other channels like Shenandoah's other YouTube channels, Shenandoah's Twitch channel, Shenandoah Esports, and then also JMU Esports and Radford Esports on Twitch. A few matches will be on there as well, so make sure you check out the other teams. Make sure you check out the other action that's going on. More Smash Bros will be back soon, but make sure you catch all the action. Kyle and I signing off for now. We hope you enjoyed some great Smash Bros. Hello, welcome back everyone. It is I, Avery Giesemann, joined by Kyle Dexter on the desk here in Winchester, Virginia at Shenandoah University for the Virginia High School League Championships, Top 8 Rocket League, Top 8 Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and Top 4 League of Legends teams here in the building competing for a shot at that first place trophy from VHSL to call themselves the best at their given game at the high school level in Virginia. What an exciting thing to compete for. Right here is the Super Smash Bros. Action coming at you for the semifinals. We have Osborne High School versus Frank W. Cox Gold Team, and we'll get into that very shortly. But don't forget, there's also Rocket League and League of Legends action going on at the same time. Check out the other Shenandoah YouTube stream, as well as the Twitch stream, Shenandoah Esports, as well as Radford Esports and JMU Esports for some Rocket League action as well. Every single game in this tournament is being streamed on one of those channels, so don't be afraid to open up a bunch of tabs and hop around. But Kyle, getting into the match that's going to be happening today, very shortly, might I say, Frank W. Cox versus Osborne. Kyle, bring us through what that might look like as we move on to look at how we got here today.
That's really strange to think about, Avery, because these rosters are pretty unusual from what we've seen. We've seen from Osborne School their #1 player, that Pichu player that we talked about right here, and like looking at the seeding here, Osborne #1, Frank Cox Gold #4, and then we have Woodside making the great upset that we talked about earlier in the stream on Manassas Park. #2 seed, very just incredible showing from Woodside there, and we also have Galax versus Woodside as well on the lower half of the semifinals. But to talk about what's in front of us right now, Avery, we have Frank Cox versus Osborne, like you said, and we have some strange rosters here to talk about. We have that Pichu, we have that Steve, that #2 slot, very devious spot to put him in. We also have that Little Mac who put in a great showing, but unfortunately got put in some unfortunate situations versus
Forest Park's King K. Rool, yeah.
Forest Park K. Rool, excuse me. And on the side of Frank Cox, they have the Isabel, the Robin, and that Violet player. Some very well-rounded individuals as far as player skill goes, and it's going to be a good match nonetheless.
Indeed, and Frank Cox in the very unusual spot, as you may have seen in that bracket, where they had to play themselves in the quarterfinals. So a great school there to build some Smash talent at. Great to see them bring not one but two teams at a level that they can make the quarterfinal here at the VHSL finals. So great to see them come out in spades there. But Osborne taking down a very hot Forest Park. I mean, #25 seed, I believe they were, coming into the quarterfinals here, having to fight off against #1 seed. And they did not look bad in that set at all, might I add. So Osborne, although with that #1 spot, getting a little bit shaken by that King K. Rool Little Mac matchup, as we anticipated, might be a little bit tricky for them. But going into this matchup now, not really much more familiar characters on the side of Frank Cox. And we got that Isabel, we got that Robin. Not going to be, traditional fighters to be battling up against. I mean, you could argue that, you might have one or two familiar, but are you really familiar with all that Frank Cox has to offer? You got the Byleth in there too, which is more that traditional sword fighter. But on the side of Osborne, you certainly have some variability. You have Pichu, you have Little Mac, and then you have the also worrisome Steve, which you're really going to have to figure out who on your team is going to take on that battle specifically. I feel like that's really the puzzle that your team has to put together, and if you want to take down this #1 seed.
Right, and I feel like there are a couple options for the side of Frank Cox to take down this Steve, because that's honestly why I would be worried about if I was on the side of Frank Cox right now, just dealing with this Steve, just this monster of a character. But I think they do have a couple options in the form of the Robin and the Violet. Historically, Steve doesn't really he struggles a little bit versus Soares. He doesn't mean he loses matchups to that many. He doesn't really lose that many matches to begin with, but I feel like since Steve is already a solo character, I feel like Robin could keep up with him. Maybe Robin's spells give Steve a hard time in trying to set up, unless he has a block wall set up. But Violet's just natural, just immediate range, as opposed to Robin's projectiles. That might work out really well as well. Maybe an F tilt to break walls, or a forward or back air to hit Steve through the walls while he's mining. I think there's a couple options here.
You hit the nail on the head there, Kyle. I mean, there's a couple matchups on the side of Frank Cox here that make Steve kind of uncomfortable, right? You know, especially if you don't have that kind of experience versus those characters. So we'll have to see what the Steve brings out as far as the bag of tricks goes versus some of those matchups that, you know, you can't play that range game versus those matchups where the minecart isn't as, you know, brutal of an option because they have moves that can break it and hit Steve. And that's a tough thing for Steve players to deal with who are used to breaking out of the corner with moves like minecart. But this Steve player, you know, very active with moves like up smash, moves like TNT to get that zone established as well. So definitely a versatile player. But also we've seen some really great things from Osborne's Pichu player. Really fast, explosive Pichu at that, and you must if you're going to play that rat in today's meta, because you can get those really fast edge guards, make them happen. You can get these like super early kills with things like Thundercloud. And, you know, these exploitable recoveries, I mean, like, I think Robin off the bat, you know, no hitbox on the top of Robin. I mean, that could be dangerous if he's trying to send in both players ones. I don't know how I like getting back to stage versus Pichu.
Yeah, the Pichu is honestly a hard character to think about, right? Because all these characters, for the most part, on Frank Cox's side, like the Robin, Violet, don't really have the best frame data, especially that Violet. But I'm not really sure how Isabel would do versus Pichu either.
I mean, at least you could steal the Teachel, use it against him, you know, get some static electricity going. I mean, we're going to have to think it over. The coaches are going to have to think it over as we go to a very short break here. You're not going to want to go anywhere as we get set up for the semifinal match as the coaches strategize and decide who's going to go in first. You're not going to want to miss it. Frank Cox versus Osborne will be with you very shortly. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for staying with us for that little extended break. Some outside of game factors that stalled our match a little bit, but do not get any less excited because the action is still underway. We have Osborne High School versus Frank W. Cox's Gold team coming at you at the semifinals of VHSL. I'm Avery. Joining me on the desk, of course, Kyle again. We hope you were enjoying some Rocket League and some League of Legends action while we are off the desk here. We got the League of Legends final going on right now. You're not going to miss that. And then Rocket League still trucking along as well. Going to progress through that throughout the day. But right here is the Super Smash Bros. Action, the first semi-final of the day. We've got two for you. First one, getting into it very soon.
Yeah, and just want to touch up on what the things we were talking about earlier. We were talking about the potential threat of that Steve for the side of Frank Cox School. We were saying that, like, what would be the best, like, option for that, and I believe we came to the conclusion that Violet might be the best option for it. Even though, like, Robin might be a solid pick as well. Basically, just don't send Isabel. Isabel might not be the worst.
Steal his minecart, you know? Steal his anvil, you know?
Steal the TNT. I mean,
there's some tricks in that matchup too, for sure.
Yeah, and I believe how it works is that it probably got some weird like interactions with other like spawnable like projectiles like that. For example, if you were to pocket Pac-Man's fire hydrant, Pac-Man would be able to spawn in another one, so there'd be two fire hydrants up on the stage. I wonder if that works the same for like Steve's minecart or TNT.
I think minecart you can have two. I can't imagine you can have two TNT. That sounds way too much, but I hope we see that today now.
That would be pretty interesting. Like, if that's the case, then like Isabel might be able to pull out some tricks with things like that, as we see from right here. Okay, we're setting in Isabel versus the Peach player going their secondary Palutena.
Yeah, very strong, very bold pick here from Osborne, going for the Palutena to start off. This is not the priority character pick that Osborne normally goes for here. We do have Osborne on the Palutena and Frank Cox on the Isabel here. So yeah, it's great to see that Osborne is still confident enough to go the Palutena here, who they have not used for a majority of the season, but that they have used quite often in the regular season. Still having a lot of matches played, a lot of reps given on this Palutena, so definitely no shortage of playtime on it, and we actually saw it earlier versus Forest Park to great effect versus the Street Fighter characters and the traditional fighting game characters that we saw in that match. And I don't think that Palutena will struggle the slice with Isabel. I mean, what a great counter pick into this character. You know, Pichu, a little bit more volatile, Palutena, a very solid character that can do a lot of work, and we're already seeing Osborne get a nice lead here.
Right, and I do like this kind of like guess on like the blind picks here. Like we were saying we were saying earlier, Avery, that basically maybe not send the Pichu in first, but we didn't think it would be like this, where falling out of the outside is unfortunate. But we were thinking, yeah, maybe don't send the Pichu melee for matchups such as like the Robin or the Violet, but we didn't think it would be like this. Send the Palutena instead. It seems to be working wonders for the side of Osborne, as this Palutena is now up a whole stock versus his Isabel.
Oh, and getting a little wave from Frank Cox Gold team there as well. Still feeling confident here on the Isabel, going for a cheeky leg trick there, putting the Lloyd Rocket on the stage and then going underneath. That's a funny little trick that Isabel can do, but gonna need a couple more tricks up the sleeve if we're gonna want to take this game number one versus Osborne. Coming out very strong here on the Palutena, like you said, Kyle. I mean, we got the one player on the Osborne side and the number two on the Frank Cox side, so a little bit of a mismatch here, but on the character lineup here as well. I mean, the matchup obviously not very favorable for Isabel, but Isabel, with a lot of tricks up her sleeve, is keeping this Palutena away and covering that warp of the Palutena recovery pretty well also. Definitely a potent move you want to watch out for and make sure that you cover. But you're going to have to be careful when coming to this ledge and be careful in the air as well. That's one thing that I remember very, very well from the first game, the first series that we saw Osborne come out here. This Palutena player very strong on this ledge trap, very strong at catching these neutral get-ups and keeping the opponent off the ledge. And Isabel, not a lot of options in that spot, so definitely have to work around this, figure out a solution.
Right, and even if you can't, Avery, I would say on the side of Frank Cox, you're in a somewhat decent position as far as like what players you have left, because you still have those solid options to deal with that Steve, like the Robin and the Violet. So I think as far as like what characters to go, I feel like Frank Cox is still in a solid spot right now, even if they did burn their number 2 player.
Yeah, I mean, you have to deal with the Little Mac as well from Osborne, and that's something that you can, you know, send really any character into as long as they're comfortable enough. That's really the tough part about dealing with Little Mac is how much does your teammate understand how to edge guard that character. You know, that's going to be your win condition. How well are your players at avoiding KO Punch? I mean, I look at a character like Isabel, that's a character that can potentially avoid KO Punch quite well with things like Slingshot, but you can't really keep a Palutena away forever. You have to find your way out of these scrambles. You have to find your way out of the corner. You know, you've got to play this kind of game of cat and mouse with Isabel. That's what she really does. And as we move on here to FD, it's going to take away a couple of those platform extensions that Palutena offers on those like Battlefield combo-esque routes, and you're going to play this more grounded game, which Isabel is oh so good at controlling. That's what Frank Cox is going for on the FD pick. But the Nair Train, it doesn't stop for any stage.
Right, and I do like that round start. Jumping over the auto reticle with the forwarder, a bit uncharacteristic of Isabel trying to set up a zone, but immediately breaking into the zone that the Osborne Palutena was trying to set, catching that jump. Good DI, no DI mix-ups here, and not falling for it.
Yeah, and being oh so careful at this ledge too. You have to be. Those shield attacks from Palutena are invincible. You cannot swing with them. And nice patience on the ledge there too, understanding the up smash was not going to hit the ledge in that exact spacing. So waiting for the opportunity and then finding the punish. Not going to get the stop here. Going to be able to cross the road is Palutena, setting up the fishing rod, setting up the load rocket, putting down the traps, the zone that Isabel does create. We can see the movement of Osborne, you know, understanding beautifully the space of Isabel. And this is a tough ledge trap to get around, folks. You know, you might think the Palutena's shield move there, you know, is a simple get around. It is not. It is invincible, and it covers a lot of space. And Isabel does not, you know, have like a sword, for example, to deal with it. She has to get it through pretty honestly, and is going to create a good enough zone to get that fishing rod off. A beautiful KO there for Frank Cox Gold, their first lead of the series.
Right, like you said, Avery, this is the first time Frank Cox had a potential lead in this series, and a bit of a DI mix of that down throw up there from Osborne Palutena. Good recognition, mixing it up a little bit, but getting caught in a little bit of a combo there from Frank Cox Gold, but the Nair chain will be continuing, racking up a little bit percent, but send up, it's not always about the percent when you're getting caught in a Apollo combo like that. But it usually ends with those up airs, you're in a much worse position. You have to land versus Palutena, especially when you're a floaty like Isabel. She's gonna have a hard time landing.
I couldn't have put it any better, Kyle. And on the back foot, though, still is Osborne. Frank Cox Gold still holding the lead here in this one, and that's ever so crucial because that does mean the Palutena has to be the one to approach at one point or another if Frank Cox were to commit to staying away. But staying on top of the game is Osborne with these up airs. You've got to be oh so careful if you're Frank Cox Gold. I mean, you cannot recover in the same way all the time. You cannot jump in the same spots. This Palutena up air is sharking for those positions, and that move will certainly KO very early if you get your DI caught. So you got to be careful when you're going high and rolling behind the Isabel. You can see Isabel going for the grab herself, but Palutena just beat her to the punch, understood the positioning that the Frank Cox player was going for, and accounting for it.
Where I'm from, we call it the Tri-State Twister, Avery. Rolling behind your opponent when you put them in the corner and pin them with a back throw. We call it the Tri-State Twister back for where I'm from.
Kyle here from New Jersey knows the Tri-State Twister well, and maybe Frank Cox seen it for the first time. This is the Virginia High School League after all, a little bit away from Tri-State, so going to get hit by the Palutena back throw there, and yet another one going to force Frank Cox off stage. Almost gets the reversal. Unlucky hitbox there on the turnip, not quite going to spike Palutena down to the blast zone, and now a perilous position for Frank Cox once they were a stock up, and now even position here at 108%. And although Palutena doesn't have a huge X factor here, she has many moves that just kind of consistently do the job, and that's one of them, that back air. It's an invincible move, Kyle. I mean, I've said it once, I'll say it again. Right. It's hard to contest, and that's really what this Palutena player is going for here. We can see the ledge trap already coming to fruition here, forcing this Isabel to stay in the corner here, but it's not really something that Isabel's uncomfortable with. Isabel spends a lot of her time in the corner. It's just a matter of when can I get out, when can I start zoning this Palutena away? It may be now.
Right, and he's trying to set the zone. The Palutena trying to, like, play a little bit safer, knowing that the Frank Cox Gold is trying to go for fishing rod steps like that. recognizing that with that explosive flame to take them out.
Yeah, and you don't have to play the zone game with Isabel when you play a character like Palutena. Like I said before, she just has all the tools. I mean, you can't really pocket an explosive flame. I mean, it's explosive flame.
Yeah.
You kind of can, but, you know, you can't really do it. But so, like, at the end of the day, you're going to get caught trying to set up your zone, trying to set up your fishing rod. These things that have been working really well for the Isabel player, but you get caught in the wrong timing with the explosive flame, you're going to get taken off the top. That's going to happen. But Frank Cox feeling pretty good about that set. I feel like the Isabel's adaptations were certainly coming to fruition versus this Palutena player, but that is exactly the result you wanted if you're Osborne, because that is your #1 player coming out. You want them to make sure that they beat that #2 for sure, and that's exactly what went down in this case scenario. Obviously didn't even need to use the Pichu in this set, so that's a really great win for them as well. It's awesome to see that the Palutena, the secondary coming out here from Osborne Park, a very strong secondary at that. Really love seeing them get it done there versus the Isabel.
Right, and Osborne still having that Steve in the back, just to have given a great chance to solidify another point, right, for this series. But it makes me wonder who are they going to send next, because on the side of Osborne, they have the Steve and the Little Mac. For Frank Cox, they still have the Robin and the Byleth.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit less diversity on the Frank Cox side. Obviously, you have 2 sword characters, one with spells, one with a little bit more range, a little bit more horizontal kill power, or KO power, sorry. And then you have the side of Osborne, who has very differing styles. You have the Little Mac, who, you know, very fast character, but a very patient playstyle on this Little Mac, willing to hold down the ledge trap. And that's something that, you know, Robin does really well at too, and even Violet to a great extent. These players are very strong at the ledge, and something you want to be really careful in that position. The person holding the ledge is in a much better position than the person who's on the ledge, because of course the blast zone is going to be closer to the player that is on the ledge, and if you get hit by an attack, you're going to be very close to that blast zone, you're going to get KO'd. So it's going to be a spot that's very strong for these players, that they're going to want to put their opponent in as often as possible. That's one of the reasons that Osborne was able to take this last series, is because Isabel was forced into the corner, and although Isabel spends a lot of time in the corner setting up her zone, she prefers to do it in the center of the stage, not at the edge, because that blast zone, of course, is that much closer.
Right, but when you're playing the center stage game versus Palutena, it's really hard to play that center stage game.
Of course.
Even though Isabel very much prefers to hold that center stage, that's where her game plan is the best at. But with just diverse moveset that Palutena has and her great stats, just fast faller, fast in the air, fast on the ground. She has 2 invincible moves, like you keep mentioning. It's very hard for Isabel to deal with, especially with like back air. She could back air through like the slingshots, like the dash attacks, like which is Isabel's main zoning tool. But yeah, like you said, it's kind of hard for her.
At the end of the day, it is difficult. You know, Palutena having a few more tools in the bag than Isabel, you might say. But yeah, we didn't even get to see really a lot of Lloyd Rocket activations. That's something we saw a lot when the Frank Cox teams were facing each other in the quarterfinals, is that a lot of those KO confirms that come from Isabel are off of the Lloyd Rocket. Like you get Lloyd Rocket into up air, or you get Lloyd Rocket into air dodge read fishing rod up. Like you have a lot of ideas with that rocket, but if Palutena doesn't have to deal with that, it doesn't have to deal with getting into your zone, which Palutena wasn't even prioritizing, right? She was just prioritizing keeping this Isabel in the disadvantage, and then when you are at range, just kind of playing this projectile game, using these projectiles that are very difficult for Isabel to get any value off of pocketing. The projectiles that Palutena has really make it so that Isabel, you know, can't play as great of a zone as she wants to, and the Palutena can choose to be very aggressive over her zone, or she doesn't really have to. So, you know, that is behind us though. The best of 3 first match has taken place. Osborne is up 1-0. It is still a best of 5 at the end of the day, so they have to take 2 more best of 3s in order to take it all home. And that Pichu/Palutena player, of course, cannot be played again until game number 4. So we will either see Little Mac or Steve from Osborne facing off against Robin or Violet from Frank W. Cox Gold Team. It's really exciting because we're going to see who plays the range better, who can find those ledge traps, who can find those juggles first.
Yeah, getting a little bit of a sneak peek behind me, Avery. I do think we will be seeing the Little Mac from Osborne versus the Byleth from Frank Cox. So this might be, I think they're lining up the number 3 players together. But yeah, like you said about Little Mac before, even though like this might not be that bad of a matchup for Little Mac, like you said, anyone can beat Little Mac, no matter what character you play, as long as you were confident enough in beating him and getting those edge guards, dealing with that patient playstyle that this particular Little Mac player has. Yeah.
Yeah, one thing that I do see as a strength for the Frank W. Cox team in this Byleth choice is how well this Byleth did into Frank W. Cox's own Dr. Mario, with how confident the Byleth player was able to be in edge guarding such an exploitable recovery. Maybe we're able to transfer some of those skills to the Little Mac recovery, although it has different tools than Dr. Mario. Both characters notably poor recoveries, and Byleth, of course, having the sword to contest them without needing to worry about, pesky things like trades, which Little Mac also needs in order to recover. So here we are, we have Little Mac versus Byleth here, which means we will almost certainly see Robin versus Steve to end it off. And we see exactly why Frank W. Cox goes for this Byleth pick here. That sword, that forward smash, all of Byleth's sword moves can just cleanly beat that Little Mac side B if spaced correctly.
Right, and if you don't space it correctly, you get up smashed and get KO just like that from Osborne. Recognizing the unsafe moves that Byleth has in his arsenal. He has the range, but when they're up close and not very well spaced, you're pretty much dead. And wow, I love the edge guard attempt with the up air, the up B out of the ledge drop, but not quite spacing out the down air to take the KO just yet, but the KO punch is online. Trying to play a little patient, but dropping down with the landing, empty land into the down tilt.
Yeah, I would argue at this point, Kyle, that this Byleth is very prepared for this Little Mac matchup. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of really great ideas on these edge guards. We see the reverse up B. We see these really tricks off the stage that this Little Mac is going to have to navigate through, which, much less tools on the navigation end of Little Mac on the defensive end than there is from Byleth on the offensive end. And that's the reason that, Little Mac was not able to recover in a lot of cases versus Forest Park's K-Rool player. And that's the similar idea that Byleth can go for in the same ways that K-Rool can use his armor. Byleth can use his range, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. And controlling the neutral as well, something that Forest Park was not able to do, and focusing on the disadvantage, not going to get the straight lunge armor out. And that's exactly the side B that I saw versus the Dr. Mario from Frank Cox, not understanding that the KO punch was still in play there, going to get back to stage. But a beautiful win there from Frank Cox, able to find the first stock and a huge amount of damage on this third one. No KO punch on the side of Osborne, but he's going to have to find some honest neutral hits here at 99%. So an oh-so-scary spot.
Can I just say that first KO screen did not look right. That S smash did not look like that Little Mac, but still surviving though. The crowd, just so many roller coasters of emotions. So many people thought that would KO, but there you go. The third KO screen will do it. What that down tilt into the up air to take the final KO for this game one.
Yeah, and look at the great patience from Frank Cox's Byleth player. We've been gassing this Little Mac player up for the great patience, but it's hard to be patient when you're, in disadvantage against this sword character that's just juggling you and edge guarding you absolutely beautifully. I mean, what wonderful edge guards we're seeing from this Byleth, and although this Little Mac is very aware of their resources, aware that they have the KO punch on that third stock in order to make it back to the stage, they were able to make that wonderful recovery, but the edge guard attempt, still doing 99% at the end of the day. Even though you don't find that KO, you put Little Mac in a terrible position where he doesn't have any KO charge towards his punch. So you just have to, find the hits where they count. You can see Little Mac trying to land with the straight lunge, the armored move that's supposed to hit through moves. But if you miss time, you're going to get Byleth forward smash, which, like you said, a bit of a janky hitbox, but timing and spacing it beautifully from Byleth, that's going to earn you KOs. That's going to push the Little Mac off the stage exactly where you want him. And that's exactly what I wanted to see from Frank W. Cox in this round number 2. Now up 1-0 versus Osborne in this number 2 set. Still not a point on the board for them. Need to win one more. But, so many great signs there from Frank W. Cox that they're very prepared for this matchup. And that's what you want to see versus Little Mac, because at the end of the day, Little Mac is a very exploitable character, a character that if you're practiced against him, you can definitely shut him down. So it's up to Osborne to figure out these recovery mix-ups, figure out how they're going to deal with some of the best range in the game.
Right, and something I was observing from the Little Mac before is that the way they play patiently, they like to play out of the opposing character's burst ranges, and usually that would be around the mid-range. But for a character like Violet, that character just dominates in the mid-range, having the forward air, back air, F tilt, down tilt, just has these amazing buttons for that mid-range, which is really messing up the Little Mac players' like muscle memory. But I think from what I noticed from before is that the Little Mac player is really good at catching these like dashbacks from the Byleth just so he can perfectly space those moves. So if the Little Mac player can just hunker down on trying to catch these like back ends with a little bit of overshooting from on the ground, that might find a little bit more success.
And look at the close range that Osborne is immediately implementing here in this game number 2. Understanding that the mid-range possibly wasn't working out for them, and they're going to try to get close to this Byleth as much as possible, just trying to go fisticuffs with him, and that's exactly what Little Mac loves to do. The boxer from the Bronx does not want to trade with Byleth forward smash. That's going to be a stock for Frank W. Cox Gold.
And the boxer from the Bronx definitely does not got much experience in the ring.
No, he does not.
Versus a professor that has a sword that is also with a lance and an axe. Definitely a very unique fighter that this fighter from the Bronx has come up against.
Yeah, and that's certainly going to be some perils off stage. You know, not exactly an air fighter is Little Mac, but trying to forward smash. And this is exactly what we've talked about, right? This mid-range. What this Little Mac has been so good at is locking down this ledge trap, but this Byleth, even when attacking from the ledge, is at such a range that Little Mac can't really deal with it. And getting sent off stage with the back throw again is going to have the KO punch, but doesn't really want to use it on this stock, and it's going to lose it immediately, barely avoids the arrow with the side B. And I mean, this Byleth ledge trap is so strong, even though this Little Mac is trying to hold down the mid-range from this Byleth. I mean, Byleth is just containing this stage so well. Look at the evasion on these smash attacks, and a cheeky combo coming out there. Great DI from Osborne. Doesn't want to get caught with that up air, but staying in shield, understanding Little Mac doesn't have anything crazy with the grabs. Trying to play this defense is Osborne, but this Byleth is just so evasive.
Right, but something I'm noticing from Osborne is that they're playing a little bit too scared right now. When you're playing Little Mac, you have to be brave, you have to be daring. Little Mac in his games was always the underdog, and he's no different that way in Smash with the way he's designed. But you have to be more confident in your overshoots because he's not getting through this defense that the Byleth is putting up.
But I mean, I think it's very hard to. I mean, look how well this Byleth is playing, just jumping around the stage, throwing that lance out, keeping the opponent away, getting some close range combos. Now is Little Mac gonna have to stay in this range if he wants to continue up this onslaught, but just a 47% combo, find himself in the air. At least he's gonna find a ledge trap here, but able to get the shield off. Is Byleth just trying to send this Little Mac off the stage once more, does not want to have to deal with the KO punch. Is gonna have to deal with it a short timer here where Little Mac doesn't lose it, but now he can. So it's going to be up to Byleth to get rid of it, and he's going to right away, and that is going to seal the series if Byleth can continue this ledge trap, but he's not going to be able to. The neutral get up is going to send Little Mac flying, but able to find a way back to stage. Great stuff from Osborne, able to find the recoveries, but man, just staying off the stage the entire game. This is kind of the life of Little Mac.
Right, and not quite fighting the KO just yet, but percent is racking up. Eventually, one of these hits will do it, and they still have a lot of wiggle room to go around, and there you go. They found that one opening that they needed while the percent was racking up, taking the last KO, and now it's out even 1-1.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with Frank W. Cox's gold team with this performance versus Osborne Little Mac. This is a player that was doing some real damage to Forest Park in the round number 1 with these patient ledge traps, with these devastating close range combos, with these expert level mix-ups on the recovery. But when we watch this Byleth play, I mean, the mid-range just absolutely shut down, the juggling on point, and of course the edge guarding just looking absolutely spectacular. It was great to see them really shut down the options of Little Mac. I was really impressed with how well the Little Mac was able to navigate the air, but at the end of the day, I mean, just getting caught on a few of these dashes on the ground with that Byleth sword, gonna send him off stage. I mean, tough game to play.
Right, and with that being said, we only have one pair of players before we branch off into the weird, like, send in whoever for this little final gauntlet thing. We are forced to go into the Steve versus the Robin. It's going to be a very interesting matchup because it's all going to be based on whether or not Robin has 11 or not.
Yeah, this is a matchup that I feel like Frank W. Cox should have anticipated, right, getting to this point. I mean, you have those 11 aerials that can hit through minecart, that can hit through walls quite well. And mean, that's going to be so huge versus a character like Steve, because he's used to having, you know, burst options like pickaxe like that, or like minecart that can, you know, hit through moves, but those Robin aerials can certainly deal some damage in that category. So I think this is a matchup that Frank W. Cox should have expected, and, you know, with the order that they went with here, and I feel like that they're going Robin here because they feel like it is their best bet.
Right, and another thing to know is that these are both resource characters, resource-heavy characters. Robin based on time, and Steve is more so like how much like he's willing to commit to mining, get those materials, get that iron and gold most importantly, so he can set up his anvils, his mine carts, the gold for the powered mine carts, TNTs, which can take all resources, but eventually get to that diamond. That's where Steve essentially has his 11th sword.
Yeah, I mean, Steve, a resource-heavy character, but he has to work for it. He has to set up, you know, big walls to separate himself from the opponent so that he can mine the ground and gain upgraded tools to deal more damage, more knockback. And that's going to be really his win condition. But the win condition of Robin, you know, typically keep the opponent at bay with your spells, with your sword moves. But versus a character like Steve, you know, some Robin players will opt to play a more aggressive style, opt to keep Steve from mining. At the end of the day, you keep Steve to wood tools, to stone tools, instead of letting him get to that iron and above phase, like especially towards the diamond. If you can keep his iron resources to only anvil and only minecart usage, which both of those moves have to utilize his iron, he deals a lot less damage and deals a lot less knockback in those scenarios. So it's really a fun game trying to determine how much that you can pressure this Steve into not mining. And on a stage like Pokemon Stadium 2, Steve actually gets extra iron on this stage, but he mines notably slower. So he may get less resources, but they are also better resources. So it's a tricky game to play versus Steve on this stage. There's a lot of space. He can kind of run away from you. But again, Robin's not uncomfortable with that game. Specifically versus Steve, though, may not be the play.
Right, and Steve automatically trying to go for these iron, fishing for the iron tools, scrapping a little bit, rack up some percent. You're a little scrappy with these two, honestly. And I do like the Thunder usage to hit the TNT away, mess up a little bit of the ledge trap that Steve was trying to set up, catching the neutral getup, neutral tech with the up smash, and Steve already setting up the diamond. Not much iron to his name, but he's got that diamond still set up.
Yeah, the diamond now stays until Steve loses this stock or until a very long time where it will eventually break. And you definitely don't want to see that happen if you're a Frank Cox fan, because a lot of damage will be dealt before then. But no iron on the side with Steve. He's just going to have a full bar of stone. Ooh. And the up B setting up for the back air there from Frank W. Cox. That's exactly what you want to see from them. That Elytra from Steve, that up special recovery, does not have a strong hitbox on it. So you can swing out of it pretty well. And we can see these spells getting used to get through the blocks, but again, Robin, a resource management character, if you use those spells to take out the blocks, that's going to be less spells you have in your arsenal to deal damage with, and you can see the absolute arsenal that Steve has now built for himself as he's been doing a lot of mining behind those walls while Robin has not been able to break through them, and those resources do not lose value for Steve. You can see already going for the commitment with the diamond built. Now if Robin can take this stock, that would be huge, because Steve does not have a diamond for the next stock just yet.
Right, and a little under, like, people don't really talk about how broken gold tools are. You see, the Steve player got so much mileage out of those, out of the gold tools that he crafted for himself. Steve gets better frame data with the gold tools, which means he also mines way faster, so he's able to get a ton of iron. He maxed out his iron resource very quickly, though he's burning pretty quickly right now. He got him a ton of iron and got him that dime very quickly to use that last stock. And there you go, the NIL forward smash, very well placed from the Steve. Another thing that's pretty hard about Steve is that you have to know your where blocks place on these little. There's like this hidden grid where blocks can be placed on the stage, and it's important for when you're playing Steve to know where those are.
Yeah, and look at the awareness of Frank W. Cox's Robin on this ledge trap. They understand that Steve is being very aggressive, trying to scrap a little bit more, especially with the low resources that are on the table for Steve. And Robin's playing an excellent game here, because you don't want Steve to craft this diamond that he has in his arsenal. And just getting the arc fire into the up smash there. You get caught into that fire move, Robin gets a free hit afterwards, and that's going to be a very tricky spot for any character to get out of. And Steve, being as light as he is, getting hit by the arc fire anywhere above 80, it's probably going to spell disaster from him, and that's exactly what Robin is looking for in those spots, and that's what you have to be so careful of in the mid-range especially. I mean, this Steve is being very crafty, very tricky in the close-up range with trying to swat Robin out of the air with things like forward air. But, you know, trying to set this mid-range, I mean, Robin is holding that down with things like arc fire, things like nair, and I just absolutely love the arc fire, multiple combos into itself, into the up air. I mean, this Robin player from Frank W. Cox definitely has those down.
Right, I love the amount of counterplay that the Robin is showcasing here today, Avery. Dealing those block walls with 11 nairs, such a quick and fast option. The only thing that's committal about is that you have to use a little bit of your resource, but I think it's worth it because, as you saw at the beginning of that game, it broke, I believe it was wood walls. I think it was wood walls. So it pretty much one-shot those wood walls, completely destroyed that 3-block high, and which is really good to zone break, as they were able to just throw out thunders just to pressure Steve, just to make him feel uncomfortable in mining. That's why for the majority of the Steve's first stock, he didn't really have many materials to begin with.
Yeah, and that's why Steve players often will feel uncomfortable in this matchup, is because it feels like a very awkward matchup to mine in. And we're seeing this Robin player start to learn, you know, what moves to use versus walls and what moves not to use. That's a very important knowledge bit to have to know for your character. You have to know, you know, what resources are worth it to expunge versus these walls when I have to pressure Steve right afterwards. I mean, I still have the range advantage over him, but if I have no spells, I have no 11 sword, I have nothing once I break through the wall. So I have to decide, what do I use on the wall? What do I use on Steve? And again, you know, you do get these resources refreshed over time, but during that, you know, null time where you don't have those resources, Steve could potentially get in some serious mining time here. And on Battlefield, I actually dislike this pick from Osborne. I feel like Robin gets a lot more off of Battlefield, especially with those big arc fire combos. And this Robin player has been very, very nice in the advanced state with those ladder combos, and I have not yet seen Steve go for any Battlefield-specific setups. But there are a few in Steve's trick book, but I won't reveal them just yet in case Osborne shows us something crazy.
Right, and yeah, I'm not sure if I entirely agree on this pick either from the side of Osborne. Maybe they felt a little too uncomfortable in trying to land when they didn't have any iron left to use any anvils to land, almost breaking that shield. If they had another charge of that 11 sword, that probably would have spelled disaster for that Steve stock, as that might have broken that shield there. But yeah, maybe that third platform might just be there so this Steve can have a little bit of an easier time mining. But just similar to PS2, Steve uses his pickaxe in this particular stage. The arc fire beating the minecart and accidentally sent off the TNT, but trying to scrap a little bit, not quite getting that NIL forward smash. But no, we have no more iron once again. And there is that shield breaker we were talking about, Avery, and there spells disaster. The screenshot once the KO screen was taken. That's some insane messaging you're trying to send out to your opponent.
I mean, it's not every day that you see a brutal shield break like that, Kyle. What great awareness from Frank Cox's Robin there. And I've been seeing some great stuff from the Steve as well. Finally getting their advanced state showing here on the board here has Robin at 127. But with Robin not willing to approach these anvils from the sky, Steve's gonna have to find the stock a little bit more honestly and does an anvil closer to the ground with the one piece of iron that he does have in the arsenal. And that's gonna be enough to take it off the top. 2 stocks apiece and no diamond pickaxe to boot. Another diamond is in the arsenals for Steve. It's gonna be up to Robin to pressure this Steve so that he is not able to craft it, but going off stage means that Steve will be able to craft it, and a decent amount of iron here as well. Steve does not mind this position whatsoever. Robin working around the Steve zone beautifully, just making it so difficult to land, but Steve is going to find the way to land. It almost takes a stock of his own. Frank W. Cox counting some lucky stars, not getting hit by that, but the ledge trap, oh so devious. The TNT on that platform here is one of those Battlefield setups that I alluded to earlier, because that can be very tricky for Robin to work around.
Right, and I do like the use of the visual clutter from the TNT, the screen shake, to get that grab off. Once the TNT explodes, the screen shakes by a visible margin, and I believe the Steve player used it to their advantage to get that grab off, to give them some more advantage state. And we saw the Diamond back here beat that arc fire attempt, but yeah, not having much materials to their name, the Steve still has that diamond to rack up a little bit more percent. Still has another power minecart, but that shield poke with that 11 forward air. I'm not sure if that should have killed there, Avery. Might have been not the best DI.
I mean, it was a tricky spot there for Osborne, but you certainly don't mind this just yet. Sure, you're low on resources, but you still have some momentum on your side. Robin doesn't have 11 sword either, so you kind of both get to play this management game. Who's going to get their resources online sooner? Are we going to be able to navigate around Battlefield? No arc fire to Robin's name either, so able to avoid the mid-range there for just a second, but Steve going to get hit by the next arc fire. That's on the table. Got to be careful here with these recoveries, and this so brutal ledge trap from Robin. So little options on the table. You got to figure them out, but an excellent high recovery from Osborne Steve that avoided the arc fire ledge trap. It is last hit, ladies and gentlemen. Steve having no iron and wood tools. It's a difficult spot, Steve, to navigate, but can Osborne seal it out?
Oh, who's to say, Avery? This game is very close right now, but both these players lacking their resources, catching the up B with the 11 up air. Amazing showing from Frank Cox's Robin, as they're up currently 2-1 in the series.
I mean, what an excellent up air that was. I mean, Steve having a little bit of a difficult time landing in this particular matchup. I mean, that sword is not something that Steve is used to landing versus, used to being able to throw out these anvils and getting some cheeky kills with them on trades. But Robin doesn't have to play the range of the anvil. He can stay a little bit further away, and that's what Frank W. Cox's Robin was able to implement oh so well in this match, keeping the Steve in disadvantage, keeping the iron low, keeping the ledge trap strong, even the edge guards coming out to play here with the up Bs coming out off stage to secure a stock. I really liked what I was seeing from Osborne Steve, though. I feel like they were adapting quite well, playing the close range, not bad at all. But I mean, just one step behind. Robin himself always stays 3 steps ahead, as we know. But Frank W. Cox only up 1-0 in the series. You know, 2-1 is the score as of right now. So game number 4 coming at you very soon here. All players are now put back into the pool. It is a blind pick. Frank W. Cox, if they can pick the correct matchup here, they can end this in 4 games. They can play any of their players versus any of Osborne's 4. And the question I have for you, Kyle, is what is the play if you're Osborne? Because your Pichu Palutena player put such a strong showing versus the Isabel player. Are we going to try to get that kind of matchup again? Or are we going to try something different in case we have to go to a game 5? Man, I mean, if you feel like your Palutena player is the one to get it done, you have to play someone different in game 5, and that's the very difficult thing that they have to think about.
This is such an interesting situation, Avery. I'm trying to wrap my head around what potential strategies could go into this. If you're on the side of Frank Cox, you're in a good spot right now. Like, honestly, you could send the Robin again and just be like, this is your problem now. The Steve player might not want to go into that.
For sure not.
So you either want to send in, probably your best choice, or probably send in the Pichu/Palutena into the Robin, which Palutena might be the better choice, even though Pichu is very small and extremely fast. You can probably run over Robin. Very historically, Robin loses to very fast characters, and that Pichu/Palutena, both are pretty fast characters. Maybe they can just use that to their advantage to fight back, taking out that Robin while still having their Steve and the Lil Mac in the back pocket, and for the Steve to deal with somebody else.
That very well could be the case. I mean, it's so difficult, though, when you have such a similar matchup on the table in Byleth versus Steve. I feel like this Byleth has been putting up numbers versus the Little Mac, sure, but I feel like a similar strategy could work versus the Steve. You know, keep him at range, keep that minecart away with the sword, keep that edge guard at bay with things like up B when you drop down off the stage. I mean that side B so big to cover Steve recovery, beats minecart, beats up B. And that could be a tricky matchup to play as well. So I feel like the Byleth really plays a critical role for the squad as well. I mean, I feel like the Isabel, you know, could take a back seat here. Let the Byleth, let the Robin play with this range here and make things difficult for Steve and for Little Mac to approach.
Right. I agree with that, Avery. I'm not sure going to Isabel is the right play here, not because of like, oh, maybe they're not playing well right now. And that's not to say that. It's just matchup-wise and in terms of momentum, I'd say the main threat that Frank Cox has to deal with is that Steve. But they already had the Robin deal with them, so there's a little bit of that mental damage that got put on the Steve. Maybe they don't want to play that Robin again right now. Maybe they want trying to match him to somebody else, which kind of gives them that advantage maybe they're going to try to make a read, try to send in the Pichu/Palutena, and maybe they go, maybe we keep the Robin, they're the most comfortable versus that player, or maybe we send in our Violet.
And it is a bit of a momentum game here, right? Winning that game 3, such a critical game to win, and that's what, I mean, Frank W. Cox's Robin came in with a huge win there, because now they do have that extra game to play with. You know, if they go into this game 4 and they don't get a matchup that's favorable to them in that game number 5, they only have, you know, a 50-50 coin flip to deal with. They either have to send in one character or the other, and you get to, you know, you only get to blind pick. It's not like you get to blatantly counter pick them, but you can more reasonably deduce, you know, who they're going to send in, you know, 2 characters versus 3 characters, and you can pick your best counter pick into them. This game number 4, though, you know, not critical for Frank W. Cox. They don't have to win this one. They certainly would like to, but there's something to be talked about, too. When you're playing your series on the line, you know, as Osborne is in this game number 4, and they will be in the game number 5 if we get there, you have to have players that are willing to play under the lights, that are willing to, you know, play in that high-pressure scenario. We've seen a lot of these players crumble under pressure. You know, earlier when we watched Forest Park versus Osborne, you know, the Little Mac versus King K. Rool, that's really the set that I saw where the last-hit scenarios were a real problem for these players who, you know, you make little simple mistakes like that can cost you stocks. It can cost you games. And in those last scenarios, it's so much easier to make those mistakes. It's so much easier to make those mistakes when your tournament life is on the line, especially when we're all here in person. You know, you can see the crowds behind us. I mean, you can probably hear them through our mics. It's a very lively crowd. Both these teams are here to play, here to win. And, I mean, neither of these want this to end in game, like, in the semifinals. I mean, they still have so much more Smash to be played.
Right, and looking behind me, they are sending the Steve again. So
really?
Yeah, definitely something out of left field, something that we were not expecting. We were expecting quite the opposite. We kind of expected that the Steve would kind of sit out for this one, maybe see what would happen if they were to send in maybe like the Pichu/Palutena, but no, they appear to be sending the Steve, and I believe for Frank Cox, I think that is their...
I believe it's the Violet.
I think that's the Violet.
Yeah, because I'm interested in this, Kyle, because this is actually a scenario that's very interesting for Osborne, where they don't have to play the Robin again. You know, you suggested that maybe we just send in the Robin if we're Frank W. Cox. Well, that would have been a nightmare for Osborne if that was the case, because they have to play this same matchup that was so tricky for them before. But, as I said previously, this matchup not really all that different from Robin. I mean, sure, you don't have to deal with the spells, but you have to deal with a similar level of range, a similar level of strong ledge trap. So it's up to the Steve to adapt, and you're going to have to adapt, because if you lose this series, you indeed lose the semifinal. Back to PS2 we go. A lot of space for Steve to play with on this stage, and you don't have to worry as much about the range game versus Violet, at least the super range game. You certainly have to deal with the mid-range, but the super range game about only having access to the bow, not the Arc Fire and the Arc Thunder that were oh so pressuring for the Steve previously.
Right, but moves like F tilt and like forward air / back air, you see already just being such a nuisance for Steve when he's trying to set up these walls and that sweet spot back air and these aggressive landings with these Elytras, all of them getting caught. Maybe Osborne and Steve trying to figure out a different game plan as their block attempts just keep getting swatted away, trying to get a shield break with that down smash, getting swatted away with that iron forward smash.
And I'm already impressed from the play with both sides. Byleth going for the range game here, keeping the Steve away, and the Steve able to find their openings, able to capitalize on the little hits they get. That's not easy confirm to make happen here onto Byleth, that forward smash into the up smash. I mean, you have to be in the perfect spot to do so versus a character like Byleth who's like playing to keep you away. I mean, what a spacing there from Osborne, able to find that confirmed, but dipping very low here, able to find the correct Elytra angle to make it back. I don't think anyone in the crowd was expecting that one, but Steve recovery, certainly no shortage of flight.
I certainly wasn't expecting that either, Avery. I've never seen Steve linger around when he like hits that like stalling like speed in the air when he uses Elytra like that. Usually I just see Steve players kind of just let go of the Elytra as it means just to get a little bit of extra height, but just stalling in the air like that while not being forced to get out of the Elytra, I've never seen that.
Yeah, pulling out all the stops is the Steve. from Osborne and calling out the air dodge there, understanding that forward air wouldn't quite connect into up smash at that percent, and playing very fast is Osborne with the lava bucket, keeping this Byleth on the toes here, and you have to be, because diamond combos, they hurt, Kyle. 74% from Steve. This is what you want to see as an Osborne fan, but the pickaxe does indeed break, but yet another diamond in the Steve's pocket, and that is not what the position you want to be in. This is kind of the lethality of Pokemon Stadium 2. Steve gets so many good resources on this stage, and with Byleth, not being able to pressure him from afar super easily, I mean, he can just kind of mine, do what he wants. The pressure is just building.
Right, and it's really unfortunate for the side of Frank Cox because they have some right ideas with these zone breaking options, but unfortunately, sometimes Steve just kind of snowballs you, and sometimes not much you can really do about it. You just sometimes just eat like a ton of percent, but Steve doesn't have the pickaxe, doesn't have any iron either. Him with the regular fist back air, but you still have that diamond sword waiting for you and that axe, and just threatening with these many hitboxes that the Steve is throwing now. He does not want to throw out that diamond. You recognize that kill percent, but correctly punishing that aggressive nair with the diamond forward smash.
I mean, the pressure was there, Kyle, even though no pickaxe in the toolbox for Steve. Still able to create enough threat that they were able to find the diamond F smash when they needed it most. I mean, finding the Byleth landing there in the corner, that's exactly what you need to make happen in that scenario. Not having access to forward air, not having access to back air, except for just the fist move. I mean, not going to get any strength on that. So great to see the excellence and pressure there, the awareness there from Osborne Steve. That's going to bring you up 1-0 in this best of 3. And, one more game on the board for this Steve player means that we will bring ourselves to a 2-2 series. And with still your Pichu Palutena player in the back, or potentially your Little Mac player who no longer has to worry about this Byleth, shutting them down off stage. So this is a fantastic position for Osborne here, looking much more comfortable versus the Byleth, versus the Robin, able to get their diamonds online, which they were not able to do previously, able to make plays happen off stage, even very tricky plays that caught us off guard, Kyle. I mean, this is exactly what we want to see from Osborne.
Right, and amazing bouncing, amazing mental capacity with the Steve, bouncing back immediately from losing to that Robin. He's like, you know what, I think I'm still fine, I'm still good to go in. I don't care who I send in next, who they send in next, I'm still good to play. And what we've seen so far, Avery, this Steve player seems to be bouncing back the perfect way.
It's a bold play, but it's what you gotta do if you want to win, Kyle, and that's exactly what Osborne's doing right here. I mean, the mental fortitude, as you said, quite strong, and it must be. If you're a Steve player, you get down in the resources, you have to dig deep, both in the ground and into the mental, in order to claw your way back up into the game. I mean, sure, he has some great comeback factors with things like diamond, but you lose your diamond, you have to find your hits, quite honestly, and you have to build walls to make that happen. Sometimes you have to put yourself in the corner, and that's not a spot you want to be versus Byleth. Byleth has some great tools in this matchup. You can get those juggles off, you can get those lead traps off, and play at this range that Steve can't deal with. But Steve been able to get into the close range of Byleth, able to get up nice and personal when you need to. Let's see if game 2 brings us more even grabs up close. We have to be oh so careful if we're in shield, as both of these characters, I mean, they have some fine pressure, but I mean, I don't know what the answer is here for Frank W. Cox as they move on to the Roy. Okay. I mean, I don't know about this, Kyle. I feel like the range just made sense here.
Maybe the idea from Frank Cox's Byleth is that maybe they just weren't very comfortable being so slow, despite having the range to contest with these minecarts, to contest with these kind of block formations. Maybe he just wants to sacrifice that with a little bit of a side grade with the speed, and okay, the up air ladders into the up smash, but it seems to be still going just fine for the side of Frank Cox. Roy still has a sword, even though it doesn't function as normally as some traditional swords similar to Byleth's, but wow, amazing roll read with that F tilt. Avery, this speed the speed pick seems to be a different pace that maybe the Steve is not used to. From what we've seen in this series so far, the Steve has only been fighting other slow characters like Robin and Byleth. So maybe this Roy pick, wait, oh my goodness. I don't know if you know what just happened, dear viewers, but and any fire attack that interacts with the Steve TNT will instantly blow it up. And since Roy's sword is like a fire sword, it would automatically blow up the TNT just like that, also interacting with the pressure plate. So with that up B hitting that TNT block, it was able to basically nearly set it off, just like it happened almost again, just like that.
Yeah, and you can see the absolute speed that Roy plays with. He thrives off of being as close to his opponent as possible and close to that roll distance as possible. You can see Steve now with such little resources. Look at the resource bar, only 3 iron to Steve's name and the wood tools. You don't have to be as scared being close to Steve, and that's exactly what Roy wants to hear, right? Roy loves to be close to the opponent, and Steve is not a heavy opponent. Those Roy attacks will do the stocks at very low percent. And you can see only wood F smash here from Steve is going to mean Roy is going to survive that interaction. And the advantage is extending Kyle, but going to get caught in the minecart. Again, goes through shields, and that's going to be a disaster there for Frank W. Cox. But no resources still on the side of Osborne. Roy has to stay on top of him, but Steve playing the scramble.
Yeah, unfortunately, not quite getting that empty land into the jab, taking 70% for 89, but here's Roy with Rage, another scary demon to worry about. But if you're Steve who doesn't have any materials, one correct guess from this Roy can take the game. What would be? And there's the roll, but not quite getting it. Had the right guess, but not quite the execution. But Steve racking up a little bit extra percent with the jump
Not
in
the
catch
devious trick.
with the up smash. That will do it. Amazing adjustments from Osborne Steve to even up the series 2-2.
I mean, what excellent adjustments from Frank W. Cox's Byleth player swapping to the Roy. I saw their exact game plan. You wanted to keep the Steve under pressure. You want to keep him low resources, but you get hit by one wrong combo, and Steve is able to build up the materials necessary to make that comeback, and that's going to be what wins them that game number 4 there. Game number 5 approaching us. It's another blind pick, and I think I know what it may be, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, such great adjustments from Osborne Steve player in that match, able to find the hits that they need, able to find the tricky ledge traps, and that TNT setup that they found with the up smash there. I mean, Roy's a character that wants to get in, wants to punish that, but just slightly off in the execution, and that's going to mean the stock. That's going to mean the game. And, you know, I have to point out, you know, just barely missed spacing on that roll read on the ledge as well. So many spots Roy, you know, just barely missed, but I mean, it was such a back and forth game. You really can't hate the fact that we're going to a game number 5 here, because these teams both deserve this game 5.
Right, I mean, both teams showing so much effort, so much passion towards this performance that they're both trying to put up. As you see behind us, both teams just so passionate, so like they're just very willing to communicate with one another and try to do whatever they can to steal this set away from one another.
Yeah, I mean, and your remaining 2 teammates now have to decide who's going to sit out and who's going to play for the series win. I mean, the winner of this will advance to the grand finals of VHSL, so you better put your player who has the solid mental on the line. You get multiple games to play with. They don't have to get out there and win the first one. I imagine it's going to be Robin versus either Pichu or Palutena, and, you know, either of those characters is going to be quite strong into Robin, I might add. So I mean, it's going to be tricky for Frank W. Cox. I feel like that Osborne Steve taking that series in the last one, I mean, that was really huge for them.
Yeah, a massive momentum shift. One that we went from the Robin taking the set over the Steve in a nail biter set here into the Steve immediately bouncing back, beating that Byleth with apparently the Roy, which I didn't even know about. Also really solid. Another nail biter set. That game, especially that game 2 there.
Yeah.
Now we're even at 2-2. It's only fair that we can assume that they'll send the Pichu/Palutena into the Robin.
Yeah, I mean, I can't lie, Kyle. I'm pretty disappointed that we weren't able to see game 3 between the Roy and the Steve there.
Yeah.
Because I feel like the Roy was really figuring things out, and Steve was able to, you know, clutch up when it mattered. But I would like to see a game 3 to see, like, you know, who can, you know, make the game 3 happen, right? I mean, Steve doing an incredible job at shutting down the Byleth, and then Roy understanding that you have to, you know, play this speed game versus Steve, that you're, you know, not really comfortable in the range game versus him, which, you know, some players like to play both sides. And in that game 3, you know, could have solidified, you know, who was going to come out on that sort of battle. But I mean, when you're Steve player able to make those kind of adaptations, you don't have to see that game 3. You don't have to force yourself to be able to make that happen again when you're able to get those big diamond combos that deal 80, and then you're able to find your KO confirms that take those stocks. You're able to find those tricky traps where you have to navigate around either the TNT or Steve, and you kind of have to guess which. Difficult, but you have to make it happen if you want to win VHSL. And Frank W. Cox and Osborne are loading up to see which of them is going to take this semifinal. I mean, it looks like we have Frank W. Cox's Robin player already in the hot seat. It does not look like Osborne has selected a player yet, Kyle. This may be a more difficult decision than we think.
It's hard to say. I don't know if like Osborne is still, still thinking about the decision, or maybe they already have selected their player, but they're talking about any potential strategies to go into this. Maybe like what kind of character we're to, assuming if the Pichu/Palutena would go, you would see, well, we can assume that their Pichu is their best character, right? But on paper, it just sounds like Palutena just wins the matchup more than Pichu would, because even though Pichu extremely fast and great buttons, very fast buttons, which Robin is obviously very uncomfortable with, just has so much more volatility compared to Palutena. Palutena just has a pillar of consistency, something that Pichu is quite frankly the opposite of.
Yeah, I wouldn't even argue that one matchup is, on paper better than the other, but they are for sure different matchups. I mean, you're playing a very different win condition as Pichu than you are Palutena. And one thing that I've seen very strong from both of these players, especially when Osborne is on the Palutena here, is the strength of their ledge trap. I mean, holding down the ledge with those invincible moves, holding down the ledge with things like Arc Fire and Nair. I mean, that's what you want to see when you see good ledge trapping. And it looks like it is going to be the Pichu Palutena player from Osborne Park stepping up to the big stage here, trying to take down this Robin player that shut down their Steve from earlier. But, still a close series at that. I don't think this Pichu Palutena has seen difficulty yet this tournament, Kyle. It may be the first time that they really have to lock in, really have to figure out a player.
That's a good point, Avery. So far, from what we've seen from Osborne, the Pichu player hasn't really come across too many hard sets. Like, it had a little bit of that weird interaction with the Terry player from before,
But got it done.
Yeah.
For Forest Park, yeah.
The Forest Park, yeah. Here we go. Looks like we are going the Pichu into the Robin. I feel like either pick would work just fine here. I feel like it's just a matter of comfortability as far as the Pichu player goes, and it seems Pichu seems to be the way for them.
I mean, when's the last time you watched Pichu versus Robin, Kyle? I certainly can't think of it.
Can't say I've seen this matchup at all, really.
Like, it's certainly been years if I have seen it. We've already seen Pichu being very aggressive on the ledge trap here. This is indeed the win condition of Pichu. He does not want to play neutral with Robin. He wants to play very fast, very offstage, and that's why you don't want to play the neutral. You get caught with Arc Fire, and you could explode at as low as 60%. Here at 80, certainly any of Robin's 11 aerials will do the trick. You have to play fast, you have to play offstage, you have to play that small stature of Pichu if you want to win the semifinals of VHSL.
Another important thing to note, Avery, is that you have to know which of Robin's spells interact with T-Jol the way they do. We saw the Arc Thunder clashing with that T-Jol. I thought it would at least beat that projectile. I thought Arc Thunder would have a bit more priority, but it doesn't seem to be the case. So if you're on the side of Pichu, that might be something to look forward to, but you have to remember, the more you use those electric attacks, the more percent on Pichu that he racks up on himself. And getting that jab block, not quite getting the execution, but Pichu with max rage, just a terrifying creature, and the shield. No, I think they dropped shield with that down smash there. How unfortunate for Frank Cox, but they seem to have another footing as that. Okay, there we go. That Thunder is still taking it.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to see the Pichu opponent live to 164%, but finding the stock nonetheless. Frank W. Cox finding themselves even with the lead here. As you said, Kyle, each electric attack that Pichu uses is going to damage himself slightly, so you really cannot play slow as this character. You have to play very fast. You have to play aggressive offstage, and Robin, a slow character that you can certainly play fast against. These recovery mix-ups from Frank W. Cox are excellent. You want to make sure you drift back to avoid those Pichu aerials, and Pichu coming out with recovery mix-ups as well. You don't want to get ledge trapped by Robin getting out of the checkmate here. This is not Smash 4, but following the drift of Pichu there is Frank W. Cox's Robin. I mean, the ledge trap is just flying back and forth between these two players. It is the strength of theirs. A reversal from Frank W. Cox. That's exactly what you want to see out of them.
And there you go, there's another read. I love the adaptation from the Frank Cox Gold Robin using the 11 forwarder to attack the Pichu quick attack, as it doesn't have a hitbox. Like what we see from Pikachu, which we see a lot more commonly than Pichu. Pichu doesn't have that hitbox, doesn't have that luxury that Pikachu has.
Yeah, and we can see the percent rack up for Pichu. Percentages aren't really going to matter on this last stock. It's just whether or not Pichu can land a big edge guard. And he's going to go for it right now. Barely going to drift away is the Robin from Frank W. Cox. But again, you know, doesn't really matter if you're at this kind of percent Pichu. You'd get KO'd at the exact same time at 60. So that's not the game Pichu's going to want to play. Just has to avoid those critical hits from Robin. Going to get hit by an arc fire. Barely going to miss the grab is Frank W. Cox High School. You're going to have to go for the T-Jolt camping here, but not going to get it done versus Levin forward air. The T-Jolts are oh so powerful for approaching as Pichu, but not going to work for a character like Robin, who can swing both through the T-Jolt and onto Pichu. And again, only at 120 getting hit by a Robin forward air. Most characters going to sweat that off. Pichu, oh no, you're going off the top. And Osborne feeling that one. Very, very volatile back and forth. The ledge trap, oh so strong from both players. Man, I cannot compliment Frank W. Cox's Robin on these recoveries enough, because this Pichu was playing for blood off stage and they just could not find it. I mean, just an excellent game all around. I will not be surprised at all if this goes to game 3.
I am loving what I'm seeing so far, Avery. Just amazing gameplay from both of these players. Like you said before, the Robin making some amazing adjustments. Like the recoveries, like you said, the Pichu digging deep with those back airs, with those forwarders and those downers, and even the thunders as well. None of them worked on the Robin. He was able to mix up his recovery every single time. But even swinging when Pichu was recovering with the up B, all the way from down, like from underneath PS2s. That's some amazing adjustment and showcasing great bravery as we jump into this, in the Pichu swapping to Palutena.
What a bold move here from Osborne. I don't mind this pick. At the very least, even if you don't believe that this is a better matchup, you're going to make Frank W. Cox beat both of your characters. And I like that. You're going to make them play the game of, all right, I figured out Pichu, now I have to figure out something very different. Again, this is a very different win condition for Osborne now. They are now going to be able to contest the neutral with Robin. They're going to be able to play on stage. Their edge guarding, though, going to take a hit. They're going to have to play more ledge trap based, but I've been loving the ledge traps I've been seeing from Osborne's Palutena. They make a lot of sense. They've been shutting down a lot of players today on this ledge, and it might be another one. Frank W. Cox able to find the navigation there that time, but you can already see the neutral game coming out strong from Osborne. I mean, just getting the adjustments here early and getting the percentage lead up early.
Right, both not having a jump, but no arc fire to take advantage of the Palutena not having any jumps left. But yeah, and okay, there it goes. The arc fire is back, but Robin is off stage. Not going to farm for a edge guard, but getting the ledge shot going. And there we go, the run off forward there. Not going to take it, but there we go. Robin not having any more tones for his uppy, so if he's sent off stage once again, that might be the KO. He's going to have to be forced to recover high with an air dodge, but swing back with the Arc Thunder. I love the idea there.
Yeah, able to live to 174 here is Frank Cox's Robin, but gonna get the down smash stuffed out with the back air. I'm not gonna mention that it's invincible again, Kyle, but that move's invincible, and that will hit through any attack, even a Robin down smash to boot. And Arc Thunder almost gonna take it off the side. A powerful attack there from Robin, able to hold down the ledge trap here with the fires as well. Gotta keep your shield careful, but you're able to swing back. You are Palutena now. You have some priority in the air, and you're gonna keep this Robin in the disadvantage. An excellent ledge trap here. Keep this Robin at bay. You don't need to play neutral with this character. You want to keep him in disadvantage. That's exactly what Palutena is trying to do here in this game number 3. This is for all the marbles, folks. If the Robin can take it here, Frank W. Cox High School will advance to the grand finals. But if Osborne is able to take it with the Palutena here, we will enter a final game to determine who will advance.
Right, it's a matter of finding this KO for Robin, and as he's trying to just swat this Palutena out of the air, he's just wasting more and more of his resources, has no more Thunder Tomes or Levin Sword, so their way of getting that KO is looking very thin.
But what you're witnessing right now, Kyle, is some higher level Smash. I mean, today we have not seen players who are this willing to play this sort of dance around game where we're playing more scared almost, but in a healthy way. You don't want to enter the hit range of your opponent where they can take that KO just like that. I mean, finding yourself at a disadvantage there going to be hard to avoid in that case scenario. But these players are both willing to play a bit slower than they have in the past because they're not able to get as much off of their advantage. They have to play a bit more honestly, a bit less tricky, and they have to find these solid hits. And that's kind of the story of Palutena. That's how she plays. And a character like Robin, although a bit trickier, can play a similar game. And this Robin is doing a great job managing their resources, playing that game back at Palutena. But Osborne, their neutral has just been solid enough to contest with the neutral of Robin.
Right, and the Robin player trying to cycle around his cooldowns as much as he can with those resources. No Levin Sword, but as he is trying to recover, the Levin Sword is back, but it does not matter as that second stock will be taken out with that back air, but now he has all of his resources again, so there's a little bit of a chance to make something happen, to even it up.
Yeah, I mean, we can see again and again, I mean, the story just tells itself about how well Osborne is doing on the ledge trap here, especially with the Palutena here. The Pichu being very aggressive with the edge guards, but the Palutena being very solid on the ledge trap. Two different phases of the game. Do I go off stage? Do I stay on the stage and just hold the fact that I have the entirety of the stage behind me in order to keep my opponent at bay? That's the difference between ledge trapping, edge guarding, and you have to be careful in the air as Robin. I mean, these Palutena up airs just absolutely sharking this character. So difficult to land. The difficult game to play. Robin not going to have a KO throw to get the job done. Going to have to find a KO in a more honest way. I mean, even the spells, not going to do it at this point. Has to find some sort of Levin aerial, and that is going to be one of them, the back air from across town. And that's exactly how strong Robin's aerials can be. That's one of the reasons that they're on a timer, folks, and that's because those aerials are strong.
Yeah, and you see, look at the timer that's going down. Both these players playing this matchup very meticulously, almost surgically to an extent, with how like specific their win conditions are. For Robin, you have to swat this Palutena that's constantly trying to play out of your burst range, trying to exhaust you of all your resources. But for Palutena, you have to try to maneuver yourself in the air in a way that doesn't interact with Robin's dangerous 11 aerials.
Yeah, and you can see Osborne opting for more projectile-based approach. It's a scary approach to take as you get hit by the arc fire, but goes for the double arc fire. Doesn't have the 11 sword available, so not going to be able to find the up smash to seal the deal just yet. Osborne with another sign of life here. Doesn't want to get caught in a juggle here. This is an oh-so-scary spot. If you're an Osborne fan, as Palutena aerials will not do it here, but Robin's aerials will. Going to find yourself off stage, but goes for a big upbeat, but not going to be able to connect. Osborne able to stay patient, stay locked in. That's going to earn themselves a KO here out of nowhere, Kyle. I did not expect Robin to go for the up B there. That was an all or nothing gamble from Frank W. Cox, and it's going to spell disaster for them. It's game number 3.
So many varying emotions going out in the crowd. I got a little bit of a sneak peek once the KO screen went away. The Robin player very frustrated with how they landed there. Not so sure they agreed with them going for a potential 2-frame with that up B as the projectile do spike once they originally come out. But the Palutena player relieved, trying to play relaxed, and the crowd just erupting.
I mean, the crowds here are certainly alive for these teams, and how could you not be? I mean, look at the gameplay on your screen. We've got game number 3 in game number 5 of the series, folks. Whoever takes this game will advance to the grand finals of VHSL. Who will it be? Will it be Robin from Frank W. Cox, or will it be Palutena from Osborne? We will have to find out. It's Frank W. Cox controlling the neutral to begin, and a huge arc fire up smash will mean a huge lead for Frank W. Cox.
Right in the first 25 seconds of this game, that's game 3, Avery, almost taking that second stock right there. If they were to get that spike, catching that jump with the down air, that might have spelled disaster for Osborne, as their deficit would have been much greater. But Robin, not having many resources up to his name, does still have the 11 sword, but oh my gosh. Those scrambles with the spot dodges as they try to get some more resources. What is going on, Avery?
That did something.
Oh my
and he caught
gosh!
him up in the air. Kyle, Frank W. Cox finds an up air out of nowhere. Osborne shaking in their boots. I mean, X factors do not exist for Palutena. She has to play a very honest game in this scenario. She has to claw her way back. She doesn't have any big attacks that really make this deficit happen quickly. You have to make guess after guess correct. And, I mean, Frank W. Cox is just looking to make that not even a possibility, as almost lapping Osborne here on the third stock. You could not ask for a better start here. Frank W. Cox on the Robin here, figuring this Palutena out.
Avery, are we going to witness a potential an upset here?
Not going to get. I think I say 3-stock, Kyle. We weren't going to see that.
Not
yet.
yet.
The upset is certainly in the cards, Kyle. I mean, the comeback is certainly still possible. Palutena with a lot of strong tools to keep this Robin in the disadvantage is going to go for a big edge guard here. Goes for a reversal. That could have been very bad. Luckily, Frank W. Cox understanding the extent of their recovery there isn't going to be too scared. But catching the jump here, Frank W. Cox is going to take it with the up air. An excellent pick from them, able to shut down Osborne, the #1 seed. I mean, look at the celebration behind me. Frank W. Cox is more than elated at this performance. Kyle, I must say, I was a big fan of this Osborne squad going into this match. I feel like they had all the right tools to take this series, but Frank W. Cox coming in with the strategy. I have to bring up the fact that they were able to beat the Steve player with Robin, and then the Robin able to shut down this Pichu Palutena that's just been taking names today, Kyle, as well. Byleth able to take some incredible starts to this series. I mean, and then the Isabel to round it off. I mean, this squad is looking to be a strong contender for the title. We'll have to see who comes by from the other side. Kyle, I'm just going to throw it to you. Any last thoughts about this match?
Just what an amazing set all around. Everyone did so much for their team. Everyone had a role in their how close they were to winning, no matter like which side you're on. Everyone did their part, even if it may not feel that way for some players. Even if some players are a little like frustrated or maybe a little disappointed in themselves, that should not distract from the fact that they contributed to how far they have won in this bracket. It is an entire team effort. That's how it is in a format like this, Avery. Even though Smash is technically a solo game, you can still do it in a team environment like this.
Absolutely, Kyle. I mean, every single team member had to put in, day out, in order to even get to this point. And then when you see a semifinal like that, I mean, that's just what makes it all worth it. I mean, that's why we're here, Kyle. That's why we play in person, to get to watch as high-level Smash Bros as that. I mean, man, I wish we had more Smash Bros for you guys. We will, but not until after a short break. You're going to want to stick around. I mean, what an exciting series that was. You're going to want to watch Frank W. Cox again in the grand finals. But until then, make sure you tune into the other streams, into the other YouTube Shenandoah streams, and then also Shenandoah Esports on Twitch, JMU Esports and Radford Esports on Twitch as well. Make sure you hop around between your tabs. Make sure you check the schedule. Make sure you know where the action is at, because the action just keeps on piling on. You're not going to want to miss the Rocket League coming up, and you're certainly not going to miss the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Finals coming up. I wish I got to cast it with you, Kyle, but I'm sure you'll have a great time on the desk with whoever that may be. But this will be me for Smash Bros. It's been an absolute blast here on the desk. I love this game. I've been competing in it for 8 years, and it's great to see the best college coolers in Virginia come out here and do it like that. I mean, that's some adaptation there. That's what I love to see. We're going to go to a short break, guys, but keep the action here at VHSL. Welcome back, everyone, to the Virginia High School League Championships. Thought it might be done on the desk, but we were both wrong. I'm Avery Giesman. Joining me on the desk is a new face, Chase Newcomb, recently hired at Shenandoah University, and a very established TO in the space here. Loves some Smash Bros. Happy to have him on the desk with me as we enter a very exciting semifinal. We got Woodside versus Galax. Woodside earlier in the bracket taking a massive upset that could throw us to that bracket here. I mean, we just got to look at that. I mean, what an exciting matchup that was on the other stream. The 10 seed taking it over the 2 seed, now having to battle the 3 seed for a spot at the grand final.
Yeah, what a beautiful time as well. I had the opportunity to TO that side of the bracket, being the head TO, and jumping on the desk, as you said. Excited to be here and excited to see what both of these teams have in store for us, both Woodside and Galax. As mentioned earlier, Galax did take down Kettle Run to make it to the side of the bracket, and then Woodside took out Manassas Park, as you can see above.
Yeah, I mean, we have some information, of course, Chase, a little bit more than I, having been over on that side of the bracket the whole day. I've been over here watching Frank W. Cox Gold Team make an incredible run here, beating their own into beating the #1 seed Osborne, and what a nail-biter of a set that was. If you weren't able to catch that one, you're certainly going to want to rewind in the VOD later, because that was some incredible action there. I mean, the grand final is going to contain at least them and one of the 2 teams that is going to come out on top here. So it's just a matter of who's going to take on that Robin, Isabel, Byleth squad. And I mean, I think one of these teams can get it done, but we're going to have to see who.
Yeah, I mean, that was also our first Game 5 situation of the day. There's been no other Game 5 situations so far. That was it, and it went the full distance. So really eager to see what we got in store, and that is going to be a Rob and Dr. Mario. Rob on the side of Galax and Dr. Mario on the side of Woodside.
I mean, what an exciting battle here. We have a staple in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate right now in Rob. This character is very strong at all levels of play. And on the other side, Woodside, we see Dr. Mario, a character that we have not seen for the first time today. Actually, Frank Cox Green Team bringing out their own Dr. Mario. So not a matchup that, you know, is new to us, but certainly a matchup that, you know, is heavily Rob favored. I mean, we see some great edge guarding tools on this robotic operating buddy, and Dr. Mario having a very poor recovery, and that is not a good combo to have, as we already see the KO power of Rob coming to fruition.
Yeah, that side B just way too strong. And yeah, you bring up a really interesting point. Yeah, you've not seen Dr. Mario on this side of the broadcast, but earlier, this Dr. Mario actually, in the very first game of the entire day, took on Mario to prove that he is the true Mario of the 3 Mario brothers. But looking a little tough for this Dr. Mario, gonna get side B'd off stage again. The recovery is going to be pretty tough, especially against a character that can fly like Rob.
Yeah, and you can already see the edge guarding power that Rob has. He can just linger off stage as long as he has that fuel in the tank, and he can just wait for Dr. Mario to be into a position where he can hit him again off the stage. And again, Dr. Mario not having many resources, so once he's expunged some of them, he's certainly in for a world of hurt, as we can already see here. Dr. Mario just trying to navigate the war zone, but it's just not going to happen. That gyro covering low, and this is what happens when you have to fight high-level Rob. I mean, your options just feel shut down.
Yeah, that Z-drop was impeccable, dropping it. And I mean, looking at this gameplay as well, this Rob has some tech on point. The ledge traps are beautiful. The edge guarding is on point. Look at that. The Z-drop again. It's going to take the set 3-0, or the game 3-0. Rob not dropping a single stock that game.
Yeah, that's quite strong there from Galax. I mean, that is not what you want to see if you're on the side of Woodside. I mean, the Dr. Mario, sure, he has a lot of power in his kit, but, you know, you're used to kind of getting outranged, but you're not used to, you know, having to play this big of a beast in Rob. I mean, this character is certainly going to be one of your hardest matchups. Just absolutely devastating off stage. The neutral, not so great either. We haven't seen a lot of hill from Dr. Mario, so maybe that could be a way to entry into this, but this Rob is playing very fast, very aggressive. It's going to be hard to set up those kind of scenarios you can entry with.
Yeah, at least to counter the top, right? At least throw it out there, to put something out there to stop Rob's aggression coming in. But who's to say? You know, maybe this Dr. Mario pulls out the defibrillators and revives himself going into this next game.
Yeah, you do have the cape as a way to kind of use the gyro or the laser against Rob. That can be an idea as well. I mean, you don't have to be the one to approach if you're Dr. Mario. Again, quite a slow character, has that power, but doesn't have the speed. Rob having that speed, maybe you can make him make the entries happen. But this Rob feels very comfortable in that scenario. If he can put you in between him and the top, you can take a lot of damage. And you can see, I mean, the KO confirms from this character, oh so powerful as well, having a very potent KO throw in either down throw or up throw. Up throw if you're super high percent, down throw in those like mid 100%. I mean, that's a very scary tool as well. I mean, definitely not a matchup I want to play if I'm Dr. Mario.
Oh, no, that's a tough matchup. I mean, if you're a Dr. Mario player, you're used to most tough matchups. The character is just, in the tier list a little bit lower, but you work around those things. I mean, we got some pretty big low-tier gods coming out in this set. Hopefully you see on stream. To that point, though, you have a lot of tool in Dr. Mario's tool belt to pull out. You have the cape, you have the pills, you even have, like, the wind box on your down B, right?
Yeah,
To suck them in and get the damage off. There's options there. It's just a matter of whether or not you're choosing those options in the moment.
Yeah, the Cyclone is quite strong at KOing off the side, too. If you can catch Rob slipping, at the end of the day, his up B does not have a hitbox on it, but you certainly don't have to worry about that if you're going to switch to the Sonic Chase. Now, this is a matchup where you're going to be afforded a lot more speed than Rob has and a lot more whiff punish capability. Definitely an interesting switch here from Woodside. We're going to have to see what their plan is.
Avery, this certainly now feels like we're watching a top 8.
It
Rob
does.
and Sonic.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see. I mean, Sonic, a character that can close the distance quite fast. I mean, Rob, a character that can hold the distance with things like gyro, things like laser. I mean, spin dash, not going to go through those kind of moves, but what you can do is you can easily whiff punish his aerials more easily, and you don't have to worry as much on the recovery. But there's the down throw that I was talking about, Chase. I mean, only at 100, Sonic may be, but certainly that down throw will KO.
And you have so many options out of that down throw, right? You have the up smash, you have the up air. There's so much you can do. And Red, the up air. Okay, we're going to get a spin into a spin. Immediately, that both those side Bs are going to put Sonic at above 50%. And this neutral control coming out on Galax is just incredible.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, already reading the defensive options of Woodside, and they've only met this player yet one game ago, and that is dangerous stuff. That means this Rob is reacting to defensive options on reaction, and that is just not a player you want to play against. Controlling the space with this gyro oh so well. We can see these whiff punishes attempt to come out from Woodside here, but Sonic doesn't really have these long strings. He just kind of plays this hit and run play style, which means he doesn't have these big combos. He just does a little bit of damage, and then a little bit of damage, a little bit of damage. And a character like Rob, you want to be able to combo this character because he's so big. He gets hit by these big strings. Not something Sonic is particularly afforded with, especially when it's a secondary Sonic. You're going to want to play this more runaway style, and this Rob is just too good versus that.
And it's increasingly difficult, as we're seeing right here, to get in as Sonic, especially against a character like Rob. Like you said, Sonic can close the distance, but it's a matter of whether or not this reactionary Rob, to your point, is ready for it or not.
Yeah, absolutely, Chase. I mean, look at the shield discipline from this Rob also, understanding that they're not a KO percent just yet, otherwise to a smash attack. I mean, going for the big side Bs here on Woodside Sonic. I mean, this is not a move that you use in neutral, Chase, and yet Galax is using it in spades to just control the pace. Sonic cannot contest this move if you're able to land it. Sure, it has a lot of end lag, sure, it has some stardom to it, but I mean, at the end of the day, it deals a lot of damage if you can make it happen. And I mean, just look at this 3-stock coming to fruition. That's a forced air dodge, Chase. There's nowhere for Woodside to go. That's a guaranteed 3-stock for Galax, a guaranteed 2-0. What a strong performance, a strong start.
Yeah, shout out to Caleb on that Rob. That was incredible, like we saw. And I mean, like you said, it certainly has a lot of end lag, but every single time it's almost like the Rob was anticipating when the Sonic would come in and was just ready for it. Like, oh, okay, I see you dashing. Wait for it, I'm spinning, and now you're stuck in it.
Yep, that's exactly correct. I mean, sure, it has a lot of stars, sure, it has end lag, but if the move lands, I mean, it does 20-some%, and if you can get it off an air dodge read like Galax was able to do, I mean, that's the correct move for the job right there. And just not scared of the Sonic pick whatsoever. Galax just yet another 3-stock. I mean, a little bit better of a 3-stock, I mean, living to 148, but I mean, at the end of the day, you didn't lose that stock, so great stuff to them. Holding down the defense and the offense. I mean, understanding the defensive habits of Woodside quite quickly. I mean, that's going to be a tough player to beat, but at the end of the day, it's not a single-player game that we're in here. We are in a team-based tennis format for VHSL, and someone else is going to have to get points on the board if Galax wants to advance.
Yeah, certainly, and to that point as well, something that we haven't talked about is pretty bold move going back small battlefield again. They went to small battlefield the first time and said, you know what, we're going to run it back again. And Sonic has a lot of options that you could use on a triplat. Mind you, right, you have Rob, who has the up air, who can punish a lot of those options in landing. But if you're looking for some movement with Sonic, triplat might have been a viable option.
I mean, it's hard to take Rob to a stage and be happy with it. I mean, he has so much control. I mean, his up air, absolutely massive DI cross-ups. He does well on Town and City 2, which is often a Sonic playground. You get those K-offs off the horizontal plane. With how many side Bs we're seeing from this Rob in neutral, I can't even imagine what the side Bs look like off stage. I mean, we saw them a little bit in that game number 1 versus Dr. Mario, but on a stage like Town and City, those are going to KO nice and early. Town and City having the narrowest horizontal blast zones in the entire game. So, I mean, that could be, you know, a stage that Sonic likes, but a stage that Rob likes as well. So stage choice, you know, certainly a factor as the teams attempt to counterpick each other, both in character and in stage. You know, those are the two factors that you can control besides the game in front of you.
Yeah, you say the narrowest stage in the game too. In 2018, Smash Me is like, wait, WarioWare's a thing? And I'm like, well, you know, WarioWare is a thing.
Take us back to 2018 and Shenandoah Side B, KOing you at 30% on WarioWare. That's a fun mechanic to have in the game. And you know, spin dash fair from Sonic, you know, that KO you like 15.
Yeah, have a fun time going 5 feet off the stage and then dying immediately.
Yeah.
I mean, to that point, though, speaking of going 5 feet off the stage and dying immediately, we have some characters in the lineup that don't have phenomenal recovery. And so I'm interested to see what is chosen next from both teams. It will be, since Galax took that stage, it will be them claiming their character and player first.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to Woodside to make the counter pick happen here. I mean, they have some options on the table, right? I mean, we have seen some great secondary potential come out from many teams today. I've even seen teams go for a third character, almost to the point of it winning. I haven't seen a third character win yet. That's pretty deep, but I have seen it chosen. So I mean, these pockets are deep here at VHSL, so it's up to you as the player, you know, what matchup do I want to go into that gives me the best chance of improving my odds here? And as the 10 seed, I mean, Woodside has to make those kind of plays happen in order to take down this match that they are seeded to lose.
You know, that's another great point, too. It's not like we have 3rd seed versus 4th seed here. It is the 10th seed versus the 3rd seed, creating upsets and making room, making their own place in this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Woodside taking out the number 2 seed at this tournament with that really strong Luigi player on that squad. I mean, that was an amazing win for them. So really good to see Woodside come out on top there. But I mean, Galax presenting them with a new challenge with this Rob, I mean, the only player we've seen on the field thus far. But I mean, Woodside coming in here with Ganondorf and King K. Rool also. I mean, after the Dr. Mario, I mean, I don't know if I have to be the one to tell you, but I mean, these characters do not have a lot of strengths versus Rob. So you're going to have to hope that these other matchups are a bit more favorable. Getting a sneak peek over here, I mean, we look like Bowser Jr., Samus on the side of Galax, so that's going to be the matchups to choose. So, you know, you do at least have the Bowser Jr. as, you know, K. Rool or Ganondorf could do fine into that character. I'm not very happy about Samus versus either of them. I think approaching could be quite difficult, but as someone who has a lot of time on Samus myself, I would definitely rather play K. Rool into her than Ganondorf if I have to pick at straws. But I mean, yeah, this Woodside High School is not playing from a matchup perspective, as we alluded to earlier. They're playing from a player perspective and understanding habits perspective. That's what you must do if you're going to win versus a character that, you know, has greater tools than your own.
Yeah, a matchup perspective is something you take a look at the very beginning of the season, right, Avery? That's when you're deciding what characters to put into your pool and what covers what strengths at the very beginning of the season. At finals, you're locked in, right?
Yeah,
you know what you know, and you're going in as adaptive as possible. To that point, though, we have our next 2 characters selected for the upcoming set. As a fun little side quip as well for those of you at home that don't know, 2 of the players that are on the rosters today, Caleb and Walter, are brothers. And they're twins. So they play on the same roster. Yeah, so we had Caleb first. Now we have Walter playing Bowser Jr., and we'll see Jalen on the Falco.
Wow, I mean, that is news to me. I mean, imagine having, you know, your twin play at the same high school as you and you both play Smash Bros.
That's got to be competitive.
Yeah, that's crazy. You fight to stay on the same team with each other. I mean, that's I mean, what a fun thing that is. We got Falco, we got Bowser Jr., so not one of the picks that I originally expected, but one of the picks that Chase saw earlier. Chase, what did you see out of this Falco earlier that you really liked?
Yeah, so funny enough, I actually did not see the Falco. I saw the Bowser Jr. It was Fox earlier that played up against the Bowser Jr. in a previous set. But as a Falco player myself, you know, shout out Kip as well on our roster. Shenandoah also playing, or sorry, AJ plays Falco as well on our roster. So lots of Falco players here in the Shenandoah Valley. It's really a combo character, like you said, whereas Bowser Jr. is a lot more of a conversion character. You're trying to get your first hit, get in. As you've marked it on our own sheet, Avery, it is a trapping character, and trapping it will do with that ledge trap. That was a great tech from JR, however, not going to be able to make it back up to stage.
Yeah, excellent ledge trapping already showcasing from Galax, but great combos, like you said earlier, Chase. I mean, Woodside here on the Falco. Bowser Jr. has a very large frame, and I must say, I've actually trained AJ in the Bowser Jr. versus Falco matchup, and that's exactly what you want to do as Falco, is you want to combo this Bowser Jr. more than you do anything else. You just keep him in the air repeatedly, and you know, he has the Koopa Cart to approach Falco, and sure, that's a great option to KO off the side if he does the spin out with the Koopa Cart, but I mean, trying to intro that on Falco is very difficult. Falco has the moves to stuff out Bowser Jr. as he approaches, and it's a very difficult game to play for Bowser Jr., but holding the stock to 160, this is one of the weaknesses of Falco, is if you cannot find those KOs at like 90, 100 to 110%, finding it at 160 is rather difficult.
Yeah, the up tilt into the back air is a true confirm for a certain percent, and it looks like in that 162% not going to find it, but in the second patch, we saw one of the best buffs come through in the entirety of Smash Ultimate, and that was Falco getting his up smash buff. And that's exactly what you saw right there. And Bowser Jr. taking that to heart. We're probably going to see a lot of these reflects as well, Avery, as this Mecha Koopa is probably going to come out from the Bowser Jr. to try to get in. It's a matter of this Falco to keep it at bay.
Absolutely, and you know, that reflector will turn the Mecha Koopa right around. If Bowser Jr. shoots the cannonball, that will shoot that right back at Bowser Jr., so not really going to be a zoning playstyle from Bowser Jr., and that forward smash, oh so deadly from Bowser Jr. Bowser Jr. players love using that forward smash to catch different get-up options. It oddly catches jump consistently, so it's an option that Falco has to deal with, and Falco having a very long jump height and not very many different recovery mix-ups, he's going to have to play around that forward smash quite often during this set, especially if he wants to go high on the recovery. Like, that forward smash will snipe him out every time.
Yeah, experience would say too, he's got to deal with it fast, because that's the second time he's been killed to a forward smash at ledge. And third time is looking like it's sneaking. But I will say in this third stock, I am loving the movement that we're seeing from this Falco. Playing with these B reverses in the air, getting the laser off where needed, feeling extremely confident, but it's all about closing it out, Avery.
Absolutely, and this 100%, 120% range, this is exactly where Falco does want to close it out. You don't want to reach that 140% range where your up tilt back air or your up tilt up air don't work anymore. You want to secure these KOs when the iron's hot. I mean, you can reflect these projectiles all you want, but they're not going to find you KOs. What will find you KOs is Bowser Jr. spin out, that cart that comes towards you. If Bowser Jr. turns the steering wheel to hit you with the back wheels, I mean, that move KOs at very early percents, especially on these stages who have those horizontal blast zones that are a bit narrower. But I mean, even on a stage like this, I mean, where it hits you in the air, center stage, I mean, that'll KO at 120. That's a move you always got to watch out for when fighting Bowser Jr.
Yeah, most of the gimmick characters on the roster have very slow abilities to come out, or they're in lag quite a bit. But when those abilities come out, they can certainly hurt, like Bowser, the Bowser spin dash, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very unique move. It's like you can use it towards your opponent, and you can jump out of it before you get there. You can hit your opponent with it, but do the variant of it where it just doesn't have lag. And that's the move where you don't spin. But that move will never KO. It will, pop the opponent up maybe, potentially even for a combo, but it will never KO. If you want to KO with Bowser Jr. side B, which is a very potent move to KO with, it's either forward smash or that. That's really the options Bowser Jr. has in the arsenal. You're going to have to commit.
Or hit him with a stray, right?
Yeah, like
stray
whatever. Like 140.
Yeah.
You're going to have to commit to a move that is much laggier. So if you can manage to shield it, you understand when Bowser Jr. is going to go for that big play. That's when Falco can get really cheeky things like short hop down air, like onto the Bowser Jr., and then big combos happen.
Oh yeah, if you can get the end lag canceled with that down air and get a up air conversion or a back air, even sometimes an up smash if you're just reading them not doing anything, then you can play off that. But going into this next game, we're seeing a character switch, and this is a character that I was anticipating earlier, Avery. Ganondorf makes his appearance.
So you don't have to worry about the combo game anymore because of how hard you out-straight hit Bowser Jr. now. I mean, now you don't have to worry about your opponent ever getting to 140, and if they somehow do, any of your aerials will take it. So it's a different problem now for Woodside. Instead, now they have to worry a little bit more about the recovery. The forward smash is still pretty potent on the ledge trap, but they don't have to worry as much about Bowser Jr. living to these long percents and not being able to KO.
Yeah, it's exactly right as well, Avery. That Mecha Koopa off stage can catch Ganondorf up B coming up to stage and can be detrimental for Woodside in this series. But I like this switch overall because we've seen consistently through this. Okay, pause. What? Yep. We've not seen that consistently, Avery.
Well, that is a nice confirm there from Galax. The abandoned ship into the aerial attack from Bowser Jr. While Bowser Jr. doesn't have his cart in the air, his aerials are stupid powerful. And that's a really tricky setup there. And there's a straight hit that I was talking about that can send Bowser Jr. out flying. So yeah, you have to be really careful when you get hit by that Koopa cart when Bowser Jr. ejects from it, because if you end up getting exploded into Bowser Jr., you're going to get hit by a hammer that sends you flying.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I mean, if you're not careful, you're going to get hit by much more from Ganondorf as well. And that's why I like the character switch here from Woodside. We did see JR reading quite a bit in the first game. It just came down to the execution of Falco hitting those high percents like you had mentioned, Avery. So now that he's on the Ganondorf, that should be much easier for these big reads that they're expecting.
Yeah, Ganondorf is great for confident players who wants to go for these big reads. And that's been what Woodside's been going for in spades. We see this forward air coming out from Ganondorf as well. A Falco forward air, never going to KO at that percent. So great stuff from Woodside there, understanding where Bowser Jr. wants to go for the recovery, not going for the reversal there, just going to settle for a ledge trap for some damage. And you can do that, right? I mean, as long as you hold this stock with Ganondorf, you hold that rage, you can make this Bowser Jr. KO you the hard way. And you can see Bowser Jr. not willing to go off stage just yet, doesn't want to get reversaled by Ganondorf, but not going for those means that you're going to have to find one of these spin outs. And Ganondorf can do things like that, Chase, where the spin out is not going to be able to go through.
Yeah, that dash attack, claiming it. In the strides, that's exactly what I was talking about earlier. There it is off stage. Ganondorf barely making it back, but that Mecha Koopa looking extremely versatile and dangerous coming from Galax.
Yeah, you have to have a little bit more confidence there if you're Galax. Once your Mecha Koopa hits, you have to be willing to hit it again. You can't just let Ganondorf come back after you've done the hard part. And there's the grab, not quite going to do it for Bowser just yet. Although forward throw is a great KO throw only while you're at the ledge. You're not going to be able to find it in center stage, and it's now Ganondorf the one living to high percents. He still might be fine, Chase, with the magnet hands of Ganondorf, but not quite. 183 is going to be the percent that Ganondorf loses stock at, but you're happy with living that percent every single time.
Yeah, I mean, at 58%, it is a sneeze away from dying in the hands of the Demon King. Ganondorf, extremely versatile in the setup, and here we are, last stock situation of this game 2.
And being very aggressive off the ledge is Woodside. You gotta be careful here as Bowser Jr. from Galax clawing his way back in. Is this your last game and gonna get hit by the Mecha Koopa into the spin out there? That's exactly what Galax needed in order to take that series number 2, and that's exactly what's gonna be a 2-0 series advantage for Galax here, only needing one more on the board to secure the deal. I mean, the Ganondorf looking very strong there, but just getting a little bit caught off guard at the ledge.
Yeah, I mean, looking back, Avery, is the captain of your squad and the coach of your squad, what would you have gone into that set and told your player, like, pick one character? You're going to play either Falco or Ganondorf, or do you think that was the right move? Starting off Falco, kind of feeling the space, and then going Ganondorf after?
Yeah, at the end of the day, it is a comfortability pick. If your player doesn't feel like they can get it done on the character, it doesn't really matter what you feel about the matchup. They have to go, the character that they feel like can get it done. However, if I were to look at it from a matchup perspective, I feel like the Ganondorf wasn't even bad from that angle either. I mean, you're just playing a slightly different game. Instead of playing this game where you're playing to combo Bowser Jr. and keeping him in the air forever, you're playing to trade with Bowser Jr. And use your extra power to KO him earlier than he was able to KO you. And honestly, Chase, you didn't even die to any edge guards. You just kind of got caught off guard with a couple of these up B mix-ups into the eject hammer to take some early stocks. avoid those kind of things, and I thought the Ganondorf looked perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean, the sauce coming out in that game, too, from the Bowser Jr. with those up B hammers coming out, like you were saying, abandoned ship into the hammer was extremely reliable, more reliable than what we had sort of anticipated. And it's a very stark contrast from the first game that we saw where they were forward smashing at ledge, right? And just catching jumps or catching regular get-ups on ledge. It was very, very different.
Yeah, Ganondorf's ledge hang is like oddly low, one of the lowest in the whole game. So you can't forward smash clip it super easily, as opposed to Falco where you can catch his side B quite easily with it. So maybe that's one of the reasons why we saw less forward smash at ledge. But the ledge trap was still quite strong from Bowser Jr. in this spot, setting up traps with the Mecha Koopa. It's why I call Bowser Jr. a trapping character. He holds you at the ledge with things like Mecha Koopa, you try to deal with that, and you don't notice that the Bowser Jr. is carting towards you. As soon as he saw that Mecha Koopa is going to connect with the explosion, no more shielding for the spin out.
Yeah, these are not League of Legends players, these are Smash players, and I'm telling you, ability management is a little bit less versatile in that moment where you're having to cross your eyes and look at what's going on over here with Mecha Koopa and over here with Bowser.
Absolutely, and when you're in a ledge trap scenario, there's a reason it's a disadvantageous position. Your opponent, being the ledge trapper, has more options than you do as the player getting off the ledge. Like, sure, you have a myriad of options, but at the end of the day, the opponent, the one ledge trapping, has the entire stage to their disposal to set up on and to figure out the angle in which to push you back off stage again. So great stuff there to Galaxy's Bowser Jr. I mean, that's a great player, great showing there. Glad to see them on the sticks. And they're going to have to find an answer here in the number 3 spot. I mean, it looks like we might get a King K. Rool versus Samus matchup here. I mean, a very different character than we've seen thus far on the side of Galax. I mean, Bowser Jr., a character very different from Rob, who's a very different character from Samus. So it's going to be, you know, new game plans every day that Woodside has come up with to win.
This is going to be a funky matchup.
It will.
I'm very, very excited for it because K. Rool has a lot of gimmicks in K. Rool's kit. There's a lot that K. Rool can get through, and Samus is just a top-tier character. There's a lot of out-of-shield options that Samus has at their disposal to sort of punish if this K. Rool, they catch him on the end lag, right? If they catch him with a forward tilt or an up tilt that's mistimed, this could spell disaster. And this could be, you know, all that's said for the entire series if Galax takes this.
Yeah, at the end of the day, this is the last series that Galax has to take. And, you know, Woodside taking this series would mean they have to defeat either this Bowser Jr. player or this Rob player, or, you know, even potentially the Samus player again in game number 4 if they want to take the series. So, you know, one step at a time here. I agree with you, Chase. This match is quite weird. I spent a lot of time on Samus. I spent a lot of time fighting King K. Rool. This character is quite common online and apparently in the high school space. I've seen a lot of King K. Rool players here today. So a lot of his tricks, you know, these high school players may be familiar with, but he does have a lot in the bag. He has that belly armor, and that's going to be the one to really look out for. Whenever you hit King K. Rool's belly, he can armor through a lot of moves, and even though you hit him, he actually doesn't take any knockback. He'll still take damage, but if he's using it, especially while during an attack, he will hit you back and not take any knockbacks. That's a really big deal. You have to be careful when you're hitting that belly. You have to be careful with how you juggle King K. Rool, because he can often land with it and disrupt your juggle.
Yeah, the super armor is incredible from K. Rool, and you can tell that's denoted by cracks on the belly as well as we go through the set. You'll see those cracks come through, and it can be broken just like any other shield.
Yeah, and oddly enough, Chase, that used to be much easier to break, but later on in the game here, they made it harder for that belly armor to be broken. So, you know, difficult thing to do, but it is very possible if the King K. Rool uses the resource just too much. And the first thing I've noticed, Chase, is just how fast this K. Rool is playing. I think maybe too fast.
Yeah, maybe a little too fast in that off-stage option. Certainly, I think they meant to they didn't mean to fast fall, and unfortunately, that fast fall will take the stock. But at 101%, the Samus is hanging on by a thread at the grips of the Terror Crocodile.
You know what I'm happy about, Chase, though, is that this K. Rool is playing fast off stage. You know, very unfortunate has to be there to lose their stock at 30. But I actually think it's one of the main win conditions of King K. Rool in this matchup is to threaten Samus off stage. You might not think she has the worst recovery in the game, and she certainly does not, but she does struggle to get off of the ledge.
Yes.
And one of the things that K. Rool does quite well is hold the ledge with that blunderbuss and a footstool combo to boot. Yeah, this Woodside King K. Rool is playing very fast, very in Samus's face, and it's what you must do. It's up to Galax to create as much space as possible.
Yeah, and Samus, like you were saying off stage, a lot of their options, like they have a very incredible spike that is pretty much negated by K-Rool's recovery, having the spin top on top of their head, the helicopter, to do minimal amounts of damage. It's going to be very hard to get through that. Like you said, Avery, oh my gosh, this K-Rool is moving, and you need to see that out of heavy characters, the confidence to get from point A to point B on the stage and maintain the neutral.
Absolutely. On the contrary, King K. Rool spikes work quite well versus Samus.
Yes.
Her up B not going to be enough to disengage the King K. Rool, and confirms like that, like the berry into the up tilt. That is a true combo that will put Samus in big trouble. And but, I mean, with that SD at 30, still holding on to the lead is Woodside. This is the momentum swap they needed to get themselves back in the series.
I loved the faux crown grab, right? He turned around, he acted like he was going to go crown, and then turned back around and up tilt for the, or grab, down throw, up tilt for the kill. That was incredible.
Yeah, a lot of tricks up the sleeve, and able to tech that at 180, not yet untechable. Great awareness from King K. Rool from Woodside and keeping on the pressure. Not scared at 191. This is maximum rage chase. Another up air just might do it too high up.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're fighting Samus. A sneeze will take you out. Back air, up B out of shield, even an up air might kill here. So this K-Rool's got to be careful in getting in. And
back throw won't do it.
Back throw won't do it at 200%, I guess.
Yeah, you wanted to up throw there if you're Samus, trying to catch the DI with the back throw, but not going to be guaranteed there. Woodside understanding the situation there and understanding where the DI, finally getting caught with this up B out of shield. And that's a very, very potent tool for Samus in this matchup. Hit her shield wrong, and you will for sure be taking that 13%, as we just saw there.
Yeah, Siskui fans are standing in chat right now.
Oh, for sure. The best player from Spain, Siskui, loves that move, I will say.
Yeah, the up B out of shield is real. We haven't seen that much coming out of this game. I really like that too, because it's a mix-up option if you're not expecting it. That's certainly what they saw, but at 129%, there's not much left not to expect in this game, Avery.
No, there certainly is not, and swinging back against the King K. Rool as to not get hit off stage, but the lead trap, oh so strong. You have to be careful coming back to stage here. What's the lead trap? No, it gets hit by the little propeller. As you mentioned earlier, Chase, you cannot edgeguard K. Rool from directly above because that propeller will disrupt it.
Yeah, and it's going to keep disrupting it. K-Rool keeps going for these blunderbuss options, trying to get the grab out, just kind of letting the cannonball go. Dash attack going to take it. K-Rool taking this game.
Galax Samus getting uncomfortable on the ledge there. We've seen a lot of these KOs from King K. Rool come off of these ledge traps from these blunderbusses, so Samus did not want to engage with that option. So they just kept re-grabbing the ledge, just kind of trying to not deal with it. But the K. Rool didn't commit. They just like kept holding on to the ledge trap. Well, Samus is like, I guess I'll try to like swing through it with something like forward air. K. Rool saw that coming. You're going to get a dash attack to the face. That's going to be 1-0 for Woodside.
Yeah, I mean, at this level of play, you have to be adaptive. And if you're not in semifinals. It's just where we're at. So these players managing all of the stuff going on around them, like I mentioned earlier, like with Bowser Jr., it was the Mecha Koopa, and whether or not he's up being you and ejecting from cart. Now with K. Rool, it's crown management, right? And paying attention to what's going on. It's blunderbuss management. Has the ball been shot out? Is the cannonball still in the air? Can he grab me? There's so many things to manage in the moment, and unfortunately, you have to get out of disadvantage, or those are just going to compound.
Yeah, at least King K. Rool, must be relatively stationary during his blunderbuss. Like, sir, he has the mix-up of being on the platform and then dropping through it. But once he's, like, on the stage itself, he can't move once he's committed to blunderbussing. So you have to just kind of find the timing to navigate around it. But might I say, Samus on the ledge trap, not a character that's stationary by holding a charge shot, for example, at that same kind of distance. What a tool that has been that I've not yet seen from Galax Samus. That can be brutal for K. Rool to work around. Use that strength that has been working so well versus you against him.
Yeah, I mean, even something that we didn't really see much is drop down from ledge Z-grab and air from Samus, at least to do the damage. That could come out fast enough to stop K. Rool blunderbuss, right? If K. Rool's blunderbussing further away from edge, you have that option in your disposal. So it's thinking creatively in the moment while also executing it is incredibly difficult.
Yeah, it's a different thing to know what you should do and to be able to execute it in real time, to be able to recognize the scenario where you can do a given thing versus a scenario where you're not allowed to do a given thing. And we can see with how fast this K. Rool is being, that's very intentional to make sure that this Samus does not have the time to make those decisions. Whereas some players will be able to recognize that very fast. Samus players are used to having more time on their hands, especially versus these big characters whose really only option is to play with this speed, or else, you know, take too much time to think about how you should approach, and you'll never get in.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw earlier with the Ganondorf, right? We said he needed to play reactionary. They needed to get in, and you're kind of dictating the speed of the match when you are playing reactionary, but even the Ganondorf was playing aggressive at those times. Playing reactionary is not the same thing as playing stagnant, right?
No.
You're not just sitting there waiting for something to happen, and that's what I loved about K-Rool so far in this set. Very quick, very stop and go. You're playing my game sort of play style.
Yeah, step on the gas, but also stay away from the Samus when it's the right time. I mean, I don't remember a time where Samus was able to get a charge shot online, really. I mean, that is scary stuff. I mean, Samus needs that to operate. She needs that threat to force K-Rool to think, you know, maybe I should be shielding. But, I mean, K-Rool just never in shielding.
Or reflecting.
Yeah.
Or reflecting,
Absolutely.
which is also very scary as a Samus player when you're holding that charge shot and you're like, it's something you think about in the character select screen, right? As soon as you lock in, they're like, oh, okay, they have a reflect. I have to play this game entirely different.
That is absolutely, as a Samus player, that's absolutely one of the things that Samus players think about when they lock in characters is, first thing you think about is, does this character have a reflector? And then, yeah, there's other things to think about too, but that is like probably the first thing that you consider. And back to Battlefield we go. Although a great stage for Samus, not a stage with space, so we're gonna have to find a different way to slow this K-Rool down.
Oh, I mean, that'll do it. The forward air into the grab conversion. Oh, go on for some cheeky stuff, trying to get off stage. Both players wanting an early stock with some spikes on the ledge.
And we used our jump there too, Chase. I mean, if that was a little bit a higher percent, or if something went a tad bit awry, either player could have lost their stock in that scenario.
It's certainly very scary. Oh my gosh, the parry into the uppie off of the crown. What a play from Green.
Yeah, that was excellent there from Galix on the Samus there, understanding that the crown was coming back, and if they parry the end lag of the end boomerang effect kind of the crown, that they would have some frame advantage in order to upbeat there on the corner. Very smart stuff, and very smart to know that the up tilt hits the ledge hang of King K. Rool as well. A devious ledge trap there from Samus here from Galix. That's exactly what you want to see. A tricky recovery here you must do if you want to get around the King K. Rool.
And certainly counting and knowing exactly when they're invulnerable at ledge. I love players who are able to kind of maintain that mentally as they're playing the game. There's that super armor we were talking about earlier as well, Avery, as we see Green dash attack through it.
Yeah, and I already see the adaptation coming through from Galix here on the Samus. We see Zaire as a method of zoning for the first time, Chase, and that's actually one of the main things I look for when I look for a Samus who's willing to control space, because that Zaire is a great tool to keep the opponent away from you. Is able to land the grab there is King K. Rool, but not before taking 90% in extra credit here, already at 100. A huge lead here for Galix.
Yeah, Galax is certainly making their way back into this game with 51% to 116. K-Rool may be at 128, but can still survive, as we saw earlier, up until 200%. So it's a matter of how they get back into neutral, which we saw as an immediate flip, already maintaining the stage control, trying to throw out this boomerang crown and maintain this distance. That dash attack is going to kill early. Unfortunately, Green not finding the right DI.
Yeah, and Tricky to DI that move in that certain case scenario actually caught the Zaire tether coming back to stage. Samus not having a very strong ability to grab the ledge out of her Zaire, oddly enough. You would think, you know, it's a more consistent move than it really is. Finding the edge guards here, not able to find the ledge trap, or the charge shot rather, is able to find the ledge trap. Galix and Samus has been doing a great job at remembering just the many tools that Samus has at her disposal to ledge trap King K. Rool, but it might be a little bit too late, as King K. Rool has built themselves a nice lead here. Another back throw will send the K. Rool off stage, going for the stall there with the up air, reacting accordingly is the Samus from Galix. A little bit of ground to make up here, but it can certainly be done.
Oh, and trying to go for the counter. We've seen that a couple of times from this K. Rool. 94%. Once again, like I said earlier, a sneeze will take it. So Green needing to be careful. The up B out of neutral, going to put some percent on K. Rool, currently at 31. That's the second time now they've been hit by charge shot. K. Rool did a great job earlier of neutral air dodging it a few times, but Green putting themselves in disadvantage is not going to help their case.
I mean, it's tough to play disadvantages, both of these characters. I mean, both of them are so exploitable while they're in the air, and some scrambles happening here. It's going to be Woodside coming out on top, finding the back air in the spot they needed to, they're going to extend out the series. We're going to a game number 4. All the players now back into the pot. It's going to be another best of 3 with a blind draw. Who are we going to send out to take the series if we are on the side of Galex? I mean, only one player needs to win in this scenario.
What's your anticipation? What is your prediction? What do you think?
My opinion, Chase, I don't think it's very hard. I think you send in the Rob player and you get it done. I mean, I have not seen an answer yet from the side of Woodside to deal with that Rob. I mean, you almost certainly have to match the K roll into him in order to make something happen, because that K roll is able to play very fast. Maybe we're able to match this Rob's pace. I mean, that's really the most difficult part.
Yeah, no, I would have to agree with you. I think the Rob is certainly the one to get thrown in, unless if they feel like there's momentum shift. There are some players in the space and some teams that will play around the mentality around a momentum shift and let the other team ride it out just to crush it at the end. So certainly you should play smart. Obviously, we're in semifinals. You should throw out your best player and your best character. And certainly looking at the stats, that would seem to be Rob on the side of Galax. Now on the side of Woodside, they've had quite a character pool to choose from. So I could see really any of the characters come through. The Falco Ganondorf or the Mario Sonic.
Yeah, I mean, I could make some arguments. I could say, like, you want to send in Falco because you anticipate Rob. I mean, that's going to be a great matchup for Falco. Just keep Rob in the air with those juggles. But, I mean, it's a dangerous one. Falco is a light character. He can get KO'd very early off the side of the stage with moves like side B, moves like Rob down air. And, you know, with the grab, I mean, that can KO Falco early as 90%.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not... it is an easy matchup on paper for Falco. Rob should never get a hit. But when you see it, you know, it play out, really at all levels of play, it doesn't really work that way. Rob can earn his stock. There's a reason he's such a strong character, and it's because despite his juggles, his neutral, some of the strongest in the whole game, his edge guarding, some of the strongest in the whole game.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, that's why he's a top tier character, right? So it's coming through now, and we are going to have Bowser Jr. versus King K. Rool.
So I think what they're going for here, Chase, is a bit of what I like to call anchoring like the most mentally strong player.
I think so too.
If you believe that your Rob is, you know, the most experienced, really experienced is the word, tournament player, which is what I've observed so far. You want them in the spot where when the lights are on and you have to win, that player is going to come in and they're going to win.
Yeah, so, that's the momentum shift you were talking about, Adrian.
Absolutely. Yep, that momentum is all about that. So sending in the Bowser Jr. here, who also had quite a good performance in the second slot, taking on the King K. Rool here. Maybe the Rob not as comfortable in the K. Rool matchup. That could come into play as well. There's a lot of different factors to it. We're going to have to figure out these traps here, but King K. Rool, you know, similar to the Ganondorf matchup, can trade with Bowser Jr. a lot easier, can, you know, get KOs like that when Bowser Jr. isn't expecting. So yeah, you have to be very careful here as Bowser Jr. You're going to get KO'd earlier than you're used to.
Yeah, I mean, Bowser Jr. is a very scripted directional character, right? He's either going horizontal or vertical. There is no cardinal direction when it comes to this character, so can be very easily anticipated by this K. Rool, but I think the strongest mechanic we've seen out of any of these high school teams is their ability to play around ledge on both sides. And that certainly is coming true right now for Woodside, as we saw the K. Rool take another stock through a ledge trap.
I mean, yeah, K. Rool is up strong on the ledge trap and getting caught slipping. That's exactly what you got to watch out for. If you're Galax, right, you get so caught up in the ledge trap, like, oh, what do I do? And then the K. Rool runs off stage and edge guards you, Chase.
Yeah, that's tough. And we actually saw a really good ledge guard there from the Bowser Jr. trying to get...
He goes for another one in fastballs! You can't do that on Smashville, Chase. What are we doing?
I wish I could tell you, Avery, and don't look at me. It's not me with the controller, man.
You're right.
I don't know what's going on.
Okay, well, to break down what we actually did see there, we see Woodside with what's called momentum. And we want to end this game while we still have the momentum. But what Galax thinks in that moment is, okay, I actually now have a shot at this game number 1. This K. Rool just SD'd at 20%, but almost gets the eye check there with the crown combo into the up air. I mean, this Woodside player so good at SDing and then still having momentum somehow.
Yeah, that's that mental control that you need at this level of the game. All of these dash attacks from K. Rool coming out throughout this neutral we've seen in the last minute or so, and it's going to take it. The unfortunate pause coming through, but that forward air going to take it for the K. Rool, and that's going to be Woodside with game 1.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this is why I wanted to see the Rob go into this matchup, because this K. Rool is just so fast. I mean, you don't have time to get trapped by Bowser Jr. if you're all over the place.
Yeah.
Bowser Jr. at the end of the day is a very slow character. And so, I mean, excellent navigation here from King K. Rool. Sure, you get juggled with things like up air. Sure, you get edge trapped with things like abandoned ship. But, I mean, we're just playing on the stage and we're edge guarding Bowser Jr. beautifully. We're ledge trapping him beautifully. This is how you play the matchup.
We're seeing a lot of the super armor coming through as well and saving K. Rool in moments where it might otherwise swing in the other favor.
Certainly.
And we saw that last game with the Samus, the up B out of shield. It was like, all right, go ahead, up B, I dare you. Super armor, you're gonna get caught by that. Okay, cool. Well, now you're trying to up air. Okay, super armor, you're getting caught by that. It's every other move. And so I think you're absolutely right. Like, if this K. Rool takes this game, we're certainly going to see the Rob in the last one, but now it's a shakeup of who you send it in to fight that Rob. And that's even if they take it this far.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, you have the Falco to take care of the Rob. I mean, that's not a matchup that Rob players like.
No.
So, I mean, at least you get to throw out some uncomfortability in that region. I mean, maybe if the K. Rool does well versus Rob, you can assume that, Gandorf does well versus Rob, similar kind of style. But, I mean, King K. Rool, a lot of tools at his disposal and getting utilized very well by Woodside here, looking to take this game number 4, take out this Bowser Jr. player that gave them some trouble. Galax on the back foot.
Where do you think they're going? Where do you think they're going right now?
It's tough to say. I mean, if I watch this K. Rool go for these big edge guards, I want to take him to a bigger stage. But at the same time, this K. Rool is being too dangerous out there. I kind of want to take him to a small stage and hope he SDs. like low key, that's what I'm thinking about. So like, it's a tough game to play. Like both these characters love their horizontal KO options, like Town and City potentially. If you want to get some spin out KOs, you want to get some down throw up tilt KOs. Those horizontal blast zones being narrow may help. Platform combos, I think, benefit Bowser Jr. quite a bit more than they benefit K. Rool. So you could potentially take him back to Battlefield, but I mean, those games have been fairly favorable for King K. Rool with how well he's been able to ledge trap with the blunderbuss.
Yeah, he's been ledge trapping with the blunderbuss. As we've been seeing, he's been poking through ledge with a lot of the moves, the up smash coming through a few times. And even the crown, right? He jumps when he throws the crown, so as it's coming back, it's going to catch that first bit of the platform as it's coming through. So if you're not standing on the platform right and you don't want to stand closer to K. Rool, who's at ledge, you're going to get caught by that and suddenly up tilt into a confirmed combo or conversion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really want to see those big platform conversions come out from this Bowser Jr. player, because that's how you're going to rack up the damage on this King K. Rool. You try to go hit for hit with King K. Rool, you're not going to win that fight, especially when King K. Rool is throwing out those kind of armor moves that go through your own attacks. I mean, you're not going to win this kind of hit back and forth game. You're going to want to play this more extension-based game. You're going to want to combo the big character. I mean, that's what you do versus big characters.
Oh yeah, you certainly have to. I mean, that's what they're there for. That's why they have a heavy factor to them. But I mean, King K. Rool definitely got the DLC treatment for this game, even though he was in the base roster. Lots of loaded pieces of this game.
Indeed, and we already see the forward smashes being ripped from Bowser Jr. I mean, those are the ledge traps that earned them the win here in game number 2 of this series. And and a down air going to go through the stage. I think Bowser Jr. got caught trying to go above the ledge and hit K. Rool while he's ledge trapping. Not a thing you're going to be able to do versus King K. Rool. And a strong start here from Woodside yet again. Can they take 2 in a row to get 2 points on the board for their school?
Yeah, to that point, Avery, that goes to, once again, the detriment of having a very predictable character. Bowser Jr. definitely loves to go horizontal and vertical. That's no bueno situation. K. Rool gonna fall as well. And this is a one-stock game, only a minute and 15 seconds in.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Woodside's K. Rool did not have to KO themselves there in order to spike down Bowser Jr. Because how Bowser Jr. works is, if you hit him light enough out while he's out of the cart, he doesn't regain the cart. And that's devastating, because then he can't up B again. And that's the exact scenario we saw just then. But
virtually in free fall.
Yeah, Woodside not recognizing that scenario, so gonna go for the second spike to ensure the KO, but certainly just fine with this result, as another 100% on the last stock here, and one more hit will do it. I mean, Woodside just giving absolutely no time for Galix to adapt. That's a downer, that's the up air, that's a true combo chase, and that's gonna mean that it's a 2-2 series for Woodside. I mean, they're going to send in one more player here to try to take down this Rob. If they can get it done, they can find this reverse 3-0.
What a play from Woodside's own King K. Rool, the king of the Koopas, or opposite king of the Koopas, king of the Crocs, coming through. That was Sengbei Jackson coming through for Woodside. And an incredible spike mid-stage into an up air conversion that took the whole game. So, yeah, going into this last game, I think it's all but confirmed we're going to see this Rob. I mean, if we were certainly to see the Samus, that would be a surprise to me. So it's more of the matter of Woodside. Who are they throwing in first? And since this is game 5, this kind of goes into that mental game that I was talking about earlier. Specifically, Woodside is now, even in the set that was down, they now have to declare their character first.
I mean, it doesn't really matter because you know what you're playing against. That's the thing. So, like, at the end of the day, you're going to have to, you know, play this Rob matchup. It's just who's going to get the job done. At least that's how I see it. Unless you know, give the freest Samus matchup in the world, I really don't see not giving this Rob another shot after what we saw from that Game 1 performance.
It was an incredible performance. So now it's a toss-up in between 4 characters. We're either going to see Dr. Mario, Sonic, Falco, or Ganondorf, through precedent being set. I mean, obviously there is the option of them picking a character that we haven't seen or know about, but usually you have your main and you have a secondary.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like going anyone but Falco here, I just don't agree with, but going Falco is a volatile game to be played. The Falco is going to have to play very fundamentally sound, if you hit me, I lose. That's just kind of how Falco goes. You send him off the stage, Rob has the tools to edgeguard him very consistently. He doesn't really have to worry about getting reversal spiked with Falco's side B because of how long his up B goes.
So and he has so many lingering hitboxes, right? The side B, if you get caught, Falco tries to come in and you get caught by a Rob side B, you're just getting cut in a cutscene over and over.
And even you try to go low with something like Firebird. Firebird, you know, recovers the same timing every time. Like, sure, there's like some mix-ups with like hugging the wall, but at the end of the day, he's going to grab the ledge at approximately the same amount of time. And I bring up Rob down air. What a brutal move to try to work around.
Very, very easy to time around those as well, to that point. I mean, even if you try to horizontal recovery, whether it be side B or it be Firebird, you're going to get caught by something.
You get side beat or neutral beat. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's to the point of Falco, though, you do have tools in your kit. You have drop down from ledge, forward air into an up tilt conversion if you drag down. You have your reflector to utilize against any gyros that are being thrown at you or lasers that are being thrown. So there are tools in Falco's kit, to your point, exactly what you said earlier, that he could manage and deal with this character. It's just still, you know, I would say a -1 matchup in favor of Rob.
Yeah, I mean, experience plays a large role in this. Who, you know, has more experience versus the other character? We have not yet seen that matchup. We have seen the Sonic take on the Rob as well as the Dr. Mario. I mean, same player, sure, but 2 different characters take on this kind of pick. So, you know, we've at least seen the Rob play once. You know, granted, they were able to earn themselves 2-3 stocks. So, you know, not a lot of time on the board to be able to analyze the play style. What we know is that it's very fast, and we know that it's not afraid to go off stage with these side Bs. We know it's not afraid to see your defensive options and punish them with ever so punishing side B with Rob, even, you know, on the stage. So those are really the few things I can pinpoint that you've got to watch out for.
Yeah, you know, we also haven't seen a whole lot of this Rob using down tilt conversions, which you see a lot of at the top level of play for Smash, right? They're going to down tilt, lag forward, move forward, down tilt, lag, move forward, down tilt, and
we saw some spurts of it. We saw some spurts of it, and if we don't see them versus Ganondorf, I'd be surprised. I definitely disagree. I definitely disagree with this pick, Chase. I mean, I think this is probably quite bad for Ganondorf. Okay,
we'll see. The Warlock Punch, though.
So he's going for a very, I think this may be some kind of button check here. We're getting that figured out here. But, I mean, Ganondorf has to play some sort of neutral game with Rob. If he ends up off stage, he somehow has an even worse time than Falco would. You know, instead of having 2 recovery options, Ganondorf has 1. You know, you can count side B as a horizontal recovery option.
But Rob mashes and flies out.
It's quite small, and even if you hit Rob with it, it doesn't actually KO him. So, yeah, not ideal. So, you're not going to want to find yourself off stage if you are Ganondorf.
It's a no bueno scenario.
It is quite bad
overall.
So, here again, the Rob may not have, you know, a ton of experience edgeguarding Ganondorf. At the end of the day, it is a uncommon character, so that comes into play as well. It seems like the tag may have gotten mixed up on the side of the Ganondorfs. Maybe that's why we were seeing the Warlock punches. Perhaps their special button was binded wrong.
Okay.
I suppose that would be.
I just thought it was a heavy
error.
read. He's coming in. All right, I'm getting ready. Sort of situation.
I mean, if Rob opened up with what you said, if you opened up with run in, try to down tilt combo, Warlock Punch would have armored through the down tilts and hit
That's
Rob.
true.
Now, granted, the down tilts may have done the same amount of damage that Warlock Punch did, so that could have been quite funny. But yeah, Ganondorf. You may think that going for strong attacks in this matchup is a throw, right? Because you have to. In Smash Bros, you want to generally throw out quicker attacks rather than slower attacks.
Sure.
But when you're fighting a character like Rob, who has, you know, some of the fastest attacks, some of these attacks that have insane amounts of priority, sometimes it's better to get a few hits and make them count than to get Ganondorf to land many hits.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tale as old as time when it comes to this game. They make the joke that Ganondorf is a 3-hit character, right?
He
you
is.
get hit 3 times and you're out, and that's it. But it's getting those 3 hits that is incredibly difficult for Ganondorf, especially when you're playing such an oppressive character like Rob.
Yeah, Ganondorf is often seen in the community as the worst character in the game. And you may think that's a bit of a stretch, like, especially if you play casually, his attacks are quite strong. I mean, they undoubtedly KO many characters at 70%.
Yeah.
I mean, you've seen like Warlock Punch, you see smash attacks, all quite strong from Ganondorf. Even his forward air, back air can KO at 100 or even less. I mean, such strong attacks, you know, how could this character be so poor? And a lot of that comes down to his speed, and a lot of that comes down to his recovery. So if you cannot outspeed Ganondorf, like perhaps you're playing like Dr. Mario, we saw earlier, you can't really outspeed him. You can't really edge guard him, which, I mean, that's the main problem versus Rob is, you know, how versatile his edge guarding tools are. I mean, you just shut down the low recovery with gyro, you shut down high recovery with forward air or side beat. I mean, those are the big deals that we're talking about.
It's like your only recovery is Ganondorf.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if you can't shut down those options, Ganondorf might actually do decently into your character. But Rob certainly does have a lot of tools that come into play there.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of discourse online, people talking about, like, to your point, Ganondorf being the worst in the game. People saying, what would viably make him viable as a character, right? I've seen anything from give him a laser, he's got a gun on his hip, to let him Warlock kick in any direction, right? To get more recovery.
That would help a lot.
That would help him a ton. You would be able to actually move up in any direction and then use your uppie as like a more optional tool
as
for
a shield breaker, like you're shielding too much, I'll upbeat you. Like that's absolutely a direction I could see Ganondorf go in. Like if he could angle his recovery, like Ridley, for example, even if it was only in 4 directions, and that wizard kick had Ridley upbeat priority, so that it was really difficult to spike him. That would help him out quite a bit. But you know what it wouldn't help versus is Rob, because down air goes through really uppy too.
Too good. Down air is incredible on this character, and immediately out the gate, they are coming out swinging.
And KO'd already, but Rob went a little bit too low with the side beat. You know what? That is actually a major win for Ganondorf. Because Ganondorf is technically heavier than Rob, and the heavier character wins from trades. So fun fact, Ganondorf actually won off that interaction.
Yeah, there you go. For anyone at home questioning whether or not they won. And there we go, the down tilt into the jab combo. Not gonna see much else out of that, and it's a pretty even game thus far. Even 2 stocks apiece. It was sitting around 56%.
Okay, so if Ganondorf grabs you with the upbeat, he can use another. So if Rob is off on the ledge trap, and that's what you saw just then, Ganondorf was able to use 2 upbeats, not just 1. So that is a condition that Ganondorf could utilize to make it back to stage, but Rob does have to mess up his timing in order to land that. And we can see the low recovery being absolutely sniped by gyro. Absolutely nothing Ganondorf can do in that gyro scenario, but not finishing the ledge trap is Galax. I think they may be a little less familiar with edgeguard Ganondorf than I expected.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I don't think that they understood that Ganondorf was going to be able to make it back because it saved the jump and they air dodged in to recover there. So now at 135, though, this Galax might go down. Nope, we're not going to see it. But like you saw earlier, Ganondorf likes to get these side Bs off and put you in a tech situation to then wait, right? We're seeing right there, going for the dash attack, but it's countered by the neutral get up. So we'll probably see quite a bit of that going into this last stock. Ganondorf trying to put the Rob in a tech situation and determine what to do from there.
Yeah, that's absolutely a great option for Ganondorf. That can be a great way to deal a lot of damage and quickly. and I actually really like what I'm seeing from this Ganondorf. This is not a terrible spot to be in. Getting that rage on deck, only a few more hits, and this Rob just might get KO'd, and the edge guards have not been coming to fruition. Gets caught dropping shield there. But for example, if Ganondorf holds shield there on that back air, that would have been unsafe, and that's another 2 hits for Ganondorf. I mean, that puts Rob at 60%, gets KO'd by a smash attack. I actually would not swap to Falco here, Chase. I feel like this Ganondorf, with a few adjustments, looks like it could take it.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, I think both of these players were playing, there is such a thing as playing too fast. I think in that instance, we saw the Ganondorf play a little too fast. I'm going to anticipate he was going for a parry. He saw the back air come out. It has a lot of lag before the back air actually hits. So I think he was waiting for the back air, going for a parry and do a grab, and unfortunately dropped the shield a little too soon, and that was the entire game. So now we're going into game 2, and once again, this is round 5 of the whole set. So this is the kit and caboodle. You're locked in this next game, and I'm sure, like, if you play Ganondorf and it works, you're not going to switch, right? The same is true with Falco. If you play Falco and it works, you're not going to switch. So it really comes down to this selection.
Yeah, you have to understand whether this is worth a switch right now, and it's a difficult call to make. If you're going to swap to a character like Falco, you're going to have to earn more hits than you earned that set.
Yeah.
You're going to have to utilize your speed to work around Rob's hitboxes and find a way to hit this character way more. If you're Ganondorf, you got edge guarded like maybe once, but no more than that, and you got to be pretty happy with that. You got Rob to last stock 20%. Not a terrible spot. Unfortunately, you do have the Rob SD in there to factor in.
That's what I was going to say. Like, we saw the edge guard from Rob, but I mean, was it really an edge guard?
But if that was forward air instead of side B, Rob lives that.
That's true. That's very true.
So,
and didn't need to side B. They were so low.
That's exactly what I was talking about. I think this Rob may be less experienced with edge guarding Ganondorf, maybe not understanding how much they need to commit to those edge guards. Speaking of edge guards, a stage like Smashville, you're going to be spending a lot of time off stage, and I see why Ganondorf goes here. His smash attacks actually hit through the platform. Gonna miss the gyro confirmed there off the side. Yeah, if you can live those kind of scenarios as Ganondorf, and you can find these early KOs off the side, Smashville makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, just better frame data overall. We saw Ganondorf trying to punish after the grab, or after the conversion, and got grabbed from that. Yeah, Rob going for the up tilt into the up air, gonna miss. Instead, Reed moving in for another up tilt up air, gonna grab the gyro, and there's the edge guard.
That goes too close to the stage there to get hit by the gyro. Could have been a bit avoided there from Woodside, but just not understanding how big that gyro's hitbox was, getting caught off guard. And now this is a miserable scenario because now Ganondorf has to be the one to approach. You're getting ledge trapped. This is all but over, Chase.
Yeah, I mean, 23%, that is not the situation you want to be in for the second stock. You want to be in a much, much higher percent range so you can get that third hit, that crucial hit we were talking about. Great parry coming through, but even the dash attack caught by the back air. Avery, like you said, this is not looking great for Ganondorf.
And look at the options covered. Dykes jump sniped with down B. That's exactly what you gotta do. You can see the laser to cover high, the gyro to cover low. Rob doesn't even have to go off stage to KO Ganondorf off there, and that's why, he's considered the worst character.
And Rob, just a top-tier character we're seeing with the side B. Unfortunately, the air dodge in to try to recover is going to get caught. Instead, getting thrown through the blast zone, and that will be Rob taking the set for Galax. Moving on to the finals.
Yeah, big congrats to Galax for their win there over Woodside, a hot Woodside at that, winning 2 games in a row and a huge upset versus the number 2 seed. So you got to be happy with Woodside's performance there, especially their King K rule. I really hope to see more out of that player in the future. I mean, what a fast player, what an explosive player.
And I mean, to that point, coming in as the number 10 seed, you can't be disappointed with the semifinals finish.
Yeah, I mean, that's an incredible performance. Certainly unexpected from a seeding perspective. And, I'm sure they played a great season and had some tough losses. But to come here in person and be able to put it all on the table and say you did, this performance today, you got to be happy with that. So Galax, although taking the victory here, they will face up against Frank W. Cox's gold team in the grand finals of Super Smash Bros. And what an exciting match that will be. But we are going to have to take a break before then. Make sure you go ahead and check out the rest of the League of Legends action, the rest of the Rocket League action on the other Shenandoah YouTube channel stream, on the Shenandoah Twitch stream as well. It should be the only 2 streams we're on now. So make sure you're swapping back between those tabs. Make sure you're catching all the action. But be back here shortly as Super Smash Bros. Grand Finals will be underway.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're right back into the action. Super Smash Bros. VHSL Fall Grand Finals have begun! Let's go! We're gonna get right into the action. The game has actually already started, and we have Frank A. Cox versus Galax here in the Grand Finals.
Chase, I love the energy here. We already see going on here. Just to jump right into it. It is the Samus player, Frank Galax, versus the Isabel from Frank W. Cox Gold team. And after these two teams have, I believe, well, not Galax, but Frank W. Cox Gold made an incredible upset versus, Osborne, the #1 seed, as the #4 seed after a very nail-biter Game 5. And we'll have to see how this plays out here, as the Isabel from the Frank W. Cox has a great lead versus a Samus. And I actually do like this pick here, as Isabel can do some tricky setups while also pocketing Samus's devious charge shot.
Devious charge shot indeed. I love that vernacular, Kip. And for those of you that have not been paying attention, yes, we are no longer joined by Avery. Now we have Kyle, Dexter, Kip on the microphone, on the headset, ready for Grand Finals. What are you feeling about this Isabel so far?
I'm liking what I've seen so far. I like this counterplay with the just with the good buttons that Isabel has. That Nair, it's such an incredible move, just so fast and feels so safe for some reason. And I love to use that jab as a bit of a pressure. And I like the idea to catch the roll, but not quite getting the execution, jumping over that charge shot perfectly, and just set up another Lloyd Rocket with the ledge jab, and not gonna quite fall for it.
Yeah, for those that didn't see at home as well, there was two pockets right as we got in. There was the first pocket and then the second pocket to take it. Looks like the fishing line is going to take it with the up throw. And so Samus now on their last stock of this first game, while this Isabel does have 2 stocks remaining.
Right. Isabel sitting pretty comfortably right now, as they seem to find a way to get through the Samus's zones with the use of their own pocket, their own projectiles used against them. How ironic for Samus. This character has such good zoning, getting out zoned by her own projectiles.
Oh my gosh, and the up tilt conversion, this is why we love to see small battlefield, the better of the battlefields, many would say. Trying to run up and get the net, unfortunately going to be met with the Z grab from Samus, out zoning this Isabel a bit. Now Isabel can fly, so a literal safe option coming back to ledge and kind of just setting up shop here at 107. The Samus has got to be careful on how they recover.
I did not know that F tilt hit the ledge chain like that. That's certainly new to me. I've had so much experience in this game, and sometimes you just you learn things that you never knew would have been possible before. And Isabel doing really well at catching that aggressive landing, just playing that mix of that aggression with the mix-ups with how you land with the forward airs, and also breaking through the Samus' zones, using her own projectiles against her with the pocket, while also catching those aggressive lands like you just saw to get that last KO.
Yeah, those big reads for Frank A. Cox, it's the party poppers, and for the Galax squad, they see that as a party pooper, unfortunately. Not going to be safe option for them. Going into this game too, though, we saw small battlefield first. We could really see any stage, in my opinion. I think we could see a triplat, we could see regular battlefield, we could see town and city, might even see a Smashville, but it is the determination of Galax to kind of decide what stage they're going to go to next.
It's hard to say what the Samus would want here, because I'm noticing that the Isabel is blocking a lot of the charge shots as they're either mid-range or across the stage, which is normal, as that's usually where you want to pop it at when you're playing Samus at that point. But you have to rewire how your brain would work using charge shot versus these characters like Isabel and Villager, who can not only just negate your own charge shot, but use it against you and almost one-shots because of the reflector multiplier that they have.
Yeah, that's a very good point with the reflector multiplier. I had not even considered it. And I mean, overall, when you look at this matchup, it's really 2 zoners, right? At the end of the day, it's who is getting this first hit, who's able to get in faster. But this Isabel, the way that they've been playing, putting Lloyd Rocket down on ground, just kind of waiting for the Samus to approach, and then pocketing everything Samus is throwing at them, it's becoming increasingly difficult for this Samus to get in.
Right, with the slingshots as well, right? That seems to be the main issue on Samus trying to get in, because they would try to approach from the ground, and Isabel just keeps shooting those slingshots and showing a lot of disappointed with sticking to the game plan, and we do see a bit of a switch here. The same as swapping to Sephiroth. I did not know about this character they had in their back pocket from Galax, but I do like the idea here though, because using the big sword that Sephiroth has to kind of try to break that zone that Isabel constantly tries to set up.
Yeah, I mean, it could certainly happen if you're not in disadvantage, but one thing about this character that not a lot of people know, Kip, is that Sephiroth is pretty light. Sephiroth can die to a lot of the antics that come out from Isabel. So whether it be charge shot, you know, like you mentioned earlier, these slingshots have been oppressive because they do stagger. They are so difficult to play around. Same with the villager play. The roll into the Lloyd Rocket almost broke shield there. You have to be careful. That stop sign can catch you at any point.
Oh my gosh, and oh wow, you see the body block to push them off. How smart. He was dead anyway, but that's just flat out disrespectful at that point. But another thing, Chase, just to talk about how light Sephiroth is, I'm pretty sure this is correct. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but would you believe me if I told you that this very tall, like, muscular man is lighter than the small dog?
Yes, yes, lighter than Isabel herself. Pocketing that as well, the flame, the fireball coming right back to Sephiroth. That's the tricky thing about this character. Sure, you have this as an option, but it's just as equally an option to get punished. And you're gonna need to use that sword, right? You're gonna need to play like a swordy character and actually use your distance to your advantage rather than just continually trying to get in. You know, another great point is that Sephiroth has a counter. Utilize that counter, utilize the reflect where needed.
Right, and I do like the ideas that Sephiroth is going for, trying to zone a little bit with the mid-range pokes that Sephiroth is really known for. But still, it's just so light, and there you go, catching that lazy recovery with the fishing rod that this Isabel player is very known for.
You know, something else I'm considering right now as well, Kip, because I played Villager for years, is that Sephiroth is one of those characters, because he's so tall, Villager Isabel actually does not need to do a landing forward air to hit with the slingshot. They can do a rising forward air, and it will hit as well.
Right, because Sephiroth's just so tall.
Exactly. So the slingshot oppression that we saw very early in this set, we might continue to see as we go through, as you saw with that rising slingshot there. But at 60% in game 2, the Sephiroth is on their last leg.
Right, and when there's this big stock deficit here, yeah, Sephiroth gets that wing much earlier, a little earlier. Normally, I believe the stock count is normal, around 80%, but not quite making it with the Octoslash. I believe they had another jump left at their disposal, but a bit of a miscalculation as Frank W. Cox gold team takes game 1 of this series.
Classic case of it be like that. They say it don't, but it really do. And that's just one of those cases where, you know, you're going to ledge, you think you're going to make it with the Octave Slash. Unfortunately didn't. And, you know, I thought they also had the one wing, so they had another jump at their disposal. Could have misseen that. But going into that game 1, that's it. That's a 2-0 for the game 1, and that's going to be Frank A. Cox now up 1 game in this best of 5 series. So for those of you at home that were wondering, this is still a best of 5 in terms of the round system. The way that we do it in VHSL is a tennis system, so you get points, a 1 game point dependent on these individual sets, best of 3 that we're playing.
Right, Chase, and it does make me wonder. I have not seen as much gameplay from Galax compared to schools such as Frank W. Cox's. When I was here on the casting booth, I would see this team all the time, and I've seen the things that they pulled off. I've seen what kind of strategies they tend to go for, and you know, it's hard to say who. Like, we do know from what we've known from Frank W. Cox so far, excuse me, is that Robin is their #1 player, Isabel their #2, and their Violet is their #3. And as far as Galaxy School goes, we do believe their Bowser Jr. is their #1 player, and their Samus is their #3 player with the Rob sitting pretty in that #2 spot.
#2 spot, yep.
But so might be just a little bit trading with the player positions, right?
Sure.
So they just Frank W. Cox sending their number 2 player and Galax sending their number 3 player. Maybe they want to save their Rob and their Bowser Jr. for the better players to try to set up for a better like game 4 scenario. Because once it's not obviously once it's not 3-0, you automatically go to a game 4 and you kind of have that weird counter picking like situation where we're like, do we want to send our best player now, try and just solidify this, try to take this 3rd game that we need to win the series, or do we try to potentially set up for a more favorable position, try to bait out the other team's best player so we can send our best player for game 5 so we have a better chance of winning during that.
Yeah, certainly. No, that's a great point, Kip. I think that when you're sending in your anchor first, that certainly sets a different precedent than when you keep them at the end of your series, right? You've seen that time and time again competing in the collegiate side of things. That happens over and over. You kind of want to sandwich in either you're sending in your second best player first or your best player first in these series. But with this being a 3-man crew battle, it's a little different than collegiate where it's 4 or 5 people generally.
Right, it's much more different than what we're used to here, especially like myself. I've only done this this sort of like format once, and it's a bit of a different like situation how we did it for. It was, if you remember from last year, you weren't here yet, Chase, but it was this event that one of our event management classes did. I was actually a part of that. It was for our Smash the Nest Invitational, where it's usually some, we had some, like, it's more of a collegiate invitational, but sure, that's besides the point. It was a really fun event. But let's get back into this game here. Violet, the number 3 player from Frank W. Cox, gold into Galax's Bowser Jr., the number 1 player, and you know, Frank W. Cox getting a good punish in with that rapid jab. I think that was misinput taunt from Galax's Bowser Jr. And sometimes the nerves hit in, sometimes you hit buttons that you don't mean to hit, and Bowser Jr. just swinging with those up beats and hammers as well as that down smash. They are forcing a way to fall back into this lead as this is kind of snowballing a little bit. As the Violet, okay, as I say that,
yep, commentary curse.
Yeah, the classic. As I say that, Bowser Jr. finds a way, catching that roll away with the down smash. Very strong move. You don't really see that move come out very often, but catching the jump in with the up B, I love the idea.
Yeah, you know what else I'm loving here, Kip, is the patience that we're seeing from this Violet player. Just absolutely allowing this Bowser Jr. to get in and playing that distance exceptionally well. The edge guards have been immaculate, and that's showing through. This Bowser Jr. now being at 144%. A sneeze will kill. So it's time for the Galax squad to open their fridge and show the sauce, because it's got to come through with 1 stock left.
Right, and as they find that that second KO, I do like what you were saying about the Violet playing so patient, but you have to, if you want to win this match, you kind of have to play patient. Violet's such a much slower character than Bowser Jr., especially with that side B that Bowser Jr. is pretty much known for. They're going to be ripping those moves a lot, and you're going to have to try to predict where they're trying to go and use that mid-range that Violet is so dominant in, try to stuff out their approaches.
Yeah, and when they have the kick and caboodle coming at them, very difficult to do that, as we saw the Violet die off stage there to the cannonball. That's now going to be Bowser Jr. Dash attack into Mecha Koopa, and we see the parry try to come through, but unfortunately nothing's going to come from it. The down tilt to the Nair conversion. The Violet's trying to get something here, add some percent up, and not allow this Bowser Jr. the distance that they need to keep this game in their advantage.
Right, and you see Violet maybe losing a little bit of patience here, but trying to use some frame traps that Violet can do with the up angle moves, like the up tilt and the up smash, but not quite getting the punish from the Bowser Jr. Violet's still having a more favorable position here. It's just parrying the down air jump in. Love the idea with the up B. Not going to quite get the most out of it though. Bowser Jr. trying to swing out of the corner with the up B, running towards the shield. How scary. Try to don't get grabbed there. And there you go, trying to find a way to secure this stock, get this last KO. They need to set another lead for this as they get the side B into up B conversion, but it was not the sweet spot, and I'm thinking would have KO'd anyway, but that certainly will not KO either. But one more good hit should do it on the side from Frank W. Cox, but as I say that, Sour Spot forwarder will not KO.
Yeah, not quite. And the forward tilt going to catch from the read.
Gosh.
That's the third KO screen. Still not taking it yet. But just like the Rosetta Stone, we're seeing this Byleth player from Frank W. Cox reading from the past. Those reads are exceptional, and it will actually take the set or the entire game for them.
Right, and I love the adaptations that the Byleth has said to deal with these uppy, like aggressive uppies. You see time and time again that Bowser Jr. player is just trying to swing to either try to get some more like momentum back with those clown car like eject and do hammer swings. But you saw there the Byleth player seeing that the Bowser Jr. player loves to just swing back from the corner to make it back into center stage, backing up with when they're about to swing. Dan hitting with the F tilt with an amazing mid-range poke that Byleth loves using.
Which we saw a lot throughout that set, the Byleth trying to read with the forward smash, which has a little bit more distance. So you feel like you might be a little safe coming in closer to get that distance, but I'm telling you, that forward tilt's so fast and it will catch. That's what we saw twice in that series.
Right, and just that was just a great game already, that game one. Honestly,
They came out swinging.
Yeah,
they came out swinging.
Came out swinging, like, and the time was ticking, not because like there was inherently like so much camping. They were just struggling to find these KOs on each other, especially that last stock there. Like the Byleth kept getting those meaningful hits, but they just would not take the KO. It would always be those sour spot forwarders or back airs, and with how heavy Bowser Jr. is once he's inside his clown car, he has very inconsistent ways, because once Bowser Jr. is out of the clown car, he's a very light character.
Yeah, absolutely, he is. And that's a very interesting point that we don't see with a whole lot of characters, is once they release a part of their character, they become lighter or heavier. That's a pretty unique mechanic overall. But we're going back to Small Battlefield here, Kip. So that makes now 3 times Small Battlefield has been picked in these 2 sets.
Right, it's hard to pick what you want for this matchup here. I would imagine you want to go to Town and City if you are the Bowser Jr., but I would imagine the Byleth in this situation probably ban that stage that you do not want to get KO'd from the side, from a side B into up B, or just a side B crash out move, the little spin out. Not going to quite get the down tilt with the 2 frames, but trying to find out these neutrals, trying to find out how Scott Jr. going to approach from the air, dropping down from the platform, just coming out swinging the Daylight Bowser Jr. Not going to quite get those down smash KOs that we're trying to fish for. Not going to quite get anything out of that up B other than a little bit of damage.
Yeah, and trying to come from above using the drill is not going to work when you have so much range in the Byleth up air. And look at that, the hammer's coming through, going all the way to the other side of the stage, hitting the other side of the blast zone, and Byleth still staying alive and jabbing with that back air. You're gonna need to see a doctor for that one.
Yeah, that was some amazing avoidance from Frank W. Cox's Byleth player there. Just some amazing avoidance from the edge guard as well as the ledge trap. Just amazing patience as Byleth is surviving at a clean 169%. Not going to quite get the spacing correct for the up smash at his shield, as they're getting so much more extra credit from this stock. Can he get any more? Not going to quite get the timing right with the down air, but swing out of the corner with the down smash, but that will take the first stock from Byleth.
Yeah, and that was incredible. Like you said earlier, extra credit, and certainly unexpected at most, because we were not expecting the 55% conversion to come out of this
with the Mecha Koopa as well.
With the Mecha Koopa, exactly, at the ledge. Now this Bowser Jr. is at 142% and needing to stay onto the stock as long as they possibly can. So how they play here at disadvantage is absolutely crucial as they move back into the neutral state, pushing this Byleth off the side stage. Ooh, Clown Car gonna drop below the stage, nearly exploding on the Byleth, but instead, trying to catch with the hammer again, not gonna find it, but at 72%, this Byleth still has some stock left to give.
Right, and now the Bowser Jr., it's their turn to survive with this very high percent here, but catching the aggressive option that this Bowser Jr. is very known for from what I've seen so far, and this Byleth seems to recognize that this Bowser Jr. very aggressive, loves to just swing out of the corner with either these uppy hammer swings or the side Bs.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the setups are pretty clear now, right? You're seeing Cannonball, then you're seeing Mecha Koopa, then you're seeing Dash, and then from there, that's really the engagement for a lot of this. But looking at this Violet has been a lot more unpredictable, kind of reactionary, waiting for the Bowser Jr. to do their setup and kind of going from there. That makes, I think, the third time that they've also picked up and utilized this Mecha Koopa just because it's been at their disposal before, utilizing it as much as they can. And that's the thing about Violet. Sure, it's a swordy character, but there's so much range.
Right, I love it when people try to use item counterplay towards characters that have items, because some people don't realize that you can use their own items against them in ways that you would normally think is not possible with your own character. Like, I always like, excuse me,
You always love to see the shot hit off the side and the Violet taking it in this game. That's incredible coming from the side of Frank W. Cox. They've now secured themselves a 2-0 lead in Grand Finals. And Kip, you've been in this situation. You want to be here.
Right, and especially with the player they have in the back, that Robin player that we have seen just tear house, especially versus Osborne, versus that Steve player, versus that Palutena/Pichu player. Oh my goodness! If I was Galax right now, I would feel like I'm in big trouble, because if you think that the Isabelle and the Violet was hard, this is going to be a world of hurt.
Well, I think you're absolutely right, because the third character is what I believe to be their true anchor. You said that they're their second best character. I think it's their best character, and that is the Rob is coming through for the side of Galax. Now, on the side of Frank W. Cox, they have their Robin, like you said, but Rob, as we've been talking about on this broadcast, is just a very oppressive character.
Extremely. And I guess this is what I was trying to say earlier, was that I encourage people to lab versus like item-based characters, which this certainly applies here, like versus
Okay,
Rob.
Pac-Man main. Okay, Pac-Man main. Pushing the Pac Jindo over here.
I'm not even talking about Pac-Man, man. I'm just saying, I'm really telling people to lab against Pac-Man versus characters who have items like these, like Diddy Kong Banana or Rob Gyro, or these like tomes that Rob throws out when he runs out of his resource, because he can do some very like extreme combos and like unorthodox combos that can get you so much mileage. And like I would imagine, honestly, from this Robin player, if they were to get a hold of this Rob player's gyro, they might be able to make something happen with it, as you know, a very setup based Robin player such as this, with the items that we've seen before, as throwing the item up, trying to maybe catch a landing before it. And this is what I would love to see. There's some insane item counterplay there, throwing the gyro up, making sure that it'll stay out for longer, making sure the Rob just has less and less time to use it.
Yeah, completely agreed. I mean, being able to utilize your enemy's items that they're utilizing at the moment, dropping those, throwing those, getting conversion off of those. I mean, characters like Link can benefit heavily from that, just like other characters like Rob can benefit heavily from having as much options at their disposal. As we saw that back air put that Rob at a disadvantage, and then the side B taken into the stage. No tech zone, taking the stock.
Right, unfortunate for the Robin player, not going to quite hit that tech there, but this is, nice anti-air 10 with the 11 up air. I've seen this Rob player time and time again do very ambitious like up airs like that, and I've seen them work like 9 out of 10 times. It doesn't feel right, honestly. Like I don't see Robin players as brave as Frank W. Cox is.
Oh yeah, I mean, and you have to be to have a level of confidence at this stage in the game. We're in Grand Finals.
For sure.
Ooh.
Okay, I like the idea there, and if they had another charge of the 11 sword, they would have gotten another hit to convert off with that down air, and I just love the ideas that this Robin is sending out. But you know, the resources are running thin. We just ran out of the Arc Fire. I think we're really running out of the Thunder Tome. Yeah, we are almost out of the Thunder Tome, and Robin, the Rob, trying to stall a little bit as to trying to find a way to live, to try to catch these landings, but learning the hard way, that is not how you want to land versus a player like this Robin player right here. You do not want to try to recover high, as that Robin player 3 out of that 3 times able to catch that aggressive landing.
I also loved from there we saw the Rob put them in a down tilt situation, consistently trying to put them in a disadvantage and capitalizing off of that, trying to get a down smash. Unfortunately, we didn't see it, but we saw the kill off of the up smash. Now trying to take it back to ledge, stalling in the air a bit, playing around this fire. We're going to see a clear and crystal movement back to this control.
Right now, Rob player is in a bit of trouble there as they were slowly running out of fuel as the Robin was taking them away from the corner with those like arc fire two frames, as well as he was aggressive down airs that weren't quite spiking, but now we're back to even percent, but reflecting the gyro on accident with the aggressive tomahawk side B. And out of Nosferatu, as well as the arc fire tome just came back. Oh, did that take the jump?
Oh, he makes it back!
Makes
the
it
air
back.
drift back
Not
to stage,
quite
now
getting it,
trying
but
to
another
take
side
neutral.
B.
The side B gonna push them off to stage. They're in the blast zone, they're gonna get hit by the gyro, but they have time to get back. The down smash will take it though! And Galax taking this first game for, that is Caleb taking the first game for Galax in this Grand Finals.
And I love the way like they went so back and forth with each other, just catching each other's like aggressive landings. But if you were the Robin on the side of Frank W. Cox, you didn't really have many options to go for. You're running out of materials. You're running out of especially that Elwind tome, as no matter how many times he gets sent off the stage, normally some other characters could just keep making it back and keep making it back as long as they mix up the recoveries. With Robin, his recovery is also tied to a resource, so he can only do it for so long. Each time one of those Elwind sends out, that's more and more bar out of the resource being taken away.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's the whole thing about playing Robin, right? There's so many resources that you have to manage with all of your different tomes. And adversely, if you're the Rob, you just got to spin to win a lot of the time. Now, that's a generalization. You also have to look at exactly what they're utilizing in the moment as well. But I want to take a look at this real quick. We have played Small Battlefield 4 times now. And we've had 5 stages that we've chosen from, sorry. That is Galax's first game stage win of the whole series. So, is this a momentum shift? Is this a one-off? I'm sure we're going to find out in this next game because Galax has got to pump up the speed.
Right, and it looks like they are stepping the gas a little bit with how aggressive this Rob is. If you've seen the amount of side Bs this Rob player is ripping, and those aggressive, like off-stage side Bs to catch the Robin, swapping to normal Battlefield, and that little extra platform on the top. I'm curious to see what the Robin's angle was here. Maybe to help him catch those Galax and Rob landings even better than he was before.
Yeah, but I mean, Rob has just incredible up air that they're going to have even more distance to take now that there's a third platform to utilize too.
Right, but I'll have to see how that goes. Maybe getting some. Oh, okay. I think I see what the idea is here. Using, even though they didn't quite land the perfect arc fire ladder with the actually hitting where the Rob was going to go, it still covered the landing of. Because the platform, it covered where the Rob was going to go anyway.
Exactly.
That was
the
really
anticipation was huge. And you can anticipate every time you're going to try to recover back to stage. Rob is going to spin to win the
yeah, he is waiting for you. Rob player, there was not really much he could have done. He had to burn his jump at the where he did. And for Rob, that's kind of just almost a guaranteed, wait, hold on. No 11 sword just yet, unfortunately, for the side of Frank W. Cox. Could have gotten a lot more out of that if they did, but now they do have, that'll do it. There you go.
We go. Yeah.
Catching the aggressive landing, the aggressive option to get out of the corner with an arc fire, a raw back air. You love to see it.
Yeah, the arc fire has been exceptionally strong, and you can see pretty much every single stock that tome has been utilized to exhaustion because that's such an impressive move that Robin gets so much off of.
Right, and there we go. Just more resource being burned. No Thunder Tome, no 11 sword, but it just came back online. And I do believe we are slowly running out of arc fire charges. Never mind, it's a new charge. Catching the panic air dodge, catching that the lazy gyro, killing them. Getting the KO at about 75.
That's
huge momentum shift for Frank W. Cox.
Yeah, that's tough, Kip. And that all started from catching an aggressive back air from the Rob. So it is playing to this Robin's benefit to be patient and just wait to see what this Rob is going to throw out. But at 144%, they need to make this stock last.
Right, and the down throw into the up throw, charging that up smash. A little too nervous there for the side of Frank W. Cox, but still extending that massive lead they have with the with that second stock they have. Not quite getting the KO by the amazing recovery mix-up. Great hit attack and the L1 spike. How optimal. That was the last charge of the L1 as well. The Robin player popping off. So excited that they were able to hold on to that lead and find a way back to make this particular game in this series even again.
That was bold, Kip. That was very bold. The offstage antics have been on point between these two characters.
You say bold, I say in that particular situation, I think that's optimal, because even if I don't exactly remember if the Robin player had 11 or not, but what they did have was Elwin, and the Rob player already used their jump, already committed to using up air to try to catch like some aggressive, you know, maybe a down air. 11, if even they had 11 down air, it might have still lost to a Rob up air. It's such a massive move. So I think using that Elwin there, the beginning hitbox of it spiking, I think that was actually optimal.
But I mean, they had to drop down the first time to try to attempt it, and it almost got them killed. They had to tech off the wall, and I don't know if they would have had another option to tech at that high of a percentage. So that's why I say bold. But in terms of the move, it worked, so it played in their favor.
Yeah, and we will have to see if there are any particular stage like changes here, because we went from small battlefield back to battlefield, and I wonder if we're gonna go to some more like more zoning favor, maybe like PS2, or maybe like Kalos, maybe for some more survivability, or maybe more scrappy if you're the Rob, because this Rob just loves to scrap. Maybe you want something like Smashville, but I would assume that the Robin would want to ban that in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, in a very similar situation last game, we saw the Rob go to a Smashville situation like you said, so we could see that again. Instead, we're going to see Hollow Bastion.
Okay, I do think this is a solid, like a medium, like a, let's see. It's kind of a stage that can be applied to both, maybe for scrapping as well as the zoning aspect. That big platform in the center is very good for just to hide under, to set up any particular like zoning, like ledge trap you have, or
like
the roll.
Arcfire.
Yeah, like Arcfire right there. The perfect angle from that platform to the catching that Nair with the oh my gosh, this confidence from this Robin player here. Only has one charge of the 11th sword, and there it goes. It also has no Arcfire tome either, catching the Rob going a little early with the side B usage, but having no 11th sword anyway, so they couldn't really get much from that usage of that Arcfire. But it's trouble. Amazing parry. I love that idea. I'm not gonna quite get that back here KO, but that Nair will. There you go. Frank W. Cox having the lead, bouncing into the gyro, and I love the use of the gyro to use. That's what I was talking about, Chase. People should lab against other item characters. People should use their other items against them in combos like these. Every time I go on, I see a tournament, like a tournament VOD, and see like a Rob getting like zeroed in by his own gyro. It is so awesome to see, because I've seen the work that players like this Robin here have put in.
Yeah, you know, knowing your character is one thing. Knowing your opponent's character is a whole nother gimmick in and of itself, and a factor of the game that you have to consider. This is a pretty even game, all things considered.
Right, exactly. And you did just run out of 11th sword there, so the Robin's going to have to make up some borrowed time to get back into a winning position, as they're going to be running on, like I said, that borrowed time to try to get that 11th sword back. And there it is. I do believe they only have a few charges of Arcfire left. So, and there it goes. That was the last charge. Galax potentially find a way to even up this set count a little bit, trying to find a game on the board in this grand finals.
Yeah, then they're going to need this to do that exactly, Kip. Not 108% this Rob is in the danger zone. That is 1-1 Galax is now on the back foot. They have to get this next stock to keep themselves alive. And for this Robin, this is game, set, match. You take the stock, that's the series.
Right, and let's see how that goes. Great catch with the panic disadvantage options with the back air as well. Ooh, what a read. Okay, catching the landing option with the arc fire. I love these options. No arc fire charges left, but we're also going to be running out of 11 sword charges too. Good stall with the recovery. No left sword left. We're almost out of L1 charges, but that's not going to do it. Not yet. We only have one L1 left. Oh no! Oh my gosh!
Jump! Able to make it back to stage, and now this is completely reversed to the Rob in disadvantage. This is the Rob in on stage, waiting for them to approach the forward air with the sword, like you talked about a minute ago. There's the flare into the back air.
There's a chance here.
84% at 140. They are doing everything to keep this alive.
No 11 sword. Chase, this is so scary. This is like last hit, but there is no 11 sword to speak of for the Robin player here, but they just got it back. There's still a chance here if they can find that one opening, but oh my gosh.
Oh, the gyro throw upwards.
That'll do it, that'll do it. Okay, there you go.
Down throw will take
Galax
it.
High School, find a game on the board, hitting that up throw with the pressure. I love that pressure, throwing a gyro up, making sure that the Robin cannot go too high or else it gets sent off into another edge guard situation, which you do not want to get into when you're forced to when you're forced to up E in a situation where you don't even have your jump. So good on Galax's Rob for finding a way to put a game on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, there was so much switching back and forth of the advantage, neutral, and disadvantage state just in that last 30 seconds of the game between the two characters. It was a back and forth, absolute slobber knocker between these two players. So you said it best. Galax now has a game on the board. It is 2-1 in favor of Frank W. Cox. And now we get to the most interesting part, I think, of these sorts of sets and how we have it set up through VHSL and Play Versus. And that is, you have 3 characters to choose from for your final 2 games, and you get to pick any of the 3.
So here's what I'm thinking, right? So I feel like to basically almost to, I wouldn't say guarantee, but to give them a much better chance of getting a way into that game 5, you kind of have to send in the Rob right here. And I feel like if you are on the side of Frank W. Cox, you have to send the Robin again, because that's, I feel like, with the skill levels that are at with our #1 players, I feel like the Robin is the best choice to get rid of this Rob, so you kind of have to stuff him out. But that's another thing. There's another layer of strategy to this. If they send the Rob and you want to like at least secure a way to win that game 5, you can wait. You can hold the Robin off for now.
A true anchor. Like,
yeah, true anchor.
Right in the back.
Keep him waiting for that game 5 and maybe send in something like the Isabel, because I imagine the matchup is actually not that bad for Isabel as well, because that pocket, once Isabel has gyro in the pocket, Rob cannot use gyro anymore. Yeah, he's stuck. He doesn't have it. He has that little animation where he's like, where's my gyro? Where'd it go? I can't use it anymore. But
that's certainly a very pointed counter to bring out Kip, and honestly, something I had not considered looking at these characters, but that could completely disrupt all of this Rob's gameplay and how they're going to get in and utilize their advantage state.
Right, and we'll just have to see as this series continues, Chase, how these teams are going to adjust to one another. How are they going to adjust to what kind of strategies they're going to want to send out? I do believe, from what I'm looking at, that I am correct on what I was guessing on earlier. It does look like Galax will be sending the Rob immediately, but a little uncharacteristic from what I've seen. Frank W. Cox sending in the Byleth.
Now, I actually think this is a fine choice as well between the two. I think out of all 3 of their characters, Isabel might be a viable option, but Byleth has quite a bit of distance that she can put between herself and Rob if Rob's trying to approach. A lot of that kit is all about, similar to what we saw with Sephiroth earlier, keeping you in a sweet spot about 5 to 10 feet away from you.
Right, and just like that, yep, there we go. There's the Byleth, the #3 player versus, I believe, the #1 player for Galax, as we try to make something happen either from the side of when Frank W. Cox tried to either conserve the Robin for the back, or Galax trying to make something happen to force that Game 5 out with their #1 player.
Yeah, I certainly hope that Galax stays alive here. I'd love to see anytime we go the distance in Grand Finals, that's a great day, right? But it will determine on how patient this Byleth is able to play and how much they're able to catch. Because look at this Rob, we've said it all day, even when we had Iglu on cast earlier, just so oppressive, able to get in there, extremely aggressive play style. It's going to be very difficult to play around.
Yeah, definitely, with Rob definitely winning the scrapping war, because having not great rank for side of Violet, but catching the lazy gyro with the arrow. This Violet trying to find his way in, trying to abuse some bad disadvantage habits that this Rob player might have with Violet's amazing disjoints, as well as the mid-range pokes that he has to his disposal.
Yeah, they might as well put a worm on the end of that hook, because that was extreme bait. Just going in, expecting there to be an aerial option and catching it immediately. Now at 175, unfortunately that tether's going to get caught out by the forward air, and Havard, aka Galix's Rob, is going to even up the stock count.
Right, but here you go. Rob stuck in the corner, has to recover high, has no jump left to his name, but the fuel will run low a little bit, but that fuel actually charges pretty fast. It's hard. You don't normally see a Rob get KO'd because of a lack of fuel, but landing that unsafe dash attack, Frank W. Cox recognizing that, getting that up smash out of shield, amazing for an out of shield option to secure a stock.
And now they're up one, and that was an unexpected stock they took for sure. 83% stuck in this disadvantage state on the first platform, a small battlefield. We're going to see the Violets try to reset this neutral, get back in, maybe pick up gyro. Unfortunately, it's going to spin out, not find anything yet until they grab that back air. Trying to get a Z grab in the air off that gyro off the side of the stage. Rob not going to fight it. Instead, getting back into this neutral state, trying to even things up as fast as they can, because they do not want to be sitting at this 55% for too much longer. That's the down tilt into up air combo. Now at 79%, this Rob is in the danger zone, but not as dangerous as getting caught by that back air. Violet now evened up.
Ooh, there we go. Oh, getting caught in the corner like that. Very scary when Rob has that gyro in his hand. Something devious could have happened from the side of Galax, but Frank W. Cox not getting hit by it, but will be taking some percent, but still has the percentage lead. Maybe one good back air from this Violet here will take the first game of this Game 4.
You see this, Kip? You see this? This Rob trying to be real sneaky, like you said earlier, trying to dive very, very high in the fast roll neutral air dodge back to stage. Unfortunately, going to find themselves on the back end of that spear. Violet taking game 1. These next few games are going to be absolutely crucial too, because if you're Galax, you want to stay alive. You got to take this the full distance, and now you're down a game. So you got to win the next 2 and then a majority of the next games in order to win Grand Finals. But if you're on the side of Frank W. Cox Gold, you're vibing, you got 1 game left to knock it out.
You have so much momentum by your side. You have so much energy flowing through your veins here, and I know you said that when you're talking about the position that Galax is in, but you have to remember they have to think about the game that they're playing currently, because this is their tournament game. If they lose this last game, they will lose this series, and Frank W. Cox will be your VHSL champions.
Yeah, so if you're Galax, you are taking that to the drawing board. You're going, how am I playing around this Byleth with Rob? It's like I said at the very beginning of the series too, I thought Byleth was the right choice here. There's so much distance that you can put between you and the Rob, and it's all come down to a matter of these micro interactions and the micro spacing between the two characters in terms of who is taking these games. With that game, we saw some cheeky back airs take stocks on both sides, but it's a matter of who is coming out on top and who is evening out this neutral faster.
Right, we'll have to see what adjustments are made in this potential last game of VHSL 2024. And all right, we're receiving on Hollow Bastion. That's another adjustment we had before. Remember we were talking about like potential like scrapping / like zoning, and this seems to be another stage where this Rob wants to scrap because he wants to get in on this bottom. But catching the lazy recovery with a downer. That is the second strongest recovery, I believe.
Yeah, they left the fridge door open and grabbed the container of sauce for that one, Kip, knocking it with the 2-frame and the spike. That was incredible from the Violet on the side of Frank W. Cox.
Right? You know, it's just snowballing a little bit, catching another lazy recovery with the forwarder, getting the stock KO at 75. Already, not even a minute in, Chase. Galax is on their tournament stock.
Yeah, things are really heating up here, Kip. And this is Galax's Rob trying to do everything he can. That's the 3rd berry in a row. Will catch that one with the up air, putting this Byleth at 136, but the tether gonna bring them back to stage.
The gyro, no.
The gyro knocks them out of it, but that down smash gonna put them back in a disadvantage. Tether bringing them back to stage, and they were going for something cheeky there, Kip. Unfortunately, they're not going to find it. That's gonna be the berry into the...
I think an up air would have done it there.
I think the up air would have done it too, but unfortunately, we're not gonna know what would have done it because it didn't happen.
Okay, definitely, yeah, up throw definitely. Okay, we'll take the KO there, but still not a good position in the form of Galax. But you're gonna see Galax maybe fishing for a 0-death here. Okay, but not getting the 0-death as they throw the gyro wake up, but at 40%. But it is very scary on the side of Galax because this is their tournament stock now. They're one good KO away from getting booted out of this grand finals.
But that being said, Galax's Rob has done a great job of bringing back what was a very influential first minute of this game. Yeah, that forward smash looking very deadly from Bongo, but the up tilt, trying to do a read there, I'm guessing for an air dodge, but there's going to be nothing that comes from it. Now at 77%, this Rob is going to reset neutral, throw gyro, and do what he does best.
Right, you may say that Rob is very capable of making these massive comebacks, but from what I've seen from this Wild is that he is a pillar of consistency, and this could be the last interaction in the game. Maybe catch this landing. No, that will not do it. Not quite yet. Like maybe borrow time, but not quite getting the punish from the down smash. We'll wrap time back a little more percent. One good aerial will do it from the side of W. Cox. Will they do it with a forward air, back air, or an F tilt? There's so many options here. The mental stack is starting to strain these players.
I don't know if it's straining this Rob. This Rob is, he's moving. He's throwing out some spikes. Getting back to ledge, being very methodical on how they're doing it. Playing around the side, they were going to get a gyro combo there, but unfortunately not getting it after the first hit. Instead, they're going to find an aerial. Now at 40%, this is sure they're on last hit situation, but their advantage is looking really impressive.
Yeah, this is doing a great job of catching these jump-ins with the forward air. Since are racking up a little bit, there's Rob with nearly max range, not quite getting the sweet spot with the forward air that will not do it just yet. We are almost there, ladies and gentlemen. Will this be it? Will this be it for Galax? Will Frank W. Cox will go with the taunt? Oh no, and that will do it! Frank W. Cox gold, the number 4 seed with the crowd going electric, will be your VHSL 2024 champions.
Yeah, that was an absolute beautiful way to take it. And unfortunately, the taunt coming through, I think that was unexpected.
Yeah.
But it was pretty fast. They were able to react pretty quickly out of it. But I think it just took them out of the mental, like you said, the stacking of mental that comes at the very end of the game. And then you do something goofy and you're like, wait a second, I didn't mean to do that. And then you just got to roll with the punch. Quite literally. But you're absolutely right. Frank W. Cox will be our VHSL Super Smash Brothers champion. Congrats to the team. I want to give a quick shout out to everyone who has been on broadcast tonight on this side of the cast. And the action is not over yet, Kip. Before we sign off, anything that you'd like to say?
This is an amazing event, but you know, as far as Smash goes, we are done for tonight, but we will have Rocket League going on right after this, I believe. So
yes.
So if you're still into Rocket League, you're still into looking into what kind of talent these high schoolers have in store for us tonight, stay tuned because we are going to be going to Rocket League very shortly, right after this short break.
5:25 local time here in Winchester, Virginia. We are coming at you live from our Shenandoah University collaboratory that has seen a lot of use this year, brand new this year to VHSL, but VHSL a very familiar place for us here at Shenandoah. Chris Clayton joined once again by Avery Giesemann, and we are coming at you live with the ends of our Rocket League competition. Rocket League is starting to wind down. We are into semifinals. So with 2 rounds left, we should have 2 games going on, one on our mainstream and one right here. So we're glad you could join us. We've got an exciting matchup coming your way. We have the 2 seed Lafayette taking on the surprise of the day. Number 14 Osborne Park has made their way into the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, if you can remember back to the spring final, Chris, Osborne Park actually going to be our champions of the spring final. So to see them come in as the 14th seed, a bit of a shock here. But then even to multiply that shock, they beat the number 6 seed in York and find themselves in the semifinal here. Now a great opponent awaits them here in Lafayette. And then, another match to be played after that. So a lot to be played for here in this semifinal. And as you can see, I mean, dark outside already. I mean, we've been here since the light was too bright for our players to see in here. And for our casters, we had to have these barriers out. So these guys have been going at it all day, just nonstop Rocket League action. So, I mean, they got to be itching for this grand final nice and soon.
Yeah, we have certainly had a lot of fun today. We hope that you have been able to join us for all of it. But no matter what, you're here now, and that's what matters, because we've got a big-time matchup coming up. You said it, a lot on the line. Grand Finals on the line, an opportunity at Grand Finals on the line as we prepare to load in here. Worth mentioning, you said it, a strong opponent in Lafayette. 7-1 on the regular season. Their one loss coming to the heavy favorite coming into today in the 1 seed as Woodson, yes.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, as you mentioned it, Chris, I mean, we already have a kickoff goal here from Cryos here. I mean, not to be messed up with Cairo on Woodson, which is going to be a bit of a mix-up here. But yeah, we do have Lafayette taking a nice early lead here in game number 1 in the best of 7, notably, throughout this entire tournament.
Yes, different players, Cairo and Cryos, but both very talented, but worth separating because they are both incredible players on different teams. One on the one-seeded team, Woodson, the other finding their way to semifinals on this pretty Cinderella team on Osborne as they look to defend that one, but unfortunately, Lafayette finding their window in Osborne on the back foot to start, not even, well, just a little over 30 seconds into game number 1.
Yeah, coming in as this Osborne Park team, you want to keep that momentum flowing as the underdog here. You want to make sure that you're putting, quick goals on the board, but it's actually Lafayette who's doing that to you, and that is just not the start you want to have, because as the lower seed, you want to keep this momentum flowing. You want Lafayette to feel like they're the ones on the back foot, and that's exactly what Osborne is looking to do here as they turn around a goal in a minute, Chris. I mean, only 44 seconds off the clock, and yet 3 goals have been scored.
Yeah, what a shootout. I mean, we've got some exciting Rocket League gameplay on our hands. It has been 44 seconds so far, and what a response from Osborne to not back down, right? Certainly not the start you're looking for to drop 2 goals that early, but keeping it a 1-score game now as they do find their way back onto the board, and we finally get a little semblance of calm after a kickoff, right? A lot of these goals so far have been just the chaos of losing a kickoff. One team gets possession with a really rattled defense, but now we have full offensive possession so far. A couple shots, a couple possessions in Osborne's territory as Lafayette looks to carry their way into the net. They get one more shot, but a great save there. Osborne stays alive for now as they look to just try to get it downfield.
Yeah, the level of commitment in that blue goal was intense to just make sure that Lafayette was not able to put another one on the board there. And notably, I mean, the timer just rolling down as long as this ball is not scored. So the longer we stay in this kind of neutral game where no one, has scores on the board, the longer that timer will tick. So another crossbar coming out here as Lafayette gets a shot on the goal there, just barely gonna miss it there. That could have been a 3-1 lead there for Lafayette. No one in the goal to boot, just off the side of the right there. Unfortunate there from Lafayette.
Yeah, sometimes we were watching the first matchup that that Woodson played on the main broadcast earlier today, and one of our other casters, Griffin, on a broadcast said sometimes the best defender in the game is the net itself.
Yeah, he would know. Yeah. That's crazy. But Osborne Park puts another on the board. Cryo's going to make this 2-2 here, almost halfway through this game, and the score is tied up. Again, no one in the goal from Lafayette there, just an open net.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward moment there. I couldn't tell if it got pinched or just snuck through an opening in the defense there, but an awkward touch nonetheless, and definitely one that Lafayette was not ready to respond to. So just like that, we have a tie game right as we tick down toward the halfway point. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in game number 1. It's worth mentioning that all of these series, from the start of playoffs to the very ending grand finals, are all best of 7s. These are long series, and that's a lot of time to adapt. So as these teams sort of poke each other and feel how the other team likes to play, I expect to see a lot of gameplay changes as we move further into this series.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the absolute speed in which this first game is being played is certainly something we're going to look to see if it continues in the later games. I mean, are the defenders going to be able to figure out these rotations in time to deal with this absolute onslaught of offense that these teams are both putting onto each other? But yet, I mean, no team able to find a lead here in the latter half of this game, just sort of ping-ponging it back and forth, seeing who will bite first. But the defense is on board here for Osborne Park as they look to reversal, but the Lafayette goal is protected very well. That's exactly the rotations that we want to see. That's exactly the type of defense that's going to keep this game at a 2-2.
Yeah, great save there, and I believe that was Hokkaido on the save for Lafayette. I couldn't quite tell, but incredible save nonetheless to keep this a tie game. And I want to take a moment to shout out the fact that this game even is tied. I mean, we talked a little bit about the Cinderella story going on right now with Osborne. This is still game 1. There's still so much Rocket League to play, but the fact that Osborne is here to play right now, you said it, defending champs will not go quietly into the night. 1 minute ticking down on this clock as Lafayette still maintains relatively strong possession of the ball, but really unable to get it past the midfield mark. And finally, they find their way past midfield, but right into the open arms of a Lafayette defender.
Yeah, and an open break here for Hokkaido. Not quite going to find the net as the defender was able to come in just in time. But yeah, if you're just joining us, Lafayette starting off with a very strong 2-0 lead, in Osborne Park finding themselves back into this match with a quick goal and then a little bit of time before they were able to find their second. But nonetheless, a tie game comes out. A big demo coming in here, but not going to leave the net open for just long enough. There are only 30 seconds remain here as Lafayette attempts to stay on the offense. But whoever can control this ball going into these last final seconds may be able to score a last goal here, because if someone doesn't have possession when it hits 0, we will go into an overtime.
Yeah, clock ticking down. 15 seconds left on the clock as we now approach 10 seconds. The boost is looking good for Lafayette, but the ball is on the wrong side of the field. 3 seconds left on the clock. A tie game. Can either of these teams score? They will not. A nice little handshake there saying we will opt to reset, take the kickoff, and try to get an opportunity here. Hex with a window, but well defended. Nothing too crazy there as we now get fully underway in this overtime period.
Yeah, and I might say that was quite wise there from Osborne Park just to make sure that that ball didn't go in the air there before that overtime, because that ball was essentially in their own net already. So making sure that they get a fair kickoff, a fair shot, and even playing field ball. And that is the case scenario we're seeing right now as Osborne Park attempts to go on the offense, but gets past all 3 of them, Chris. I feel like they were all in the general vicinity, but not quite sure who was going to defend that ball. Lafayette makes the play happen.
Yeah, Osborne just got caught cheating up a little too far and then was forced to just backpedal all the way back to their net, but that's such an uncomfortable way to defend. And sure enough, it does come back to bite them in that one, and Lafayette comes out with a win in game 1, but boy, is Osborne Park living up to expectations.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they're definitely playing with that fire in them. We've seen a lot of demos come out, try to get these 3v2s to happen here, and none of them have really worked out. It's really been these honest goals that both these teams have been able to find. We saw that really fast goal off rip with that kickoff goal from Hex on the side of Lafayette. But after that, it was a lot of back and forth. I mean, we saw those 2 strong goals off the start, but then it was that comeback from Osborne Park the whole way through, and then essentially into an overtime, just back and forth, and then finally Lafayette was able to find the last blow.
Yeah, strong showing no matter how you flip it, but ultimately Lafayette does come out on top. And I mentioned it during the game, this is a 7-game series. This is a lot of Rocket League that needs to be played. And now is the time that we're gonna start seeing some of these adaptations come to life in a full game too. We saw the chaos of the start of that game, offensive threats everywhere, right? 3 goals in the first like 45 seconds of that game. But finally they started to slow down. Everybody got a feel for the tempo that the other team was going to play around. The defenses started to settle in and we got underway. So as we prepare to get underway in game number 2, can Osborne bounce back and tie this series up, or will Lafayette have the opportunity to start pulling ahead in this series?
Indeed. I mean, that is the question to be answered. And another kickoff goal getting flown at the net, but a nice save there coming in from Lafayette. Good on them to be aware of just the offense that this Osborne Park team is willing to go for as they get another opportunity here. Not quite going to be able to make it happen off that back wall there, but yeah, I mean, this Osborne Park team looking to play just as fast as they have been before, as they have to defend a critical goal. And the support here coming from Hokkaido, I mean, amazing job just being aware that their teammate may have just missed on that right side, but being right in the center. I mean, that's just fundamental soccer skills right there. Being in the middle of the field is the best spot to be to get those assists off from your wings. I mean, beautiful stuff there from Lafayette.
Yeah, and I was just about to point out, too, that so far the offensive attempts from Lafayette have been pretty individual, but man, I can't talk too long before Osborne strikes back. A lightning-quick response there, and a great play, great setup off the kickoff, and Cryos just waiting for it, right? That perfect lob, and he knew exactly where he needed to be. Team play from Lafayette, team play from Osborne, a great response, and we are right back to a tie game.
Yeah, these teams are being very aggressive off the kickoff. Both teams are reaching the ball at similar times, so this ball is awkwardly popping up kind of in the middle of all of the chaos, and it's whichever team is capitalizing off that seems to score a goal within the first 10 seconds of the game. I mean, we saw that in game number 1, and now in game number 2, we're seeing a similar pattern come out as another open goal is going to be on the table, but Cryos able to find the spot where the ball is going. So great stuff there. The demo coming out from Lafayette there, not able to capitalize on the offense. Going to have to rotate back here to defend the net once more because this onslaught of Osborne Park is in fruition, and there it is. Osborne Park takes the first lead of the series.
Yeah, that was a little scary. I was keeping an eye on the boost values for Osborne as the ball started to trickle its way into Lafayette territory, and it was very low. Yarv was really the only player that had a shot at scoring there, but he does find his window, find his way in, and find the goal. So way to capitalize off of a suboptimal situation and turn it into a great outcome with a goal, pulling ahead 2-1 now with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. Lafayette looks to strike back, can't quite get it just yet, and now Osborne with an opportunity to dribble across the field. Demar looking to get it in the corner, can't quite get it centered as Cryos comes to help and save the day with an opportunity to lob it up to Yar, but just wide of the goal. They cannot capitalize, and now they just look to regroup as demos fly both directions, and both teams just need a minute to get settled back in.
I mean, I would too, Chris. I mean, the offense is so strong for both these teams, and getting the backboard on the goal there. I mean, Osborne Park, you know, even though Lafayette was able to find the defense here initially, they were ready for it off the bounce. I mean, both players were right there. It's just whoever was able to touch the ball first was going to be either goal or not goal. And you have to be so careful because the offense has the advantage there because you don't want to accidentally self-goal. So great awareness there from Osborne Park to just capitalize exactly where they need to. That resource management is so important, that positioning so important, and they're able to capitalize every time, it seems like.
Yeah, this is an exciting turn of events. And you know this, Avery, you know I'm a pretty big sports guy, and that is textbook. We talk a lot of soccer terminology in Rocket League, and for obvious reasons. But that's pretty common in a lot of sports, but especially basketball, man. Following up your own shot is a big part of the game, and Rocket League is no exception. Being there to follow up on your own offensive rebounds and try to capitalize off a missed shot or a deflected shot. Osborne takes advantage on the last goal, and a scary opportunity to potentially score again, but Lafayette comes out unscathed for now. Down 2 goals with we are now over halfway through this game. Lafayette trying to find any offensive success to try to get back in this game, but just can't get it in the net just yet.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the ball spending a lot of time in the air now. Both these teams expending a lot of boost to keep it that way also. Just trying to find a way to pass it to their teammates to make those power plays happen. I mean, haven't seen a demo in a while to see that kind of offense come to fruition. We're just meeting the opponents in the air and contesting them at that point. And, that's one way to defend. And the other way is, stay in the goal, try to react to where your opponent's trying to put the ball. I mean, it's difficult to do. And these teams, expending a lot of boost to just kind of navigate around the field. But, the open net trying to get found by Osborne Park. But yeah, both defenders able to get there during that point. And that's what we see from Lafayette. If you're able to creep forward like that, you're able to make those rotations happen. You will find the defense in that instance.
Yeah, Osborne is playing really smart here. They're not really looking to make the offensive plays that they've been making all game long so far. They are playing a great game of keep away so far. Now, Lafayette does get a shot on goal just then, but they've killed a good 90 seconds of clock off this game number 2 here, right? Lafayette needs 2 whole goals, and as the clock ticks down, they will find one of those 2. 65 seconds left on the clock, and Lafayette pulls within 1, and an opportunity to tie it if they can find just another one of those shots. A great team play once again from Lafayette.
Yeah, and I mean, watching that goal again right in between 2 different defenders from Osborne Park. So excellently placed there from Lafayette. That's exactly what they need to bring themselves back into this game. And even if they only score 1 more goal within the next minute, they will still go into that overtime. So that's really what they're looking for at this current moment. Osborne Park may have to put another one on the board in order to feel secure rather than play this sort of keep the ball in the air, keep the ball on the other side of the field defense, even though I agree with you, Chris, that that's been wasting a lot of great time for them. And you may want to save some of that offensive pressure for the later games if we feel like that's the adaptation that has to be made. But, I mean, only 30 seconds do remain for that game to be played.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's a good strategy until you let up a goal, and then all of a sudden your game plan needs to change. Osborne not quite able to change the game plan just yet, and Lafayette is able to capitalize. They tied the game with 24 seconds left. We could have 2 overtime games to start this series if we go 24 seconds without a goal. But if game number 1 taught us anything, it is that 24 seconds is a lot of time to score some goals in Rocket League.
Yeah, and we saw a demo right off the kickoff as well. We can see trying to make those power plays happen, trying to make sure that we can get that 4-3 lead before we even have to worry about overtime. But with the lack of a kickoff goal, likely we will see in overtime. The ball has to touch the ground, though, when the clock hits 0. It's up to the Lafayette player here whether or not they want that to happen. They do not. Set off the pinch from the corner, and a beautiful pass from Lafayette. Let's watch that again. I mean, just absolute chemistry here from this number 2 seed Lafayette.
Okay, and phenomenal game sense too. Great awareness to see the clock. That ball took a bounce with, I believe, exactly 1 second left on the clock. If that clock was any later, if that play was even half a second later than it happened, we're going to overtime the moment that ball takes the bounce in the corner. So, great play there from Lafayette, keeping an eye on the clock and having the wherewithal to know where your teammates are to set up a perfect pinch right to the center of the goal and have a guy ready to capitalize. Great play there, and once again we find Lafayette winning a game and starting to really pull ahead now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a critical win there from Lafayette. You let this Osborne Park bring the series to 1-1, and we have a very different set of events here. Lafayette coming into this match as the favorite and, starting off very strong as the favorite, getting those 2 goals off the board right away. And then in this game number 2, we see Osborne Park really pull away, having this 3-1 lead for a majority of the game. And, that was quite shocking to see. But what was even more shocking to see is the fact that Lafayette was able to bring this back and eventually win right before that overtime clock struck. So now you're in a situation where Osborne Park, potentially is feeling the weight of losing that lead. They never really had it at that game number 1. They weren't really expecting there. And then when you start winning that game number 2 as the underdog, you start expecting like, all right, maybe this is doable. Maybe we can win this. Losing that game 2 is a serious blow to the mental. And it's up to Osborne Park to continue playing with this speed that they're playing with, to continue playing with this chemistry, because it has been working quite well in these first 2 games. Just the ending has not gone their way yet.
Yeah, if there's anyone I trust to talk about the mental battles in esports, it would be that of a fighting game player.
Oh, thank you, Chris.
Because, yes, it's very taxing, especially dropping a game where you were up 2 goals with, I want to say, like 90 seconds left on the clock at or around. So Osborne Park needs to be able to shake that off if they want to stay in the series, right? You are hanging with Lafayette right now. This is a very close series despite being down 2-0, but it's not going to get any better if you're letting up plays like that. A massive defensive commit, a bit of a gamble there from Osborne does not pay off. Yar goes a little wide, and the ball goes right over top and directly into the net.
I mean, that truly was an amazing offense there from Lafayette. I mean, just winning the 1v1 straight up there. I mean, if you can make plays like that happen, it's going to be a very difficult defense to have. I mean, if you have to have 2 defenders instead of 1, I mean, that's just another resource that has to be expended. So not a game that Osborne Park wants to play. They have to continue on this offensive onslaught so they don't have to put themselves in that kind of scenario. But, you know, just keeping it in the air for now is Lafayette. They don't have to, you know, put on any pressure just yet, but this team just so willing to do so. I mean, just look at the ball just getting pounded back to Osborne Park's side, and the teammates of Lafayette just waiting in the center for these defenders to overcommit here on the side of Osborne Park. If they mess up just slightly, it's another goal for Lafayette.
Yeah, tough clear there, right back into the corner, and Lafayette just waiting with open arms. Once again, a tough clear there from Yar, and Hex with a perfect lob and just ready to score. Once again, Lafayette just making the better plays, the more coordinated and more set up moments, right? The more planned out plays. So Lafayette finds himself up 2-0 once again, but we have seen Osborne stay competitive in this exact setting. This feels a little too familiar for both of these schools based off game number 1.
Yeah, what is going on here, Chris? This goal is crowded, and yet Osborne Park able to find the perfect spot to weave around and put a goal on the board. I mean, that's the kind of boost you need.
Yeah, definitely, and pulling back within 1 goal is a big deal. A lot of time still left on the clock, and I mean, what did we just say last game? 24 seconds is a lot of time in Rocket League, let alone 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So plenty of time, plenty of Rocket League still left to be played. Lafayette with a 2-0 lead in the series. Great defensive stand there from Osborne, not panicking in the one-on-one, finding a clear there, and now an opportunity to go the distance. The demo in the air leaves a loose ball, and Hex is going to try to take it himself, but once again, well defended, a double commit there from Osborne, but it does pay off in the end, and now the ball will find its way back to the Lafayette side, but not for long, man. Both of these teams struggling to really control the midfield.
Yeah, not quite able to make that double tap happen there on the side of Lafayette, almost tilting the car in a way that you can bounce it off the wall and off of yourself into the goal there, but just not quite getting the angle there. But, I mean, really close there on the offense, and you can see this ball just playing in this orange goal. An excellent defense there from Lafayette, kicking the ball out of the very corner. Oh, so close there to an even matchup. But Osborne Park has not yet let up the offense. We have all players in the goal here. It's going to be a backwards, Chris. Will they be able to defend it? They will. Osborne Park cannot get it in the net, Chris.
Good Lord. Avery, so many shots, little shots. Everybody crowded the goal and just created chaos, but nothing comes of it. Lafayette finally able to boom the ball out of their own side of the field, and now 2 minutes left on the clock. I feel like I just lost years off my life.
Quite an odd scenario. You don't often see the ball have such little momentum and be behind the offensive player. So you have to decide whether you're going to try to like backflip it in or whether you're just going to let it roll. And by the time they decided something, every player was in the goal and nothing was scored. What incredible defense we saw there. But I think everyone was a bit confused as it was just an awkward scenario.
Yeah, and just a tough break for Osborne. I'm sure you'd really love to have that one back. It was such a golden opportunity, but just a little too much confusion.
Oh, no.
And Lafayette able to lob one right over top. Osborne just slightly misjudged, a little too late to get up and defend it. Yar just a little too late, goes right over top, and he ran out of boost as well. He might not have been able to make it. And now, minute 22, 2-goal game. These games are all very similar to each other, but man, are they so unpredictable.
Yeah, Lafayette is just playing such great Rocket League right now, just playing with each other, truly playing like a team. Something you love to see here at VHSL. You know, these guys may not have been, you know, together for very long. I'm not familiar with how long these guys have been together as far as a team goes, but you're not really seeing a lot of individual talent right now. You're seeing a lot of team chemistry come through with this Lafayette squad, and that's why they've been able to make a lot of these plays happen. They're just understanding of each other's positioning and understanding where they have to be. You can see them setting up yet another offensive scenario here, just barely off from Hokkaido getting yet another goal off that same kind of scenario where the wing is able to get him a nice pass. Osborne Park understanding that Lafayette's going for these coordinated attacks. They have not yet found the solution as Lafayette looks to get another one. You can see right there, Chris, you know, when one player misses, another player is just there to finish the job.
Yeah, the last line from Lafayette, they committed hard to putting the ball in there, and sure enough, they walk away with another goal, and I hate to say it, this is desperation time for Osborne. Going down 3-0 would be jarring in the series. That is a tall order to have to win 4 straight, and especially against a Lafayette team that is now clicking on both offense and defense, only letting up 1 goal in the duration of this game. 20 seconds left is still time to score, but at this point, it would be garbage time, right? Lafayette is very hot, has all the momentum they need to potentially win this game and go in and steal this series in a 4-0.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just not what you want to see. I mean, with these teams being so evenly matched, I mean, 4-1 coming out here, game number 3, but I mean, the 2 games before this, both games going to that overtime or just before it. I mean, you would hate to see a 4-0 come out here from Lafayette. Osborne Park going to do everything in their power to make sure that that doesn't happen. Again, this is the 2 seed versus the 14 seed coming in today. You know, some series loss. The only series loss that Lafayette has had in before this match has been to the number 1 seed Woodson. So, you know, that's why they are afforded the number 2 spot. And you're seeing why right here. I mean, Osborne Park, a very solid squad in themselves, have made some amazing wins to get to this point. Not able to break this just yet.
Yeah, and it is worth mentioning, I believe Osborne Park lost in the regular season to Thomas Jefferson High School, the 3rd seed, who they just beat earlier in this bracket as a revenge game to get to this point. So you're right, they have worked so hard to get to this point, and you would really hate to see them go down this way, but I do not expect them to go quietly into the night. But man, is that not how you want to start. 3 seconds tick off the clock, and Lafayette is already in the lead.
Man, what a tragic goal, too. You can see just whoever was able to touch the ball there was going to put it in the net. I mean, incredible awareness there from Lafayette. And they actually have a, you know, similar story. I just considered this, Chris, but, you know, although Osborne has gotten their revenge match, Lafayette has not yet been able to have the opportunity to get revenge versus Woodson, the only team to beat them yet this year. So definitely looking for that as well. And you can see that fire that they're playing with in this series right now.
Yeah, Lafayette is here to win. Right, they are the 2 seed, and they are certainly here to try to make a statement. And to get through Osborne is just another hurdle on their way to revenge against Woodson. So both of these teams with their objectives laid out in front of them, but circumstances heavily favoring Lafayette. A massive hill to climb for Osborne, but not an impossible one. Can they manage to claw back? 4 minutes left on the clock, and now every single second that you are down matters more than it ever has.
Yeah, this is definitely true, Chris. I mean, you want to make sure you get this tie game to happen as soon as you can, and this offensive pressure almost there to make it happen, but the defense of Lafayette has been, you know, abstractly solid. I mean, we haven't been able to see them so much on the defense because they've just been putting an onslaught of offensive pressure on the table, and we can see all 3 of these cards ending up in the defensive side of Lafayette when they need to be. I mean, they're just where they need to be at the right time. The boost management is so incredible from that squad. You see Cryos in the left of your screen. I mean, with 0 boost, you know, you just have to figure out when's your time to go get boost, when you have to be on the offense, when you have to be on the defense, when you don't have to be on either spot, and you can go get a large boost pad to get full boost instead of only, you know, 12 boost. You know, it's big deals like that because it can make a big difference as far as positioning, and the positioning is the reason that Lafayette's been able to make these offensive plays work so well.
Yeah, and I cannot stress it enough. The more the clock this ticks down, the more this clock ticks down, the more Osborne needs to find a change. They need a catalyst, and I'm not sure what it needs to be. Down 2-0, you have to start looking at potentially. We haven't seen many demos over the course of this game, right? We've seen a lot of aerial shots, maybe a little bit more ground control, but whatever it is, down 2 goals, down 3 games in a best-of-7 series, something's got to give. They are running out of time.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be another shot at goal for Osborne Park, but they're just not going to be able to get it in there. I mean, it's the same story every time. It's incredible. I mean, the one time I remember Osborne Park contesting Lafayette in the air with that demo, it was a successful defense, but we have not been able to see the boost really as a resource to be able to continue to contest in that way. I mean, they've been going for these more coordinated attacks off the center, from the pinch, off the walls, and you can't defend that with just boost alone. I mean, you have to have the positioning, and that's just not something Osborne Park has been able to have in these past few games particularly, but they've been so close. I mean, especially these first 2 games, that they were just seconds away from being able to pull out a game for themselves, and they're certainly looking to put one on the board here with still over 2 minutes left in the game. I mean, plenty of time to score, but I mean, this ball is just being stalled right now by Lafayette.
Yeah, and you said it, with 2 minutes left on the clock. I do want to give a quick update on the other series. We have Woodson awaiting the winner of this series. They took a 4-0 win over Kempsville. So, like we said earlier, an opportunity for Lafayette to try and find revenge in their next series, and boy, do they look like they want it. Taking a 3-0 lead. 2 minutes left, and Osborne would need a miracle. They have not scored since early in game number 3, struggling to find offensive success. You said it, a lot of bad beats, a lot of really close calls, but call it what you want, it's not getting the job done. Lafayette is playing lock down and confident Rocket League.
Yeah, I mean, Chris, I neglected to remember the fact that Osborne Park has not scored since early game 3, but you're absolutely correct. I mean, as much as you want to compliment the offense from Lafayette, the defense is almost equally as impressive, and that's, you know, tough to go against. I mean, where are you supposed to find the cracks in this armor? I mean, you see the demos attempting to come out here, but it's actually on the side of Lafayette finding the demos. So, you know, you can't make offensive plays happen with only 2 players, or at least if you're going to, it's going to be quite difficult, especially when you have 3 players on the side of Lafayette who's just been defending so well. Only a minute left on the board here, 3 goals yet to be scored. I mean, it's looking desperation.
Yeah, and once again, we see Lafayette playing a great game of keep away, right? Employing this strategy that we saw Osborne try to use in game number 2 and come back and bite them. And Lafayette doing a great job of it, though, finding possession without aggression, maintaining control of the ball without letting Osborne even really have an opportunity to set up a play that they like. Under a minute left in the game, 3 goals at least to force overtime in game number 4 here before Lafayette has an opportunity to take this game, take this series in a 4-0 sweep. You'd hate to see Osborne go down like this after playing so hard, after working so hard to get to this point, but with 30 seconds left on the clock, it would take a miracle and make that for a tough pinch from the far side, or not even a pinch, just a great launch there from one end to the other. Lafayette finds their 4th goal, and desperation does not fall Osborne's way.
Yeah, I mean, that goal was 30 seconds left in the game, and you're down 3-0 goal,
Yeah.
right? I mean, you want to make sure that you get that ball in the net, but, I mean, with the defense just slightly off there, Lafayette's going to find yet another score on the board. So although it's another one on the board, you love to see Osborne Park trying to make those plays happen, and you're going to see more plays just attempt to be made happen here, because you have to score, you know, too many goals than are, you know, physically possible at this point, and Lafayette just doesn't want you to score a single one at this point.
Yes, zeros on the clock, and the ball will hit the ground. Lafayette walks away as a 4-0 winners, taking a sweep in semifinals, and will await Woodson in the grand finals of Rocket League here at VHSL.
Yeah, I don't want to steal the grand finals commentator's storyline here, Chris, but you have to talk about the fact that both these schools are going into the grand finals after a strong 4-0 finish. I don't know how close the games looked on Woodson's side particularly, but I know that the first 2 games were much closer than the second 2 games on our side, and I have to say Lafayette has at least some sort of momentum going into this grand final. Sure, they are now going to be playing from the underdog position, but with the chemistry and with the momentum that this team is playing with, I mean, you're certainly going to want to not miss this grand finals. It could be very exciting.
Yes, it should be very exciting because we know that we truly believe that these are the 2 best teams, Rocket League teams, that walked in the building today, right? They are the 1 and 2 seed. Woodson undefeated, Lafayette 1 loss to Woodson,
yeah,
right? Nobody has been able to take down these teams except for the one time that this series was already played. So, with an opportunity to change history, Lafayette will move on to grand finals on our main stream to try to take down the unbeaten Woodson squad. Well, I believe that will do it for this stream, right? That is the end of our side stage action here. We are winding down all of our competition here at Shenandoah's VHSL Championships. So, with all that, we have 1 final Rocket League series remaining, and it will be on our main stream, twitch.tv/Shenandoah Esports, as well as our main YouTube stream. So, no matter where you're watching, be sure to tune in to the proper stream to get that series, because this stream will be ending after this. Thank you so much for watching. Congratulations to all of the teams and all of the players behind us that competed in any of our 3 titles. It's been a lot of fun here today, but we are not done yet. So go tune into our other stream, and we will see you there.